At the Mahayana realm, it was too difficult to kill someone who had comprehended the divine power of blood rebirth. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, as long as their essence spirits were still alive and a single drop of blood remained, they could release their divine powers and make use of that single drop of blood to reconstruct their entire bodies. Shoo! Shoo! With a thought of their spirit consciousnesses, the gigantic sword dermic treasure and the dragon head walking stick turned into two streams of light that returned to their hands. Fellow Taoists of the barbarian race, there's no need to hold back. Summon your divine powers. The middle-aged god race being said coldly. Heavenly god descent. The middle-aged ancestor god and old lady shouted at the same time. A powerful might descended from the skies and entered the two of them. Instantly, golden lights burst forth from their bodies. That was a lesser divine power that was the easiest for the god race to comprehend. That divine power could allow the god race to obtain an immense increase in their strength in a short period of time using the power of the immemorial heavenly god from an unknown location. In fact, two gigantic heavenly god phantoms appeared behind the two ancestor gods and shone brightly with a tremendous might. Barbarian strength. The two barbarian patriarchs released their divine powers at the same time. When that barbarian divine power was released, streams of aura surged from the two barbarians and scurried on the surface of their bodies like countless little rats. In the blink of an eye, the flesh of the two barbarian patriarchs expanded. This is bad. Long Tsong was secretly alarmed as he slapped his storage bag, wanting to send a message to the Dragon Bone Valley to get patriarchs of the dragon race to come and save them. You guys want to leave after killing our young master of the god race? The two god race mighty figures who spat out blood from the shock of the dragon phoenix true body noticed this and lunged towards Long Tsong and the others. Both god race mighty figures hated the dragon phoenix true body to the core. However, they could not win him either and were fuming internally. Now, they finally found an opportunity to vent their frustrations. The two god race mighty figures were naturally paragons of the god race to be able to be qualified to accompany the firmament sovereign for the visit to the barbarian race. They were confident that they could kill the dragons. Humph! Long Tsong's expression darkened with killing intent as he said coldly, "How dare the likes of the two of you dream of touching me?" He could not interfere in the battle between the dragon phoenix true body and the four patriarchs. However, he was a five-clawed divine dragon. Apart from the dragon phoenix true body, he had never feared anyone of the same cultivation realm. When he entered the barbarian palace, the two god race mighty figures even berated him. At that time, Long Tsong's killing intent was triggered. However, he had reservations and did not dare to attack the two god race mighty figures right in front of the five ancestor realm experts in the barbarian palace. But now, the dragon phoenix true body had already attacked and killed the firmament sovereign as well as one of the ancestor gods. Long Tsong no longer had any reservations. At the most, he would think about the consequences after killing to his heart's content. Kill! Long Tsong's gaze intensified as he strode towards the two god race mighty figures. Bang! 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 He fought against the two god race beings in melee combat and their aura. Flesh and bones collided repeatedly with dull thuds. Instantly, the bloodlines of Long Tsong and the two god race beings were raised to the tsunami blood realm. However, the moment they exchanged blows, the two god race mighty figures shuddered and their eyes were filled with shock. Although the two of them were paragons of the god races and joined forces, they were still suppressed by Long Tsong. After just a few rounds of head-on collisions, both their arms were numb from the shock and their teeth ached while their organs were severely shaken. This was an absolute suppression in terms of strength. What was even more shocking was that Long Tsong had yet to transform into his true form as a dragon. If Long Tsong were to transform into his true form, his combat strength would increase by at least 30%. Bloodline phenomenon. The two god race beings did not hesitate and released their bloodline phenomenons right away. Two ancient and mysterious pyramids appeared beneath the two of them with millions of living beings prostrating around them in pious prayers. An endless stream of power surged into the two god race mighty figures. The auras of the two god race mighty figures were rising rapidly. Roar! Suddenly, Long Tsong reared his head and howled into the skies, letting out a resounding dragon roar. Immediately after, his blood chi surged and gushed. In the blink of an eye, a menacing and massive divine dragon was formed behind him. The divine dragon was covered in green scales and had a sharp gaze. It had 2 horns on its head and 5 claws beneath its abdomen that shone with a cold glint. A tremendous might of the dragon race descended. 5-clawed divine dragon. The 2 god race mighty figures could not help but exclaim with widened eyes when they saw the divine dragon phantom. A 5-clawed divine dragon was the most noble and powerful bloodline of the dragon race. The 2 of them had not expected that this follower of the dragon phoenix true body would actually be a 5-clawed divine dragon. After the 5-clawed divine dragon appeared, the millions of living beings that were kneeling around the pyramid raised their heads with horrified expressions. Even the gods on the pyramids could not protect them. Boom! The divine dragon phantom soared into the air and smashed towards the 2 pyramids with a loud bang. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the 2 pyramids and countless gravel rolled down. The pyramids collapsed. The 2 god race mighty figures shuddered as though they were struck by lightning. Right then, another dragon roar sounded. The terrifying 5-clawed divine dragon charged towards them. It's just a bloodline phenomenon. How much power do you have left? A god race mighty figure hollered and swung the sword in his hands, wanting to shatter the divine dragon phantom. In his opinion, although the divine dragon phantom destroyed their pyramids, it had lost most of its power and was left with almost nothing. Clang! When his gigantic sword struck the divine dragon, it slid down the gigantic dragon scales and sparks flew. It did not manage to cut in. The god race being's eyes widened and he suddenly felt chills run down his spine as he was horrified internally. Something's not right. This isn't a bloodline phenomenon. No matter how realistic a bloodline phenomenon was, it was formed from blood chi. When the god race being slashed down, he struck actual dragon scales and flesh. Not good. The god race being yelled. It's his true form. The true form of a 5-clawed divine dragon. Although he realized it, it was too late. While Long Tsong released his bloodline phenomenon, he transformed into his true form of a 5-clawed divine dragon and charged forward at the same time without giving the 2 god race mighty figures a chance to struggle. Long Tsong opened his gigantic dragon mouth and bit a god race mighty figure. There was a swoosh. Long Tsong's mouth closed. The god race mighty figure vanished and was crushed into a meat sludge by Long Tsong. Golden divine blood flowed slowly through the gaps in Long Tsong's teeth. Boom! Long Tsong waved his dragon tail. Before the other god race mighty figure could react, a huge shadow enveloped him and whipped his body into a blood mist without a corpse left. God race mighty figures did not have capabilities such as blood rebirth. The mighty figure's body and essence spirit were destroyed by the divine dragon's tail whip and he died. When Long Tsong released his might, 2 god race mighty figures died. Although Long Tsong killed the 2 god race mighty figures, it did not affect the current situation at all. Even though he had transformed into his true form as a 5-clawed divine dragon, he was not qualified to interfere in the battle between the ancestor realm. The 2 barbarian patriarchs and 2 ancestor gods released their divine powers one after another. However, the dragon phoenix true body still had a calm expression without any fear. It was indeed difficult for one to die after advancing to the Mahayana realm and comprehending blood rebirth. However, difficult to die did not mean impossible to die. Otherwise, the human race would not have lost so many patriarchs over the years. Even for Mahayana patriarchs, damage to their essence spirits were absolutely fatal. Once the essence spirit was destroyed and one soul was dispersed, even if their bodies were intact, it would mean death and dissipation of their consciousness. There was another way. If a Mahayana patriarch had every single fiber of life in his flesh destroyed without even a single drop of blood remaining, even if his essence spirit was intact, he would not be able to reconstruct his body. The combat strength of Mahayana patriarchs who lost their bodies was reduced and it was much easier to kill them later on. The dragon phoenix true body had a cold expression. The blood rebirth of Mahayana patriarchs could not scare him. He possessed a secret skill that could kill essence spirits directly. The reverse scale. The glabella of the dragon phoenix true body shone when he saw the two barbarian patriarchs and two ancestor gods charge forward. His massive spirit consciousness compressed continuously and a shuddering spirit consciousness fluctuation spread. A palm-sized scarlet scale slowly floated out from the glabella of the dragon true body. It was in the shape of a crescent and looked ordinary. However, the appearance of the dragon scale caused the entire world to tremble. It was as though space had frozen. The reverse scale had descended. The dragon phoenix true body believed that even if the four patriarchs of the primordial races were not killed by the reverse scale, their essence spirits would be severely injured. At that time, he would be able to gain an absolute advantage and crush them. The expressions of the two barbarian patriarchs changed. However, there was no fear on the faces of the two barbarian patriarchs. Instead, there was a look of incredulity. Impossible! The two barbarian patriarchs were alarmed. The young master of the barbarian race looked at everything with widened eyes in disbelief as well. After the reverse scale appeared, beyond the dragon phoenix true body's expectations, although the four patriarchs of the primordial races paused, they did not condense their essence spirit secret skills to defend. The two ancestor gods frowned slightly with bewildered expressions. The dragon phoenix true body's heart skipped a beat as he narrowed his eyes. Right in front of him, the reverse scale that had just been formed dissipated rapidly and vanished in the blink of an eye. Ha ha! The middle-aged ancestor god heaved a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. Long Mo, you're truly foolish. You're only asking to be humiliated by releasing an essence spirit secret skill in the territory of the barbarian race. Every single one of the primordial 9 races specialized in different strengths and domains. Every single primordial race had a different weakness. For example, the witch race had the weakest physique and bloodline among the primordial 9 races and were not much different from ordinary humans. However, the witch race was the strongest in terms of essence spirit cultivation and comprehension. For the barbarian race, it was the opposite. The barbarian race had an extremely strong physique, and their cultivation of their bodies alone surpassed the dragon and god race. However, the barbarian race had the weakest essence spirit cultivation among the primordial 9 races. In the primordial and ancient wars, almost no expert of the same cultivation realm could hurt or severely injure the barbarian race. However, many barbarians died in the two battles. Most of their bodies were left intact. They died to essence spirit secret skills. That was the reason why the ancient barbarian emperor used a divine power in the territory of the barbarian race such that no essence spirit secret skills could be conjured. In the territory of the barbarian race, dermic arts, divine powers, or one's body and bloodline could be used. The only thing they could not release was essence spirit secret skills. Actually, the two barbarian patriarchs were already shocked when the dragon phoenix true body could condense the reverse scale. With the divine power of the ancient barbarian emperor in the territory of the barbarian race, essence spirit secret skills could not even be condensed, let alone released. Earlier on, the reverse scale was truly formed. However, it could not defend against the divine power left behind by the ancient barbarian emperor and dissipated rapidly. The dragon phoenix true body realized this before long. This change was somewhat beyond his control. Kill! The middle-aged ancestor god hollered and the heavenly god phantom swayed. His body shone brightly as he swung his gigantic sword and charged forward once more. The old lady swayed as well and made use of the divine power of heavenly god descent. Instantly, she raised her dragon head walking stick and smashed it down with an overwhelming might. Two barbarian patriarchs charged forward as well. The dragon phoenix true body could sense that the barbarian race was still wary and restrained themselves, not releasing their dermic treasures. Even so, the power released by the four patriarchs when they used their divine powers was still extremely terrifying and could kill him. Without hesitation, the dragon true body channeled his essence spirit, and a spirit turtle appeared on the surface of the sea in his consciousness, roaring into the skies. Condense! The dragon true body hollered. A divine light burst forth from his glabella and condensed in midair. Buzz! A divine power that shook the world descended. In front of the dragon true body, a gigantic stone shield appeared with a wave of his hands. It was rough and ancient with curved patterns etched on it in a mysterious manner. The stone shield resembled an ancient turtle shell. The ravines on the turtle shell were already shining brightly with a mysterious luster. It was an innate divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the spirit turtle shield. This was also the strongest defensive technique of the dragon phoenix true body. Almost the moment the spirit turtle shield was formed, the attacks of the 4 patriarchs descended. Clang! Clang! The gigantic sword and dragon head walking stick struck the spirit turtle shield almost at the same time. Bang! Bang! The fists of the 2 barbarian patriarchs struck the spirit turtle shield as well and let out a loud bang. The scene seemed to have frozen. After a momentary pause, a bedazzling glow burst forth from the spirit turtle shield and a rampant aura surged. Snap! The spirit turtle shield shattered. Both the gigantic sword and the dragon head walking stick were repelled. The 2 barbarian patriarchs retreated half a step as well. The dragon phoenix true body was in an even worse state as he descended rapidly. With a boom, he smashed heavily into the ground, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere as dust billowed. Cough! The dragon phoenix true body coughed out a mouthful of blood and felt immense pain all over his body. His bones and tendons felt like they were about to split. After the 4 patriarchs released their divine powers, their strength increased exponentially. That sort of power from divine powers was way too strong. Although the spirit turtle shield blocked most of the divine power, much of it still surged into his body and dealt a huge blow to his body. Young master! Long Tsong and the others exclaimed when they saw that. Don't come! The voice of the dragon phoenix true body sounded with an unquestionable tone. Long Tsong and the others stopped hurriedly. The dragons knew that they would only burden the dragon phoenix true body if they advanced rashly and would only drag him down. Long Tsong took out a messaging talisman from his storage bag and tore it apart instantly. Turning into a streak of light, the talisman sped out of the barbarian palace. Bang! Before the streak of light flew out of the barbarian palace, it was grabbed by a gigantic palm and crushed instantly. The figure of the young master of the barbarian race appeared. Man who? Long Tsong was enraged and hollered, "What are you doing? If the young master dies in your barbarian palace, prepare to endure the wrath of the dragon race." A wary look flashed through the eyes of the young master of the barbarian race when he heard that. He gripped his fists gently and said in a deep voice, "Long Tsong, your young master was the one who broke the rules in this matter first. You can't blame us for attacking." Even so, his tone clearly softened. The young master of the barbarian race continued, "Furthermore, even if you send a message back to the Dragon Bone Valley now, it'll definitely be too late. Long Mo won't be able to last that long against the combined forces of 4 patriarchs." Boom! Before his sentence was finished, a loud bang sounded from the battlefield. The middle-aged ancestor god and old lady summoned their dermic treasures and chased after the dragon phoenix true body. Slashing down viciously, the gigantic sword sliced the ground of the barbarian palace into 2. The power of divine powers released by the dragon head walking stick even created a huge pit in the ground. "Master!" Solitary Cloud cried with bloodshot eyes. He wanted to charge forward and fight the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady to the death, but he was held back by Long Tsong. "The young master isn't dead yet," Long Tsong hollered. True enough. There was no sign of the dragon phoenix true body in the gigantic pit on the ground. The attacks of the 2 ancestor gods missed completely. The expressions of the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady changed slightly. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent descended and the figure of the dragon phoenix true body appeared behind the old lady. His 5 claws covered the skies as he grabbed towards her. "Watch out!" The middle-aged ancestor god hollered and swung the gigantic sword in his hands, slashing towards the dragon phoenix true body. The 2 experts of the barbarian race attacked from behind as well. The dragon phoenix true body frowned slightly and the 2 pairs of gigantic wings behind him flapped. He transformed into a scarlet golden streak of light and vanished on the spot instantly. It was too fast. The attacks of the 4 patriarchs of the primordial races missed. 2 pairs of wings? The 4 patriarchs were slightly stunned. They could clearly see that apart from the pair of scarlet wings on the back of the dragon phoenix true body, there was an even larger pair of golden wings. His wings shone with a resplendent glow and were magnificent without any flaws. It was the second divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, extreme speed. During his cultivation in the ancestral dragon ground in the past few years, the dragon phoenix true body's comprehension of that divine power deepened and his chemistry with the dragon phoenix wings improved as well. The current dragon phoenix true body was much faster than when he was escaping on Penglai Island. Against the encirclement of the 4 patriarchs of the primordial races, the dragon phoenix true body relied on his extreme speed divine power and was still moving with ease. Although the 4 patriarchs of the primordial races were strong, they could not touch the dragon phoenix true body at all. Not only that, if the 2 ancestor gods relaxed their minds, they would suffer from the killing move of the dragon phoenix true body and encounter danger repeatedly. No, this won't do. The middle-aged ancestor god was secretly alarmed. If this continued, they would be disadvantaged instantly in terms of strength once their divine powers dissipated and the heavenly god phantom disappeared. At that time, the 4 of them would definitely not be able to defend against the killing power of the dragon phoenix. We have to force him to fight us head-on. The middle-aged ancestor god sent a voice transmission to the old lady using his spirit consciousness as he chased. I'll go deal with those cubs from the dragon race and force him to show himself. The old lady sneered coldly and left the battlefield after saying that. She leaned on her dragon head walking stick and lunged towards Long Tsong and the others with a murderous intent. The dragons were shocked. They could not defend against the power of the ancestor god at all. Even as a 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Tsong was as insignificant as an ant against the power of an ancestor god. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic, thick stone pillar descended from the void. The stone pillar was grayish-white and there was a 5-clawed divine dragon climbing on it. It exuded an ancient aura and possessed a rampant might that could suppress the 10,000 races. It was another innate divine power of the dragon phoenix true body, the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The ancestral dragon divine pillar descended from the skies and was thousands of feet long. It created a huge hole in the roof of the barbarian palace and smashed down towards the old lady. Good timing. The old lady's expression was unchanged as she channeled her blood chi and swung her dragon head walking stick, striking viciously at the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Boom! There was a deafening bang. A series of cracks appeared on the ancestral dragon divine pillar, and it shattered into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged ancestor god charged over as well and swung the gigantic sword in his hands. He ignored the dragon phoenix true body and charged towards Long Tsong and the others. He knew very well that even if he attacked the dragon phoenix true body, it would be useless. Before his gigantic sword descended, the dragon phoenix true body would make use of his extreme speed divine power to leave first. What he wanted to do was to force the dragon phoenix true body to attack them and fight them head-on. The 2 barbarian patriarchs frowned slightly. As Mahayana patriarchs, they were already bullying the young by attacking a half-martial ancestor. Now that they even used such despicable methods, the 2 barbarian patriarchs were disgusted. The barbarian race had always been open and above-board in their actions. When they saw that, the 2 barbarian patriarchs hesitated for a moment and did not charge forward. The dragon phoenix true body appeared and shielded Long Tsong and the others. He glared at the middle-aged ancestor god and old lady with a cold expression. Young master, leave this place and don't worry about us. Long Tsong realized that the patriarchs of the primordial races could not injure the dragon phoenix true body at all. That was the reason why they were now the targets of the attacks. That's right. Leave first. Long Shi urged as well. Nobody will be able to leave today, the old lady said sinisterly. Leave. The dragon phoenix true body had a burning gaze and said slowly with a murderous aura. Since I chose to attack, I had no intention of leaving. Furthermore, You guys won't be able to leave today either. The two ancestor gods wanted to kill the dragon phoenix true body. However, neither of them realized that the dragon phoenix true body wanted to kill them as well. The blood chi of the dragon phoenix true body surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed. His aura rose continuously without any signs of stopping. Scarlet demonic chi rumbled around the dragon phoenix true body. Within the blazing flames, ancient demon kings with shuddering gazes were swiftly formed one after another. Wild bovine demon king, stone bear demon king, anaconda demon king, sanguine ape demon king, divine steed demon king, hell tiger demon king, wind leopard demon king, desolate ocean dragon king, sea calming turtle. After the 9 demon kings, a 10th demon king appeared, the golden rock. The 10 demon kings were born from the flames and descended one after another. They were filled with a powerful aura and had sharp claws and fangs. Their demon eyes shone with a violent glint as they circled around the dragon phoenix true body. Roar! Under the protection of the 10 demon kings, the dragon phoenix true body had a torrential aura as he howled into the skies, letting out a roar that could break metal and rocks. The 10 demon kings roared at the same time. The roar resonated and reverberated through the barbarian palace. The entire hall began to shake as dust fell endlessly, as though it was about to collapse the next moment. The young master of the barbarian race sat on the ground with a shocked expression after being struck by a gigantic air current. The 2 ancestor gods that were charging over were the first to be struck. Their ears hurt from the roar and their minds buzzed. The expressions of the 2 ancestor gods turned pale. Is that a bloodline phenomenon? The pupils of the 2 ancestor gods constricted. What bloodline phenomenon could produce such a scene? The aura released by the 10 demon kings was practically about to sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The heavenly god phantoms behind the 2 ancestor gods turned blurry against the auras of the 10 demon kings and began to sway as though they were about to disperse. After comprehending the divine power of the second ball of light in the dragon phoenix true body's consciousness, the power of the bloodline phenomenon increased exponentially with the addition of another demon king. The old lady's heart skipped a beat as though she recalled something. Suddenly, she retreated and arrived beside the corpse of the firmament sovereign. With a casual scoop, she removed the storage ring on the latter's finger. Kill! The dragon phoenix true body frowned slightly and vaguely realized something. He channeled the 10 demon kings and charged towards the middle-aged ancestor god and the old lady. The 10 demon kings roared and demonic chi surged, tearing the heavens and earth as their chi devoured everything in sight. The old lady's spirit consciousness moved and she took out a jade scroll from the storage bag of firmament sovereign. She smiled sinisterly at the dragon phoenix true body and crushed the jade scroll. Buzz! The void trembled. The jade scroll shattered and released an incomparably blinding light that purged away all the darkness in the barbarian palace. Beams of light filled the air with a terrifying power. Not good. That's the divine power of the god race. The great light technique. The 2 barbarian patriarchs exclaimed and retreated, avoiding the streaks of light. An extremely brilliant method was required to seal a divine power in a jade scroll. The greater divine power sealed in the jade scroll was a life-saving method prepared for the firmament sovereign. However, nobody expected the dragon phoenix true body to attack without warning and release many killing moves consecutively. In 2 to 3 breaths, he killed the firmament sovereign. He did not even have the chance to take out the jade scroll. By sealing the divine power in the jade scroll, a lot of its power would definitely be lost. Even so, it was a greater divine power that was sealed in the jade scroll after all. It was bright and pervasive, filling the entire place. Even if Su Zimo released his extreme speed divine power, he had nowhere to hide. Every single ray of light released by the great light technique was as thin as a hair and was difficult to identify with the naked eye. However, they possessed an extremely terrifying power. The 10 demon kings were enveloped by the great light technique and revealed pained expressions. Their flesh was pierced and fresh blood dripped. Even if the power of that greater divine power was reduced, it was enough to kill a Mahayana patriarch. Even the two barbarian patriarchs did not dare to approach. The physique of the barbarian race was indeed strong and their defense was shocking. However, they were only at the early stage Mahayana realm and had only comprehended some lesser divine powers. They could not defend against the power of a greater divine power. Long mo, you'll definitely die today. The old lady laughed sinisterly. The moment the great light technique descended, the 10 demon kings were destroyed by the divine power and their bodies were penetrated, riddled with holes. The dragon phoenix true body spat out a mouthful of blood as well as the feathers on his body fell with a pale expression. He had released all his means. If it was just the two ancestor gods, the dragon phoenix true body would definitely be able to kill them here given his combat power. But now, that small jade scroll had changed the situation completely. As though he sensed the danger the dragon phoenix true body was in, the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness circulated within his body. After the 10 demon kings dissipated, they turned into rich demonic chi rapidly. Scarlet demonic chi surged and a blood-colored butterfly appeared behind the dragon phoenix true body in the blink of an eye. The blood butterfly spread its wings with 2 bright moons imprinted on them, glaring at the 2 ancestor gods like a pair of cold eyes. The blood butterfly was only around 10 feet wide. However, the 2 ancestor gods felt their scalps tingle and shuddered. "What is that?" the middle-aged ancestor god mumbled. Suddenly, the wings on the back of the blood butterfly flapped gently. That slight vibration was almost impossible to detect, but it triggered a shocking storm. The surrounding void distorted, changed, collapsed and caved in. Even the light that spread over distorted as it entered the void. Under the flap of the blood-colored butterfly, a rare darkness appeared around the dragon phoenix true body. The 2 powers collided in the barbarian palace. A moment later, the light gradually dispersed. The blood-colored butterfly vanished as well. The dragon phoenix true body had a dispirited expression and fell from midair with his eyes closed. Blood was dripping from his body, and he was severely injured after being penetrated by the power of light. In truth, if not for the protection of the 10 demon kings and the final defense of the blood-colored butterfly, the great light technique would have been enough to kill the dragon phoenix true body. Although he was a taboo, he was only a half-martial ancestor and had not advanced that final step yet. That step was a world of a difference. The power of a greater divine power was completely beyond what he could endure. "He's not dead," the old lady shrieked in disbelief. "It's a taboo dragon phoenix after all, and his life force is way too strong," the middle-aged ancestor god said coldly. "However, it doesn't matter anymore. The dragon phoenix is severely injured and is like fish on a chopping board that's waiting for us to cut." "Young master!" Long Tsong and the others shouted and wanted to charge forward. However, a tall figure appeared in front of the dragons and blocked their path. The young master of the barbarian race. "Man, who you again?" Long Tsong's expression turned cold and killing intent filled his eyes. "Brother Long Tsong, calm down," Man Who said darkly. "What's the difference between advancing now and courting death? That doesn't mean I can just let the god race kill my young master of the dragon race," Long Tsong shouted. Right then, 2 barbarian patriarchs appeared and stood in front of the dragon phoenix true body, blocking the path of the 2 ancestor gods. "What are you guys doing?" The middle-aged ancestor god's expression changed slightly as he questioned loudly. The barbarian patriarch on the left said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist, the barbarian race is partly to blame for the death of the firmament sovereign in our barbarian palace. However, now that the mistake has been made, the barbarian race can't commit a second mistake." The other barbarian patriarch nodded as well. "If we allow you guys to kill the taboo dragon phoenix here, how will the barbarian race account to the dragon race? Why? You barbarians want to protect him?" The old lady shrieked. "Don't forget, he was the one who killed our young master first. A life for a life. It's only right. There's nothing you can't explain. This matter is extremely important and the 2 of us can't make the decision." A barbarian patriarch hesitated. "This is a matter between the god and dragon race. The barbarian race doesn't want to be embroiled." "Fufu," the middle-aged ancestor god sneered. Right now, Tianhuang mainland is in chaos and our primordial 6 races have already joined forces, prepared to rule over Tianhuang mainland once more. Does the barbarian race still want to live ignobly in this dilapidated place? Our primordial 9 races suffered immense losses in the primordial war. That was the reason why the human race was able to gain the advantage and seize the opportunity to rise through the ancient war. Humans are a bunch of opportunistic ants. It's time to take back the power that allowed these ants to rule over Tianhuang mainland for so long. Don't tell me that the barbarian race is willing to happily accept the crushing defeat of the ancient war. Doesn't the barbarian race want to reign over Tianhuang mainland once more and rule over the 10,000 races? The repeated questions from the middle-aged ancestor god tempted the 2 barbarian patriarchs. The 4 patriarchs of the primordial races were in a standoff and no one noticed that the dragon phoenix true body not far away was gradually transforming. The great light technique was a great divine power of the god race and was extremely powerful. Even with the resistance of the 10 demon kings and the blood-colored butterfly, beams of light seeped into the dragon phoenix true body. Although the light seemed gentle, it possessed a fatal killing intent. Light could bring about life, but it could also cause destruction. The flesh and organs of the dragon phoenix true body gradually deteriorated under the penetration of the light. His flesh withered rapidly and the flames on his body were extinguished. His wings dimmed and gradually decayed. This was a greater divine power after all. Even with the shocking regeneration capabilities of the dragon phoenix true body, it was useless. As though it was sentient, the light surged into the consciousness of the dragon phoenix true body and broke through it without any obstruction. The light wanted to kill the essence spirit of the dragon phoenix true body. However, the light was slightly stunned when it broke through the consciousness. It was truly a sea of consciousness. His massive and pure spirit consciousness materialized into an ocean. It was dark, cold and deep. In that ocean there was a gigantic spirit turtle. A mighty and sharp cry sounded from the firmaments. A golden rock soared through the 9 heavens and spread its wings, covering thousands of kilometers instantly. The gaze of the golden rock was sharp as it circled in the skies, glaring at the ball of light that had entered his consciousness. In the middle of his consciousness hovered 2 fist-sized balls of light that revolved around the scarlet-haired essence spirit with a terrifying aura. It was unknown what they were nurturing. The light of the great light technique gathered rapidly and formed a bedazzling spear in the blink of an eye, piercing towards the scarlet-haired essence spirit. Whoosh! The spear of light tore through the air with an ear-piercing sound. The spear of light contained the power of divine powers, and even the flesh of the dragon phoenix true body could not defend against it. The scarlet-haired essence spirit would definitely die if it was struck. The spirit turtle in the consciousness floated in silence. The golden rock soared above the firmaments and did not act rashly. The 2 demon kings merely glared at the spear with cold gazes. Just as the spear was about to strike the scarlet-haired essence spirit, a ball of light around him floated over and blocked it. Poof! It was unknown whether the power of the spear of light was too strong or if the ball of light was too weak. The moment the spear of light descended, the ball of light was pierced. Time seemed to have stopped. Even the soaring golden rock froze in midair. The next moment, the earth and mountains shook. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from the ball of light as a massive demon beast descended with an ancient aura. It was a divine elephant. The legendary divine elephant was extremely strong and could topple mountains with a single motion. A single sweep of its trunk could sweep away all the stars in the skies. Every single inch of flesh on the gigantic body of the divine elephant possessed an explosive power. The most striking thing was the elephant's tusks on both sides of its trunk. An ordinary divine elephant only had a pair of elephant tusks. However, this divine elephant had 3 pairs, 6 of them. 6 jade-white ivory tusks grew on both sides of its cheeks. They were sharp and possessed divinity, as though they could penetrate everything. The 11th demon king was born. The 6-tusked divine elephant. Roar! The 6-tusked divine elephant swung its trunk and roared into the skies. letting out a resounding and furious roar as its 6 tusks emanated a terrifying aura. The ground beneath the feet of the 6-tusked divine elephant materialized and expanded continuously. Initially, there was only the desolate ocean condensed by the spirit consciousness in the dragon phoenix true body's consciousness. There was a spirit turtle floating in the desolate ocean. A gigantic rock spread its wings in the skies. But now, the descent of the 6-tusked divine elephant caused a miracle, and land appeared one piece after another. Wild bovine demon king, stone bear demon king, anaconda demon king, sanguine ape demon king. With the pieces of land, the demon kings that did not appear earlier on descended and took form. 11 demon kings roared in the consciousness of the dragon phoenix true body, with a terrifying might and torrential demonic chi. The moment the spear of light pierced the ball of light and the 6-tusked divine elephant descended, it was shattered by the divine elephant's trunk and dissipated into the world. The scarlet-haired essence spirit woke up and met the gaze of the 6-tusked divine elephant. The moment their gazes met, the mind of the dragon phoenix true body rumbled, and a mysterious divine power comprehension surged into his mind. There were 4 divine powers at the end of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. A 3rd divine power had appeared. Among the 4 divine powers, the first 2 focused on assisting and protecting one's life. For example, the spirit turtle shield possessed an absolutely terrifying defense. At the half-martial ancestor realm, the dragon phoenix true body even blocked the attacks of 4 patriarchs with the spirit turtle shield. The extreme speed divine power of the golden rock was absolute speed. With the extreme speed divine power, the dragon phoenix true body could move freely without a trace against the combined forces of 4 patriarchs of the primordial races. However, the killing power of the 2 divine powers were not strong and did not have any offensive capabilities. The 3rd divine power awakened by the dragon phoenix true body was absolute power. The 6-tusked divine elephant was the god of the land in the vast wilderness. On land, even the desolate ocean dragon king had to retreat. No living being could match it in terms of strength. The 6-tusked divine elephant could sweep through everything on land. The 3rd divine power, the 6-tusked divine strength. Once that divine power was awakened, one's power would increase exponentially. If one could cultivate 2 elephant tusks, his strength would double. The increase in strength was not purely due to physique. It was the power of bloodline, essence spirit, dermic powers, and even divine powers. All his strength would double. If one could cultivate 4 divine elephant tusks, his strength would increase by 4 times. At its peak, one's strength could reach a maximum of 6 times. This was a divine power technique that could truly break through the shackles of a cultivation realm. After comprehending the 6-tusk divine strength, a terrifying aura burst forth from the dragon phoenix true body instantly. An incomparably strong divine power descended and surged into the dragon phoenix true body, engulfing his organs, bones, and bloodline. Almost in the blink of an eye, the power of light that remained in the dragon phoenix true body was purged. Under the impact of the divine power, the life force of the dragon phoenix true body recovered at a visible speed. His shriveled flesh expanded rapidly and was filled with vitality. His already dim wings shone with a scarlet glow as well. Before long, the dragon phoenix flame burned once more. Under the refinement of the divine power, the dragon phoenix true body's body, bloodline, and even essence spirit transformed once more and became even stronger. The aura of the dragon phoenix true body rose rapidly. Actually, under normal circumstances, the dragon phoenix true body could only comprehend a 3rd divine power after entering the Mahayana realm. However, due to the impact of a greater divine power such as the great light technique in the consciousness of the dragon phoenix true body, the ball of light was shattered in advance and the 3rd divine power descended. Comprehending that divine power brought about even greater changes. The dragon phoenix true body could truly sense the Mahayana realm. He had already touched the barrier of the Mahayana realm. As long as the dragon phoenix true body wanted to, he could make use of the divine power to break through the barrier before him. However, the dragon phoenix true body remained rational and did not do that. This was the barbarian palace. There were 2 ancestor gods opposite him. It was inevitable that something would happen if he chose to broke through here. The expressions of the two barbarian patriarchs changed when they sensed the aura fluctuation behind them. What happened? The two barbarian patriarchs turned over instinctively. Before they could figure out what was going on, they felt a scorching aura surge towards them as a gigantic figure swayed. The next moment, the massive bodies of the two barbarian patriarchs were lifted uncontrollably. Long Tsong's group and the rest of the barbarian race raised their heads instinctively and looked at everything with agape mouths. In the void, a dragon phoenix blazing with scarlet flames flapped his wings and hovered in midair. Each of his claws grabbed a barbarian patriarch, and his aura was torrential. Those were patriarchs of the primordial races. However, against the claws of the dragon phoenix true body, they were lifted like two chickens. The dragon phoenix claws were right above the heads of the two barbarian patriarchs. The two barbarian patriarchs were enraged and wanted to break free. However, the moment they moved, they felt a sharp pain on their scalps, as though warm liquid was flowing down their cheeks. They were bleeding. The barbarian race had the strongest physique. Even the dermic treasures of the god race might not be able to hurt the two barbarian patriarchs if they released their barbarian strength. But now, the heads of the two barbarian patriarchs were pierced by the dragon phoenix claws. The two barbarian patriarchs had pale faces and shocked expressions, not daring to move. They could clearly sense that if they continued struggling, the dragon phoenix true body would be able to pierce their heads with a single thought from its spirit consciousness and kill their essence spirits directly. At that time, it would be useless even if they had blood rebirth. What happened to Long Mo? Even though he hasn't advanced to the Mahayana realm, he seems to be even stronger and more terrifying than before. Would Long Mo really kill us if he goes crazy? The two barbarian patriarchs were alarmed and scared as their imaginations ran wild. Right then, the dragon phoenix true body flung the two barbarian patriarchs to the back casually. The figures of the two barbarian patriarchs were like two mountains that transformed into two black shadows that smashed against the wall of the barbarian palace. Snap! The boulders on the wall shattered. The two barbarian patriarchs gasped and winced in pain as they slid down the wall slowly. Patriarchs! The young master of the barbarian race exclaimed as he rushed forward hurriedly to help the two barbarian patriarchs up. It's fine, it's fine. Although the two barbarian patriarchs were tossed against the wall, a look of joy from surviving a calamity flashed through their eyes. What's wrong with the young master? She was worried. Don't worry, the young master is still rational, Long Song said in a deep voice. The reason why the young master did not kill the two barbarian patriarchs should be because they stood out and blocked the two ancestor gods earlier on. However, because the two barbarian patriarchs joined forces with the two ancestor gods at the start, our young master slammed them against the wall as a small punishment. Just as Long Tsong was whispering to the dragons, a change happened on the battlefield. The dragon phoenix true body had a cold expression and charged towards the two ancestor gods unhurriedly. I thought that you had already broken through to the ancestor realm. So, you're still only a half-martial ancestor. The middle-aged ancestor god swept his spirit consciousness and could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he sensed the cultivation realm of the dragon phoenix true body. He composed himself and sneered. The old lady said coldly, "If you're a half-martial ancestor, you'll definitely die today. Kill!" The two ancestor gods hollered and charged towards the dragon phoenix true body. The divine powers of the two ancestor gods surged and released divine lights. The heavenly god phantom emitted an endless might that intensified the auras of the two ancestor gods. The dragon phoenix true body's gaze was burning. Suddenly, a gigantic divine elephant appeared behind him and swung its trunk, letting out a deafening roar at the two ancestor gods. Roar! The divine elephant cried and tore through the void. As though they were shocked, the heavenly god phantoms behind the two ancestor gods trembled slightly and revealed fearful expressions. Under the might of the divine elephant and its aura, the two heavenly god phantoms dissipated into emptiness. This scene caused an uproar. What did that mean? The divine powers released by the two ancestor gods were destroyed by the divine elephant. the six-tusked divine elephant descended and the world shook. Of course, there were only 2 elephant tusks on the six-tusked divine elephant's cheeks. After all, the dragon phoenix true body had just awakened this divine power, and it was already his limit to cultivate 2 elephant tusks. Even so, the 2 elephant tusks were strong enough. This meant that the bloodline, physique, essence spirit, dermic powers, divine powers, and all other powers of the dragon phoenix true body would double. What sort of an unimaginable concept was twice his strength? When cultivated to its limits, the title manual left behind by the Saber Emperor merely increased his strength by 90% and was less than twice. However, the power of the Dragon Phoenix true body doubled the moment he awakened the divine power of six-tusk divine strength. The Dragon Phoenix true body advanced and extended his gigantic, menacing claws towards the middle-aged ancestor god. 5 cracks appeared in the void with that slash. The middle-aged ancestor god was shocked, but he tried his best to compose himself. With a deep roar, he channeled his blood chi and swung the gigantic sword in his hands towards the dragon phoenix claw. Clang! The gigantic sword struck the dragon phoenix claw, and the sound of metal clashing echoed with sparks. Immediately after, his eyes widened. He felt a torrential force crush down along the dragon phoenix claw. His dermic treasure was like a toy against the dragon phoenix claw. In the face of that power, he was as insignificant as an ant. Xing! The dragon phoenix claw tore the middle-aged ancestor god apart as fresh blood splattered. His limbs were broken and his organs were splattered all over the ground with a torrential blood stench. Beside the dragon phoenix true body, the old lady swung her dragon head walking stick. The moment she charged forward, a large scarlet shadow appeared before her. Poof! The old lady's body was whipped into a blood mist by the casual sway of the dragon phoenix true body's tail. Complete suppression. Both ancestor gods reacted extremely quickly and escaped with their essence spirits right away. Before long, the middle-aged ancestor god used blood rebirth to reconstruct a new body and recovered with a pale expression. Blood rebirth was not omnipotent. Every single blood rebirth took a huge toll on the essence spirit. Given the power of his essence spirit, the middle-aged ancestor god could only release 3 blood rebirths at most. By the 4th time, his essence spirit would be exhausted and he would not be able to form a physical body even if he wanted to. The speed of the old lady's body formation had clearly slowed down. She was in her twilight years to begin with, and her lifespan was reduced by quite a bit by Baron in the beginning. Earlier on, her body exploded and her life force deteriorated rapidly after another huge battle. The old lady had almost exhausted the power of her essence spirit for this blood rebirth. Although the old lady was reborn, she seemed to have aged for 1,000 years in this short period of time. She had brown hair and the wrinkles on her face were even deeper, emanating an aura of decay. Even though the middle-aged ancestor god tried his best to control himself, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of shock. What sort of methods are those? The middle-aged ancestor god gulped and asked loudly, "How did your strength increase so much in such a short period of time?" "That's impossible." Even though he witnessed and experienced it personally, the middle-aged ancestor god was still unwilling to believe it. Even a lesser divine power would not be able to bring about such a shocking transformation. "Do you want to know?" The dragon phoenix true body had an indifferent expression as he looked at the 2 ancestor gods without any emotions in his eyes. He said coldly, "Go to hell and ask. There are countless souls of innocent living beings from the primordial war waiting for you there." In the primordial era, the god race invaded and provoked the 3 taboos to fight against one another intentionally, triggering the unprecedentedly tragic primordial war. In that war, countless living beings and races perished. The god race was the culprit. Only the 2 ancestor gods could understand the meaning behind Su Zimo's words. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." The middle-aged ancestor god averted his gaze and forced a smile. That was a secret of the primordial era that had been buried in time. Even within the god race, only patriarchs were qualified to know about it, let alone the other races. The middle-aged ancestor god did not believe that the dragon phoenix true body could know those secrets. Everyone from the barbarian race frowned slightly. They could vaguely tell that the dragon phoenix true body seemed to be implying something, but the many barbarians were still confused. Long Mo, a barbarian patriarch, took a deep breath and stood out, saying in a deep voice, "Since things have come to this, you can't continue with your wrongdoings and go for the kill." The barbarian race felt terrible being sandwiched between the dragon and god race. Because the god and dragon race arrived at the same time, the barbarian race was initially contemplating how they should deal with the two races and obtain the greatest benefits. However, they did not expect the dragon phoenix true body to be so decisive to kill and slaughter the firmament sovereign right away. With that, their plans were completely spoiled. The current situation was completely out of the control of the barbarian race. Right now, the barbarian race only wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible and get out of it. They could not let the two ancestor gods kill the dragon phoenix true body. However, they could not let the dragon phoenix true body kill the remaining two ancestor gods either. The barbarian race wanted to gain from both sides, but they did not expect to land in a predicament instead. The young master of the barbarian race stood out as well and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Long Mo, the barbarian race doesn't want any gifts anymore. I truly can't accept this huge gift of yours. It's fine if you don't want this huge gift." The dragon phoenix true body had a cold gaze and said firmly, "However, I must kill the two of them." Actually, the moment he entered the barbarian palace and saw the god race, the dragon phoenix true body had already triggered his killing intent. The so-called gift was naturally just an excuse. By killing the god race, he could firstly force the barbarian race into making a decision. Secondly, it was because of the truth behind the primordial war. The dragon phoenix true body felt indignant. He was indignant for Night Spirit. He was indignant for the countless living beings and destroyed races that died in the primordial war. The moment he said that, the dragon phoenix true body charged forward once more and a tremendous might descended. A wild wind howled, sweeping up scorching flames that surged over. "Long Mo, you're way too arrogant. This is the barbarian race, not your Dragon Bone Valley." The two barbarian patriarchs had enraged expressions as they slapped their storage bags and withdrew their dermic treasures. With a loud shout, they charged forward. They must not let the two ancestor gods die in the barbarian palace either. Otherwise, the barbarian race would have no way back or any choices remaining. A barbarian patriarch wielded a gigantic stone hammer and smashed it towards the dragon phoenix true body. The dermic treasure of the other barbarian patriarch was a gigantic axe that could split the skies and was also made from an unknown rock. Although the craftsmanship of the two dermic treasures was crude, the power released by the stone hammer and axe was extremely terrifying. The stone hammer descended with a ton of weight. Only the body of the barbarian race could wield such a dermic treasure with ease. The stone axe cleaved down and slashed towards the dragon phoenix true body with the momentum to split the world apart. Scram! The dragon phoenix true body flapped his wings and hollered coldly. Bang! Bang! The phoenix's tail and wings struck the stone hammer and gigantic axe respectively, sending the two dermic treasures flying. The two barbarian patriarchs shuddered as well. The moment they charged forward, they were sent flying back at an even faster speed and smashed against the wall of the barbarian palace. Boom! Boom! This time round, the impact on the two barbarian patriarchs was even greater. They smashed the boulders on the wall of the barbarian palace and created human-shaped holes. Debris fell and dust billowed as the two barbarian patriarchs were casually thrown out of the barbarian palace by the dragon phoenix true body. The young master of the barbarian race had just taken a step forward and was prepared to join forces with the two patriarchs when he saw that. Without a trace, he gulped and could not help but retract the leg he had stepped forward with. The dragon phoenix true body descended, and its 5 claws covered the skies, sealing the old lady's escape path without any gaps. The old lady shrieked with a despairing expression, "Long Mo, the god race will definitely take revenge for me." The old lady's body was torn by the dragon phoenix claw once more. However, this time round, the old lady's essence spirit was defeated and she could no longer use blood rebirth. The speed of the essence spirit became incomparably sluggish as well. In the blink of an eye, It was torn apart by the dragon phoenix claws and died. When he saw that, the middle-aged ancestor god's face turned pale as he was scared out of his wits. He no longer had the guts and courage to fight the dragon phoenix true body again. The middle-aged ancestor god channeled his blood chi and transformed into a divine light, escaping out of the barbarian palace. However, his speed was far inferior to the dragon phoenix true body. The middle-aged ancestor god did not manage to escape far before the dragon phoenix true body caught up to him and chomped down, devouring his entire body. The essence spirit of the middle-aged ancestor god left his body hurriedly and escaped, fleeing from the dragon phoenix true body's mouth by a hair's breadth. The body of the middle-aged ancestor god was torn by a single bite of the dragon phoenix true body. He was devoured whole without a single drop of blood flowing out. The middle-aged ancestor god channeled his essence spirit and wanted to use blood rebirth. However, he did not even have a single drop of bloodline left. Swoosh! The wings of the dragon phoenix true body closed, forming a gigantic cage of flames that trapped the middle-aged ancestor god within and burned with raging fire. Ah! 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 The essence spirit of the middle-aged ancestor god let out tragic cries in the flames. Within a few breaths, he was burned to ashes by the flames of the dragon phoenix true body. Clang! The dragon phoenix true body spat out the storage ring of the middle-aged ancestor god and it fell to the ground. The young master of the barbarian race, as well as Longsong and the others, were dumbfounded. Boom! Boom! Outside the barbarian palace, the two barbarian patriarchs snapped out of their stupor and broke free from the rubble. They charged back with furious expressions. The moment they entered the barbarian palace, they stopped in their tracks and looked at everything before them in a daze. Everything was over, including the young master and 3 ancestor gods. A total of 6 god race beings were annihilated with no survivors. In the depths of the great boulder forest, 2 burly men sat opposite one another with a few jars of strong wine on the table, filling the air with the fragrance of wine. One of them was more than 30 feet tall. Even though he was in a lotus position, he was close to 20 feet tall and looked sturdy like a mountain. The burly man's gaze was dignified. He was the barbarian clan leader, Man Feng. The person opposite the burly man had scarlet hair that burned like flames. He had a rough appearance and an unshaved beard, but he exuded a malevolent aura. What? Suddenly, Man Feng threw the wine jar on the ground and slammed the table. He glared at the scarlet-haired burly man opposite him with a shocked expression and asked, "Long Ran, was what you said true?" The scarlet-haired burly man was the red-headed ghost of the dragon race. The red-headed ghost nodded. Absolutely. Man Feng was bewildered and pondered for a moment before frowning. Long Ran, on account of our relationship, I can turn a blind eye to whatever nonsense your cub of the dragon race outside creates. However, you can't spout nonsense like that. Long Ran rolled his eyes. Barbarian, we've been through life and death together. How can I lie to you about something like this? After pondering for a long time, Man Feng nodded. I definitely believe you. However, the problem is how to make the other patriarchs of the barbarian race believe you. The decision of the barbarian race concerns their future. Although I'm the clan leader, I can't make the decision. The red-headed ghost waved it off. It's fine, I have evidence. Man Feng's eyes lit up, but he was skeptical. After all, it's been so long since the primordial war. What evidence can you have? The evidence is not with me. However, everything will be revealed at the 10,000 race meet, the red-headed ghost said. Man Feng said in a deep voice, All right, I believe you and can even let the barbarian race take part in the 10,000 race meet. However, before this matter is made clear, I can't guarantee that the barbarian race will definitely join forces with the dragon race. No problem, the red-headed ghost said confidently. The truth will naturally be revealed at the 10,000 race meet. After a brief pause, he turned around and his gaze seemed to cross the voids to land in the barbarian palace. Suddenly, he said, But now you've got to arrange a secret chamber for Long Mo. He's about to break through. Also, Let me remind you that the cub you're referring to is a taboo dragon phoenix. He can kill early-stage Mahayana patriarchs at the half-martial ancestor realm. Once he enters the Mahayana realm and becomes a patriarch, he'll be on the same level as us. Don't speak without restraint. Manfeng grumbled. Fine, got it. You're the most protective of him. If I didn't give you face, do you think he would be able to behave so arrogantly in the territory of the barbarian race? He doesn't know that I'm here this time round. You don't have to tell him either. As though he recalled something from the past, a look of sadness flashed through the red-headed ghost's eyes as he murmured, I was a little afraid after that incident. Manfeng was silent and merely patted the red-headed ghost on the shoulder as a form of comfort. He knew that the red-headed ghost thought of his child. 10,000 years ago, it was because of the death of the red-headed ghost's child that he went into a complete frenzy and massacred everyone, creating a catastrophe. The red-headed ghost had long regarded Su Zimo as his child. He did not wish for the tragedy of the past to repeat itself on Su Zimo. Therefore, this time round, he followed behind the dragon phoenix true body and the others secretly to protect them. He even arrived in the barbarian race a step earlier and sought out the barbarian clan leader to explain the pros and cons. Otherwise, the barbarian race would have been alarmed a long time ago after such a huge commotion in the barbarian palace. Why else would no barbarian patriarchs appear even after such a long time? In the barbarian palace, the young master of the barbarian race and two barbarian patriarchs looked at the dilapidated barbarian palace. The ground was filled with blood and the corpses of the god race. Their expressions were terrible and they were enraged. The young master of the barbarian race clenched his fists and grit his teeth. Long mo, this is the barbarian race. Aren't you way too domineering by starting a massacre in the barbarian race? Long mo, a barbarian patriarch hollered as well. You're so arrogant and bloodthirsty, and you're trying to force the barbarian race to submit to your demands. Let me tell you, the barbarian race will definitely not join forces with you. It's not that I'm bloodthirsty, it's that the god race deserves to be killed, the dragon phoenix true body said indifferently. Humph, what a joke. The other barbarian patriarch sneered. The barbarian race will report today's matter to the god race as it is. Leave. The barbarian race does not welcome you. The dragon phoenix true body was silent. The outcome today was definitely not what he wanted. He was indignant. However, he knew in his heart that if he revealed the truth of the primordial war now, he would only attract the ridicule of the barbarian race and they would not believe him. After all, the truth was way too terrifying. It had completely overturned everyone's understanding. The barbarian race would definitely be prejudiced and deem it his excuse to frame the god race after killing them. However, the dragon phoenix true body was indignant to leave the barbarian race just like that. On the other hand, Long Tsong and the others did not think that way. The dragon phoenix true body caused a huge ruckus in the barbarian palace and killed the firmament sovereign. They couldn't be gladder than to be able to leave unscathed. Young master, don't think about it. Let's leave this place first. Long Tsong sent a voice transmission secretly. We'll rethink the matter of joining forces with the barbarian race. We can't linger here. Master, let's hurry and leave. Solitary Cloud urged as well. The dragons were anxious, afraid that the barbarian race would renege on their words. Hold on. Suddenly, the young master of the barbarian race shouted. It's over. Long Tsong and the others felt their hearts skip a beat and realized that the situation was bad. The expression of the young master of the barbarian race was a little strange. Unlike what Long Tsong and the others expected, he did not look angry and murderous. Instead, he looked embarrassed. Cough, cough. He coughed gently and arrived before the dragon phoenix true body before cupping his fists. Well, brother Long Mo, please forgive me for my rudeness earlier on. A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the dragon phoenix true body. Long Tsong and the others were dumbfounded. What was going on? In just a short while, the attitude of the barbarian race towards them had reversed drastically. The first reaction of the dragons was that the barbarian race was trying to trick them. However, on second thought, the barbarian race had always been open and honest with clear distinction between gratitude and hatred. They never hid anything from anyone. They would definitely not be acting as such if they truly wanted to lay the blame on them. However, the dragons were puzzled as to what happened. The young master of the barbarian race made an inviting gesture. "Brother Long Mo, please enter." The dragon phoenix true body pondered for a moment before shifting his gaze to the two barbarian patriarchs. He said hesitantly, "That's not good, right? These two barbarian seniors just berated me that the barbarian race doesn't welcome me." The two barbarian patriarchs blushed and wanted to find holes to hide in. Both of them gritted their teeth in hatred. They had both lived for so long. How could they not tell that the dragon phoenix true body was repeating what they said intentionally? The two barbarian patriarchs walked over slowly and cupped their fists towards the dragon phoenix true body, saying embarrassedly, "Please forgive us, young master of the dragon race. Our barbarian race is straightforward and reckless. Don't take it to heart." "Well said, well said." The dragon phoenix true body smiled gently. "You're making things sound too serious, seniors." The young master of the barbarian race walked over and hugged the shoulder of the dragon phoenix true body, saying with a smile, "Brother Long Mo, let's drink to our heart's content and forget about today's matter. When the time comes, we'll head to the 10,000 race meet together. Kunlun Ruins, Ling Long secret ground." After 100 years, Su Zimo had returned here once more. Su Zimo had benefited immensely from his cultivation over the years. He had already entered the half-martial ancestor realm and comprehended a trace of divine power. However, he still could not break through. Although nothing changed in the Linglong secret ground, Su Zimo had one less person by his side. Xianxia was gone. He looked at the secret ground and could not help but recall the scene of him, Extreme Fire and Xianxia entering this place. Although it happened 100 years ago, it felt like yesterday. "Zimo, don't worry. Xianxia is very smart. She'll be fine." Extreme Fire consoled at the side. Night Spirit reverted to the form of a black-robed youth and followed behind Su Zimo in silence. "What about the treasures here?" Extreme Fire asked with a frown as the three of them arrived at the secret chamber in the Linglong secret ground and looked at the many treasures left behind by Fairy Linglong. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. "Let's leave them here. These treasures are the hope left behind by Fairy Linglong for the human race." However, the human race won the ancient war. But now that Tianhuang mainland is in chaos, the situation of the human race is even more dangerous than in the ancient era. There are dangers both inside and outside. This might be the last path of retreat for the human race. Extreme Fire nodded. The two of them arrived at the wall where Fairy Linglong left her words and bowed once more before turning to leave the secret ground. Compared to 100 years ago, Su Zimo and the other two were much stronger. The three of them left the Linglong secret ground and entered the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins. As they advanced, almost all the malevolent ghosts and spirits fled far away and did not dare to approach them. The three of them advanced and returned to Tianhuang mainland in less than half a day. Su Zimo gazed in the direction of the middle continent and murmured softly, 10,000 race meet, here I come." Middle continent, heaven-expanding mountain range. The mountain range was filled with thick fog all year round. However, during this period of time, as though it was controlled, the fog dispersed entirely. Enigma Palace. Throughout history, it was the most mysterious and powerful existence in the cultivation world, the sacred ground of the human race. Ever since the ancient era, the world had changed. Even for the super sects, many of them rose and were destroyed with different ones taking over endlessly. Enigma Palace was the only one that stood strong. There were no flames of war that affected the territory of Enigma Palace. Furthermore, Enigma Palace was the most mysterious existence in the cultivation world. Nobody knew what was inside Enigma Palace. Apart from cultivators of Enigma Palace, almost no outsiders could enter Enigma Palace to catch a glimpse of its true appearance. But now that Enigma Palace was hosting the 10,000 race meet, the mysterious veil of Enigma Palace was removed completely. Over the past few days, countless sects, factions, cultivators and races had descended in Enigma Palace. The 10,000 race meet encompassed everything. It did not matter if they were from major sects, minor sects, itinerant cultivators, aristocratic families, anacondas, snakes, or any other variant beast of the demon race. As long as their cultivation realms were high enough, they could come if they wanted to take part in the 10,000 race meet. In the past few days, countless sects, factions, and powerful living beings had arrived at the heaven-expanding mountain range and entered Enigma Palace. Many experts were gathered. In fact, even some itinerant cultivators who were in seclusion appeared. Nobody was going to miss this grand meet. Everyone knew that this was not just a mere meet. There was a high chance that this gathering would determine the future of Tianhuang mainland, including the fates of the 10,000 races. Dao palaces were scattered all over Enigma Palace in mysterious locations that seemed to vaguely correspond to the stars in the firmaments. Spirit peaks stood with green water swirling around them as a vast sea of clouds floated around them. Amidst the noise, waterfalls could be seen pouring down from the heavens, creating ripples as a rainbow crossed two peaks. In the lake beneath the waterfalls, water shimmered as fat, beautiful fishes leaped from time to time. Everything was like paradise. Although the 10,000 race meet would only start a few days later, many cultivators of different races had already arrived in Enigma Palace and it was bustling. Dong! Right then, a distant bell sounded from Enigma Palace. Is it because some big shot has arrived? Look, over there. Many cultivators and living beings turned towards the entrance of Enigma Palace. The bell of Enigma Palace would only ring when a noble figure descended. At that time, someone of high status from Enigma Palace would head over to welcome the guest as well. Far away, a group of cultivators arrived on Starlight. There were hundreds of them, and the weakest were Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords. Among them, there were even some conjoint body-mighty figures. Brilliant cultivators could even sense the auras of half-martial ancestors within. The leader had a Dao crown on his head, and his robes were engraved with many stars that shone faintly. It's the sect master of Heavenly Dipper Sect. To think that the sect master would arrive personally for the 10,000 race meet. You don't know about that, do you? Over the past few days, the super sects have been led by the sect masters. This meet is way too important. Many cultivators gathered and discussed softly. Many cultivators of Enigma Palace appeared and welcomed the group. Their leader was the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace, half-martial ancestor Xianxia. Did you see that? 100 years ago, Desolate Marshal wreaked havoc in Enigma Palace and half-martial ancestor Xianxia was punished to reflect on his mistakes. I heard that he was only released recently. Speaking of Desolate Marshal, it's strange. There's been no news of him all these years. I reckon that Desolate Marshal is most likely dead. Even if he's not dead, he won't dare to appear. The Bloodvine race has a killing badge on Desolate Marshal and he's being hunted by the other 5 primordial races. Unless he's tired of living, he wouldn't dare to appear at a time like this. As the 10,000 race meet approached, the number of sects and factions that arrived at Enigma Palace increased. Many of the 108 upper sects were destroyed by the primordial 6 races and the remaining dozens arrived. On the day of the 10,000 race meet, the 8 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups and 3 ancient aristocratic families arrived. Of the 5 heretical doctrines, Gu sect was already destroyed. However, there were still a few Gu masters who represented Gu sect. To the pity of countless cultivators, Clear Wind Temple of the 9 immortal sects and Clear Heart Nunnery of the 6 Buddhist monasteries were destroyed. No cultivators from them arrived. There were many grand demons from the 8 demon regions as well. Some demons turned into fiend demons that looked no different from humans. However, some of the demons were in their true forms and their demonic chi surged, making them stand out in the crowd. A grand event as such gathered almost all the factions of Tianhuang mainland and was rare even in the ancient era. Enigma Palace was the only one with such influence. They were also the only one with the guts to summon the 10,000 races. Enigma Palace was vast and could accommodate experts of the 10,000 races with ease. However, none of the primordial 9 races appeared on the official day of the 10,000 race meet. The sect masters and palace lords of the major sects and factions waited patiently with unchanged expressions. They knew in their hearts that the purpose of this 10,000 race meet was to negotiate with the primordial races. If the primordial races did not take part, there would be no meaning to the 10,000 race meet. The 10,000 races were all gathered at Enigma Palace. After a long wait from morning till noon, none of the primordial races appeared. Dong! Finally, the bell of Enigma Palace sounded. Many cultivators were shocked. The palace lord of Enigma Palace led his disciples forward hurriedly. Not far away, a group of cultivators of different races arrived. However, none of them were from the primordial races. The palace lord of Enigma Palace was slightly stunned and reacted extremely quickly. He cupped his fists. So, it's the arrival of Penglai Island. Welcome. Please enter. This group of people were cultivators of Penglai Island. Their leader was the island master of Penglai Island. Behind the island master of Penglai Island was a young man with a dark expression. A long saber hung on his waist and his gaze was cold. He was the new young master of Penglai Island. After everyone from Penglai Island arrived, the 10,000 races continued to wait. Under normal circumstances, the 10,000 race meet should be held today. However, nobody from the primordial 9 races showed up. As such, there was no other choice but to push back the 10,000 race meet. Although no one said it, the living beings of the 10,000 races had a tacit understanding. A few figures stood among the group of demons. One of them was tall and his hands were slumped naturally, almost reaching his knees. There was an occasional flash of blood in his eyes. It was Monkey who was in human form. Beside Monkey was the crude spirit tiger. Beside the spirit tiger was a beautiful woman with long, slender legs, Ching Ching. On the other side of Monkey were the golden lion and little fox. Over the years, Monkey and the other siblings had roamed Tianhuang mainland. Apart from the 3 major sea regions of the 8 demon regions, they roamed the other 5 demon regions. The 5 siblings were already at the realm of grand demons. Brother Monkey, do you think First is still alive? The spirit tiger asked softly. When she heard that, the little fox pouted and her eyes reddened. Monkey glared at the spirit tiger. What nonsense are you talking about? First is definitely alive. I reckon that he'll definitely appear on such an occasion. Don't scare little fox. Ching Ching reached out and pinched the fat on the spirit tiger's body as well. In pain, the spirit tiger stuck out his tongue at little fox and made a funny face. It was only then that little fox broke into a smile through her tears. Thereafter, as though she recalled something, she retracted her smile and sighed gently. The 10,000 races continued waiting in Enigma Palace. Before the primordial 9 races appeared, no sect or faction from the 10,000 races dared to leave in advance. The sect masters and palace lords of the human supersects exchanged glances. Although they were silent and expressionless, they understood everything clear as day. It was clear that the primordial races did this on purpose. At dusk, the skies gradually darkened. The crowd was getting restless and the patience of many cultivators and living beings were running out. Aren't the primordial races way too cocky? That's right. The 10,000 races are gathered and we are just waiting for the primordial 9 races. Grunting sounded from the crowd. Dong! Right then, the bell sounded. Dark clouds covered the distant horizon and surged with a terrifying aura. When they approached, many cultivators finally saw what was going on, and their expressions changed slightly as fear flashed through their eyes. The rumbling dark clouds were formed by a group of Rakshasa with green faces and bared fangs. Many Rakshasas were pitch black and flapped their gigantic wings. Every single one of them was incomparably ugly with ferocious gazes as they circled in midair. From afar, they looked like dark clouds. When the dark clouds arrived above Enigma Palace, many Rakshasa clansmen dispersed. A beautiful and slender figure walked out from the dark clouds. Among the many ugly and menacing Rakshasas, a beautiful and flawless woman walked over slowly. She wore tight armor that accentuated her curvy figure perfectly. Ah! The appearance of the beautiful woman attracted exclamations. It felt like a warm ray of sunlight shining through the dark clouds and illuminating everyone's hearts. Is that the legendary Rakshasa you? The Rakshasa race sure is strange. Although the other Rakshasas are so ugly, the women of the Rakshasa race are so beautiful. A wave of praises sounded from the crowd. MMM. Suddenly, a Rakshasa behind Rakshasa you charged into the crowd with a cold expression and revealed killing intent in a flash. The crowd was sliced into two by the wings of the Rakshasa. Fresh blood gushed out. Instantly, more than 10 cultivators were torn apart. The 10,000 races were in an uproar. Nobody expected that the Rakshasa race of the primordial 9 races would start a massacre and kill more than 10 cultivators the moment they appeared. The cultivators nearby were shocked and retreated. The Rakshasa said coldly, "Human ant, how dare you speak ill of our race? You deserve to die." The cultivators were silent. Although some cultivators were enraged, they did not dare to say anything. Although merely 4 cultivators spoke earlier on, the Rakshasa race killed more than 10 cultivators the moment they attacked. The Rakshasa race truly did not take the human cultivators seriously. Killing more than 10 cultivators was as simple as crushing a few ants. The palace lord of Enigma Palace swept his gaze and his expression darkened. However, he still walked forward and greeted with cupped fists. "Fellow Taoists of the Rakshasa race, please enter." Rakshasa you walked in with a cold expression. Hundreds of green-faced Rakshasa with bared fangs followed behind Rakshasa you. Suddenly, a Rakshasa attacked once more and charged in the direction of Overlord Palace. He wielded 2 curved sabers and killed 2 Overlord Palace cultivators on the spot. The 2 cultivators of Overlord Palace were completely unprepared and watched with widened eyes in confusion even till their deaths. The Palace Lord of Overlord Palace gripped his fists tightly and took a deep breath, asking in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist of the Rakshasa race, what do you mean by that?" "Hee hee." The Rakshasa sneered. "I heard them complaining that we were late. Anyone who complains about the Rakshasa race has to die as well. Hee hee." Many Rakshasa clansmen grinned and bared their grisly red fangs, looking terrifying like malevolent ghosts from hell. "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" The Rakshasa glared at the Palace Lord of Overlord Palace and asked with a dark gaze and raised brow. The Palace Lord of Overlord Palace grit his teeth. Under the gaze of the Rakshasa, he lowered his head and replied softly, "No, very good." The Rakshasa was satisfied and turned to leave. From then on, the 10,000 races were silent. No race dared to make a single sound. Nobody wanted to provoke the Rakshasa race and attract their killing intent for no reason. Suddenly, a Rakshasa turned around and glared into the crowd with killing intent. The cultivators standing there were from Ethereal Peak. Their leader was the old immortal crane of Ethereal Peak. Everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts turn cold. They did not say anything, nor did they make any sounds. They merely looked at Rakshasa Yu for a moment more because she looked familiar. They did not know why they would attract killing intent. "Tisk, TSK, TSK." The Rakshasa glared at everyone from Ethereal Peak and walked over slowly with a sinister smile. His gaze was ferocious and sent shivers down one's spine. Swoosh! The many sects and factions surrounding Ethereal Peak dispersed, wanting nothing more than to avoid being implicated. In the blink of an eye, an empty space appeared around Ethereal Peak. There were only slightly more than 10 people from Ethereal Peak. Among the dozens of people, the strongest was only at the conjoint body realm. The Rakshasa could kill everyone from Ethereal Peak in a single move. Many sects and factions had indifferent expressions. Nobody wanted to provoke the Rakshasa race for some unrelated people and attract their killing intent. Earlier on, even the Palace Lord of Overlord Palace had to endure the murder of his disciple. There were way too many sects and factions like Ethereal Peak in Tianhuang mainland. Who would stand out for them? To many cultivators, the people of Ethereal Peak were already dead. However, Ethereal Peak was extraordinary. Although the sect was not big and its foundation and strength were far inferior to the super sects, the Rakshasa race caused quite a stir when they sought out Ethereal Peak. People from various regions stood out at the same time. There were humans and fiend demons alike. 2 cultivators from Elixir Yang sect, one of the 4 unorthodox groups, stood out right away. It was Su Xiaoning and Ji Chengtian. On the other side, a cold and aloof woman stood up slowly. It was the young mistress of Thousand Crane sect, Fairy Thousand Crane Leng Ro. Su Xiaoning knew of Su Zimo's relationship with Ethereal Peak and would naturally not stand by idly. As for Ji Chengtian and Leng Ro, they were cultivators from Ethereal Peak. Even though the two of them had long joined the four unorthodox groups, they had never forgotten the gratitude of Ethereal Peak. Little Fatty of Tomb Sect stood up with a grim expression as well. Damned Fatty, you were so afraid of death in the past. Why aren't you afraid now? Shi Jian grumbled softly and stood up as well. There are some things that I can hide from. Little Fatty had a rare moment of seriousness as he said darkly. However, they can't touch Ethereal Peak. A young monk of Depamkara Monastery clasped his palms together and held a green lantern as he chanted Buddhist proclamations softly before exiting the crowd. A girl in pink with a veil from the Fiend Sect's Pure Maiden Sect smiled gently and stood out. In this generation, there were ultimately some people who, regardless of good, evil, immortals, fiends, or cultivation, regarded loyalty even more importantly than life and death. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching, the golden lion, and little fox walked out from the demon regions as well. Perhaps there was no distinction between races as well. When the Rakshasa noticed that, he narrowed his eyes and laughed menacingly. Why? A nest of ants appeared just because I want to kill a few ants. Ants that stood out. Do you have a death wish just because you're indignant? The Rakshasa scanned his surroundings with a murderous gaze. The old immortal crane of Ethereal Peak took a deep breath of air and said in a deep voice, Rakshasa, may I ask what we have done to offend you? Nobody from Ethereal Peak said anything earlier on. The Rakshasa grinned. You guys have been watching our young mistress of the Rakshasa race for too long. Therefore, all of you have to die. Your young mistress is pure and innocent. She's not someone that can be disrespected by the gazes of ants like you. His words caused an uproar. The Rakshasa race was way too overbearing. The banning of private conversations was still acceptable for everyone. Now, even a lingered gaze at Rakshasa you could cost them their lives. The hearts of the cultivators skipped a beat as they lowered their heads hurriedly and avoided gazes. They no longer dared to look at Rakshasa you, afraid that the Rakshasa race would find them. Su Xiaoning frowned. You want to kill because of an extra look? How can there be such logic in the world? Foo-foo. The spirit tiger scoffed. Interesting. My eyes belong to me alone. I can look wherever I want. It's none of your business. The Rakshasa's gaze swept through the crowd and landed on the spirit tiger. You have a death wish. Swoosh. The Rakshasa spread his wings and transformed into a dark streak of light, vanishing instantly. The next moment, he arrived above the spirit tiger's head and descended from the skies, slashing towards the latter's head with his sharp wings. It was too fast. Many cultivators could not even react to it. However, the spirit tiger was prepared and his body flashed with streaks of lightning. With a furious roar, he reverted to his true form and waved his claws to clash against the Rakshasa's wings. Cling! Clang! Sparks flew. Instantly, the spirit tiger blocked more than 10 killing moves from the Rakshasa. However, the spirit tiger's body was massive and he was far inferior to the Rakshasa race in terms of agility and speed. He was flustered by the series of attacks from the Rakshasa race. Scram! Right then, a loud roar sounded from the battlefield. An incomparably thick golden rod suddenly descended and smashed towards the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa wanted to dodge, but he realized that he could not escape from the range of the golden rod no matter how he tried. Clang! The Rakshasa hurriedly brought out his curved saber to defend. The curved saber collided against the golden rod. The golden rod released an extremely terrifying power and smashed against the Rakshasa's chest as though it was crushing dry weeds, sending him flying. The crowd was in an uproar. Nobody expected that this seemingly unassuming monkey would be so domineering as to attack the Rakshasa race. Less than that, nobody expected that monkey would send a conjoint body Rakshasa flying with a single rod strike. The spirit tiger snickered. Brother monkey, you're the best. Boom! Boom! Monkey's expression was cold and his eyes shone with a scarlet glint as he glared at the Rakshasa not far away, propping imminent heavily on the ground. The stone slabs on the ground exploded instantly. Monkey's demonic chi was torrential, and he suppressed the Rakshasa completely in terms of aura. Bang! The Rakshasa fell to the ground, but he got up quickly with a dark expression. A few bones in his chest were broken. That bit of injury was not considered a serious injury for a conjoint body mighty figure. However, the Rakshasa felt utterly humiliated. They were at the 10,000 race meet and countless eyes witnessed him beaten up by a monkey. Hee hee. Wan Yu, your combat strength has regressed. How shameful. The other Rakshasas laughed when they saw that. Rakshasa Wan Yu's face was alternating between shades of green and white. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he said coldly, "Don't stand there and watch us make a joke out of ourselves. Jashur, come out and help me." "Sure thing." The Rakshasa named Jashur grinned. He could not hold it in any longer and flew out, licking his lips with his grisly red tongue. Rakshasa Wanyu clutched his chest and said as he healed his injuries, "I'll leave that monkey to you." "No problem." Rakshasa Jashur's eyes were filled with excitement. Rakshasa Wanyu shifted his gaze and glared at Ethereal Peak once more, saying coldly, "Let me kill those ants that were glaring at our young mistress earlier first." "That's enough." A cold voice sounded from ahead. It was Rakshasa Yu who had noticed the commotion and berated with a slight frown. "Young mistress, it's truly rude for those ants to stare at you." Rakshasa Wanyu said, "Don't worry, young mistress. I'll kill these ants for you and not let their blood dirty your hands." Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly and her expression darkened. She waved it off impatiently. "They were just looking. It's nothing much. There's no need to pursue this matter." "That won't do, young mistress. There's no need for you to be so generous to these ants. Even though they can avoid death, they can't escape punishment." Rakshasa Wanyu did not notice anything and said panderingly, "I'll go and pluck the eyeballs of those ants as a punishment." Over the years, the Rakshasa race had killed wantonly in Tianhuang mainland and had almost never encountered any major obstacles. The violent and bloodthirsty nature of the Rakshasa race was completely unleashed. With that said, Rakshasa Wan Yu's figure flashed and he lunged towards everyone from Ethereal Peak. Su Xiaoning, Ji Chengtian, Leng Ro and the others were alarmed and were about to stop him. Swoosh! An even faster figure descended and arrived above Rakshasa Wanyu instantly. The figure extended her fair palm and grabbed Rakshasa Wanyu by the throat, smashing him onto the ground. Bang! Rakshasa Wanyu was smashed into the ground and his tendons and bones felt like they were about to split. He grit his teeth in pain and sweat poured down his forehead. He was about to curse out loud when he saw the figure before him. Instantly, he swallowed the words he was about to say and almost bit his tongue. The person who threw him to the ground was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race. Rakshasa Yu. This scene stunned all the living beings of the 10,000 races. Only some Ethereal Peak cultivators looked pensive. "Oh my!" The spirit tiger was not bothered by the commotion and snickered evilly, not worried about the consequences. "What's going on?" "Starting off with some internal fighting." "Young mistress, why?" Rakshasa Wanyu felt aggrieved and was puzzled. Rakshasa Yu had a cold expression and said slowly, "I just said that there's no need to pursue this matter. Didn't you hear me? I was just... Rakshasa Wanyu wanted to explain himself. "Shut up." Rakshasa Yu advanced and stomped on Rakshasa Wanyu's face. Rakshasa Wanyu's vision darkened and he was knocked out on the spot. Snap! The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard. All the living beings gasped slightly when they heard that. That single stomp crushed the face of Rakshasa Wanyu. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw how beautiful Rakshasa Yu was, they thought that she was a gentle and easygoing person. To think that her sudden attack would be so terrifying and vicious that even her clansman was crippled. Most importantly, the living beings of the 10,000 races were completely confused. They could not understand why the beautiful Rakshasa Yu was suddenly enraged. Was it merely because Rakshasa Wanyu had disobeyed her orders? Even the Rakshasa race was puzzled, let alone the living beings present. Initially, Rakshasa Jashur wanted to deal with Monkey. However, when he saw that, he shuddered in fear and retreated without hesitation. After that incident, many Rakshasas arrived at an area that belonged to the primordial races and no more Rakshasas jumped out to kill. Everything was calm. Many cultivators nodded to themselves as they gained more confidence in the 10,000 race meet. From the looks of it, Rakshasa, you should be here to negotiate a reconciliation with us humans. Ethereal Peak sure is lucky. If Rakshasa you had not attacked, a huge battle would have broken out. That's right, if a huge battle were to break out before the other primordial races even arrive, there might be no way to continue this 10,000 race meet. Dong! As everyone discussed, the bell of Enigma Palace sounded once more. Far away, a group of cultivators in dark green robes walked over slowly. The group of cultivators looked no different from humans except for their pale faces and frightening green eyes in their deep sockets. The witch race had arrived at Enigma Palace. The leader of the witch race was skinny and his cheeks were sunken, looking like a skeleton that could be blown over by a gust of wind. However, when the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that witch race being, their hearts skipped a beat and they let out fearful expressions. That's young Master Arcane Ghost, right? It should be. I heard that when he appeared 20 years ago, he released an essence spirit curse in a battle and injured a human patriarch severely. Yes, although that patriarch escaped, he died not long after. That is way too scary. Many cultivators lowered their heads and did not dare to stare at the witches, afraid that a curse would descend. Greetings, young Master Arcane Ghost. Please enter. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace led many Enigma Palace cultivators forward and welcomed the group. Young Master Arcane Ghost was expressionless and walked past the cultivators of Enigma Palace with the many witches without even looking at the Palace Lord. This was not contempt. It was a complete disregard. The expression of the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace changed slightly. However, after 100 years of cultivation, he had become even more composed and could remain indifferent despite such an insult, merely smiling faintly. Ah! Right then, a cultivator of Enigma Palace suddenly let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground. He struggled and rolled continuously as green mists spread from his body. The cultivator seemed to be in extreme pain as he tore away the clothes on his body repeatedly. He grabbed his face and tore off his flesh pieces by a time, disfiguring himself completely. All the living beings felt chills run down their spines when they heard the tragic cries and saw that junior brother. Another Enigma Palace cultivator wanted to head forward and check on his fellow sect mate. Don't touch him. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace's expression changed as he reminded hurriedly. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the cultivator of Enigma Palace at the back touched the cultivator on the ground, his palm was stained with green mist as well. Instantly, the flesh on the palm of the Enigma Palace cultivator began to corrode and fall off. Ah! The cultivator let out a tragic cry as well. The cultivators of Enigma Palace were alarmed and dispersed. In that short period of time, the first cultivator of Enigma Palace that fell to the ground was already motionless, turning into a pool of blood. There was only a corpse left on the spot. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead just like that. The second mighty figure of Enigma Palace did not manage to hold on for long either. In a few breaths, he turned into a pool of blood in front of everyone. Everyone from Enigma Palace was helpless and could only watch weakly. Su Xiaoning had just closed in with a bottle of elixirs to help, but it was already too late. The Palace Lord gripped his fists with a sorrowful expression and turned to look at young Master Arcane Ghost. Taking a deep breath of air, he asked in a deep voice, "Young Master Arcane Ghost, may I ask what's the meaning of this?" Cough, cough. Young Master Arcane Ghost coughed twice and said in a sickly manner, "He was too close to me earlier on and I killed him by mistake. It was an accident." With a casual excuse of an accident because someone was too close, two conjoint body mighty figures of Enigma Palace were killed. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace was enraged. However, he could only endure it for the sake of the 10,000 race meet. The cultivators were silent and their hearts were filled with sadness. At that moment, they gradually experienced the savage, cold-blooded, cruel and merciless times of the primordial era as stated in the legends. With just the arrival of two primordial races, the Rakshasa, and which races had already taken the initiative to intimidate others. Many cultivators were secretly worried. The situation doesn't seem good. The sect master of Snowdrift Valley was a middle-aged beauty. She looked gentle and murmured softly with a hint of worry. Amitba, Abbot Hui Shen of Dipamkara Monastery, chanted a Buddhist proclamation with a worried expression. The primordial races were way too domineering, and the human race naturally did not have much room for negotiation. As such, the outcome of this 10,000 race meet would not be favorable either. Dong! The bell of Enigma Palace sounded once more. A large blood mist floated over from afar with figures faintly visible within. Before they arrived above Enigma Palace, a blood stench spread. The Blood Vine Race. 100 years ago, the Blood Vine Race destroyed Southern Dual Sect, one of the upper sections. In the end, they were suppressed by Desolate Marshal on Six Stars Mountain, and even the young master of the Blood Vine Race at that time, Teng Lingzi, was killed. That battle had shamed the Blood Vine Race. However, the Blood Vine Race was notorious in the past 100 years. Not long ago, Clear Wind Temple, one of the immortal sects, was destroyed. More than 10 Mahayana patriarchs of Clear Wind Temple died in that battle. In the end, the Emperor of Clear Wind Temple even appeared and was buried at the peak of Clear Wind Mountain, causing a huge stir in the cultivation world. Compared to the Blood Vine Race, the Witch and Rakshasa races had not done much over the years. The hearts of many cultivators skipped a beat, and they became nervous instantly, afraid that they would be killed if the Blood Vine Race noticed them. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. His expression returned to normal as he welcomed everyone with cupped fists. Greetings, Blood Vine Race. Please enter. The current young master of the Blood Vine Race was Teng Luo. He was also an extremely famous monster incarnate of the Blood Vine Race. However, if Teng Lingzi did not die, Teng Luo would not have had the chance to become the young master of the Blood Vine Race. His bloodthirst was even comparable to Teng Lingzi. What a crowd! Teng Luo smacked his lips and looked around the crowd, saying excitedly, "I can't wait to eat so much fresh food. Hee hee." Many blood vines let out shuddering laughter. The living beings of the 10,000 races felt their hearts turn cold when they heard that. The Blood Vine Race did not conceal their thoughts the moment they arrived. In their eyes, all living beings of the 10,000 races were nothing but food. Teng Luo surveyed the surroundings, and the living beings of the 10,000 races avoided him, not daring to meet his gaze. Ha 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 ha. He was smug and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I've just consumed hundreds of foods and I'm not hungry yet." As he said that, Teng Luo led the Blood Vine Race in. Many cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Dong! Dong! The bell sounded twice in succession. In the distant horizon, two groups of cultivators were speeding over. The cultivators on the left were all tall with golden hair and blue eyes. The men were handsome and the women were beautiful. They arrived together like golden couples. The god race had arrived. The cultivator on the other side looked no different from humans. However, there was a faint blood scar on their glabellas that resembled a closed eye. The Heavenly Eye race had arrived. Two primordial races had arrived at Enigma Palace at the same time. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace appeared once more and welcomed the two races in. The leader of the god race should be Goddess Xiaoxiang. Indeed, she's peerless and flawless, comparable to Rakshasa Yu. Many cultivators could not help but praise the woman leading the god race. Strange, it said that the god race's goddess Xiaoxiang and the firmament sovereign are a golden couple. They are a match made in heaven, and they often appear hand in hand. Why are we only seeing the goddess and not the sovereign at such a grand event? I'm not sure. He must be delayed by something. Some cultivators conversed secretly with their spirit consciousnesses. Who's the blind man leading the Heavenly Eye race? Right then, the young master of one of the upper sects, Heaven-Shaking Sect, asked secretly with a voice transmission using his spirit consciousness. The leader of the Heavenly Eye race had shoulder-length hair and was expressionless. There were two pitch-black holes in his eyes that looked terrifying. The sect master of Heaven-Shaking Sect sent a voice transmission. "What blind man? Be careful. That person is not to be trifled and is ruthless. Don't get into big trouble. Sect Master, don't worry. We're communicating with our spirit consciousnesses and he can't hear us, the young master of heaven-shaking sect said indifferently. There's nothing wrong with being careful, the sect master of heaven-shaking sect reminded before explaining. That person is the young master of the heavenly eye race, Savage Eye. I heard that he destroyed his own eyes in order to cultivate the heavenly eye when he was young. Ah! The young master of heaven-shaking sect was secretly speechless. The sect master of heaven-shaking sect continued. If Savage Eye is so ruthless to himself, how do you think he treats others? Now that he's at the half-martial ancestor realm, he can completely regrow his eyes, right? The young master of heaven-shaking sect asked again. The sect master of heaven-shaking sect shook his head. If his eyes return to normal, it's equivalent to crippling more than half of his cultivation. The fact that he named himself Savage Eye means that he has already made up his mind that he won't see the light of day ever again. How ruthless! The young master of heaven-shaking sect grimaced and sent a voice transmission. What's the fun of living a life without seeing anything for the sake of cultivation? Right then, the young master of the heavenly eye race suddenly stopped in his tracks. Turning around slowly, a pair of pitch-black holes faced the direction of heaven-shaking sect. At that moment, the expressions of the sect master and young master of heaven-shaking sect changed and they felt their scalps prickle. Their hearts seemed to have stopped beating. Fellow Taoist Savage Eye, is there anything? The sect master of heaven-shaking sect tried his best to remain calm, but his voice could not help but tremble. Savage Eye said indifferently, I hate to hear people discussing my eyes. Furthermore, you guys even used a term that I'm extremely unwilling to hear. Blind man. The expressions of the sect master and young master of heaven-shaking sect turned incomparably pale as cold sweat poured down instantly. Savage Eye smirked with a mocking expression. Do you think that I won't be able to hear you guys just because you're communicating with your spirit consciousnesses? Since he destroyed his own eyes, he could naturally hear things that no one else could. Suddenly, a fine crack appeared from the heavenly eye on the glabella of Savage Eye. An extremely terrifying energy fluctuation burst forth, and a gigantic cold beam swept past the direction of heaven-shaking sect. It was too fast. The power of visual techniques was completely instantaneous. Furthermore, it was the visual technique of the young master of the heavenly eye race. The eyes of the young master and sect master of heaven-shaking sect widened and their expressions froze. Poof! 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 A blood mist spewed out and dozens of cultivators from heaven-shaking sect and 3 conjoint body mighty figures were killed by the visual technique in the blink of an eye with their essence spirits destroyed. There was only a pile of minced flesh left on the ground with a torrential blood stench. Savage Eye merely opened his eye and all the cultivators of heaven-shaking sect were dead. Everything went silent. All the living beings were stunned by the cruel methods of Savage Eye and did not even dare to take deep breaths. There was naturally a reason why the primordial races were able to dominate Tianhuang mainland and rule over the 10,000 races in the primordial era. Against the young masters of the primordial races, mighty figures of the human race were as insignificant as ants and could be crushed with ease. Brother Savage Eye, you sure are capable. Tung Luo grinned and praised. Savage Eye nodded slightly in the direction of Tung Luo as a form of greeting. The palace lord of Enigma Palace glanced at the god race and frowned slightly. May I ask why the firmament sovereign isn't here, Goddess Xiaoxiang? What rights do you have to ask about the location of the sovereign? Goddess Xiaoxiang glanced sideways and asked with an unfriendly expression. No. You've misunderstood, Goddess. The palace lord of Enigma Palace explained hurriedly. This is the 10,000 race meet after all, and the firmament sovereign is the young master of the god race. Don't worry, I can make the decision for everything in the god race. As for the sovereign, Goddess Xiaoxiang paused for a moment and a hint of pride flashed through her eyes. He will definitely come. Furthermore, he'll give you guys a surprise. The heart of the palace lord of Enigma Palace sank. The surprise mentioned by Goddess Xiaoxiang was most likely a disaster for the human race. The palace lord of Enigma Palace could not ask further and could only force a smile. I'm truly looking forward to it then. Xiaoxiang, what surprise does Brother Firmament Sovereign have? Let us know. Tingluo was curious and could not help but ask. Goddess Xiaoxiang smiled brightly. You'll know when the time comes. He'll bring with him some people you won't expect. Dong. The bell of Enigma Palace sounded once more. Screech. A piercing cry sounded from the distant horizon. Beams of blinding golden light surged over with a scorching aura. Hundreds of three-legged golden crows flapped their wings. The 4 three-legged golden crows leading them had the strongest auras and the fiercest flames. From afar, it looked like 4 blazing suns were flying towards them. The golden crow race had arrived at Enigma Palace. Gazing at the three-legged golden crows that flew over from midair, the Buddhist monks revealed grief and indignation in their eyes. Clear Heart Nunnery of the 6 Buddhist monasteries was destroyed by the golden crow race. Of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Dipamkara Monastery, Diamond Monastery, Formless Monastery, Wisdom Monastery, Hollow Monastery, and Clear Heart Nunnery, Clear Heart Nunnery was the most peaceful. That was because Clear Heart Nunnery was filled with nuns and most of them were aloof from worldly affairs. They were kind to others and rarely participated in the fights of the cultivation world. To think that such a super sect would be slaughtered mercilessly by the Golden Crow race. In that battle, countless nuns of Clear Heart Nunnery died. The radius of hundreds of kilometers around Clear Heart Nunnery was burned into ruins by the Golden Crow race. There were even more living beings that died in that fire. Ha ha! Tingluo stood up and roared in laughter. To think that 4 princes of the Golden Crow race would be mobilized for this 10,000 race meet. How rare! The Golden Crow race had a total of 10 princes. Among them, the 7th prince was the strongest in combat. 3 of them were killed by the Dragon Phoenix True Body on Penglai Island. Among the 4 princes of Enigma Palace, the 7th was present. Apart from him, the 8th, 9th, and 10th princes were present as well. Many 3-legged golden crows descended on the square and transformed into their human forms, heading towards the crowd. When he heard Tingluo's greeting, the 8th prince burst into laughter as well. Since we're all curious, we came along with 7th brother to see what's the deal with this 10,000 race meet that the human race has created. What a crowd! The 9th prince was a little excited. Fellow Taoists, you're all here. The 10th prince was the youngest and looked like a young man around 16 years old. However, he would reveal a hint of ferocity from time to time despite his young age. Not everyone was qualified to be one of the Golden Crow 10 princes. This was a title that could only be obtained after countless bloodshed and stepping on the corpses of many clansmen. It was extremely noble. Although the 10th prince was not old, his hands were stained with endless blood. Without his ferocity, he would not have been able to take on a position in the Golden Crow 10 princes. The 4 princes of the Golden Crow race gathered had different personalities. The 7th prince had a cold, expressionless face and had not said anything the entire time. The 8th and 9th princes were clearly more excited. As for the 10th prince, although he did not say anything, his eyes darted left and right. No one could read his thoughts. The primordial 6 races were all here. Among the primordial 9 races, only the primordial 6 races had expressed their willingness to take part in the 10,000 race meet. There was no news from the dragon, barbarian, and Kuan races. In other words, the 10,000 race meet could begin. The palace lord of Enigma Palace took a deep breath and stood out, declaring, "Thank you, fellow Taoists of the 10,000 races, for giving Enigma Palace some respect to come and attend this event. I hereby declare that the 10,000 race meet shall officially..." Hold on. Before the palace lord of Enigma Palace could finish, he was interrupted. The Golden Crow 8th Prince race stood out and glanced askance at the palace lord of Enigma Palace with a disdainful expression as he sneered, "Old man, who are you? Who said that you are qualified to host the 10,000 race meet?" The expression of the palace lord of Enigma Palace was unchanged as he said in a deep voice, "I'm the palace lord of Enigma Palace and my Dao title is Qingzhe. Enigma Palace was the one who initiated the 10,000 race meet this time round, and it's held in Enigma Palace. Naturally, I should be the one hosting it." Does the eighth prince have any objections? Objections? The eighth prince shrugged. Of course there are objections. Get the hell down, you're an eyesore. Ha 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 ha. Many golden crows roared in laughter. The Rakshasa and Bloodvine races cheered as well. The palace lord of Enigma Palace gritted his teeth and repressed the rage in his heart. Seventh prince. May I ask if is this the intention of the golden crow race? Eighth's words are equal to mine, the seventh prince said indifferently. Tung Luo raised his brow slightly as well and smacked his lips. I'm curious as well. What rights does a puny ant of the human race have to host the 10,000 race meet? Only our primordial races are qualified to host such a grand event. Goddess Xiaoxiang nodded as well and said in a deep voice. The palace lord of Enigma Palace had a terrible expression as he stood on the spot, unable to advance or retreat. Before the 10,000 race meet began, the primordial 6 races were already aggressive and took the initiative. If he were to hand the 10,000 race meet over to the primordial 6 races, there would probably be no possibility of any peaceful discussions at that time. Why? Are you unconvinced? When the 8th prince saw that the palace lord of Enigma Palace did not retreat for a long time, he could not help but raise his brow with a murderous expression. A commotion broke out in the crowd as well. Some of the super sect masters frowned with worried expressions. Why? You bunch of ants aren't convinced either. The 8th prince surveyed his surroundings and said slowly, not concealing the killing intent in his heart. Right then, the 7th prince said slowly, don't say that the golden crow race is insincere and doesn't give you humans a chance. It's fine if you want to host the 10,000 race meet. If any human can stand out and defeat the golden crow race, we'll let the human race be the host. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke if any random nobody could just jump out to host the 10,000 race meet? The palace lord of Enigma Palace had a terrible expression. The 7th prince was clearly insulting him by calling him a random nobody. Furthermore, he did not hide it at all. Tung Luo nodded. That's not a bad idea. If this person can't convince everyone here, don't bother trying to host the 10,000 race meet. What an embarrassment. 7th brother, you were wrong earlier on, the 8th prince said with a smile. Oh, the 7th prince glanced sideways. The 8th prince said, it's not about who can challenge the golden crow race, it's about who dares. The 9th prince surveyed his surroundings as well and shouted, that's right. The golden crow race will give the human race a fair chance. Who dares to stand out? No one replied. Even the sect masters of the super sects knew that they would definitely lose against the primordial races of the same cultivation realm. 8th, 9th, you're all half-martial ancestors. Come back and sit down. You guys will become bullies if you were to attack. Let the clansmen behind you play. The 7th prince had spoken. The 8th and 9th princes sat back and crossed their arms, prepared to watch the show. A golden crow darted out and surveyed his surroundings with a smile. I'm Golden Feather. Who dares to play games with me? The crowd stirred, but no one stood out. Ji Chengtian and the others had the intention to do so. However, they had just entered the conjoint body realm and had no chance of winning at all. Golden Feather burst into laughter with a mocking expression. I'm only at the conjoint body realm. I won't reject even if a half-martial ancestor of the human race challenges me. What? Is there still nobody? Ha 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 ha. Golden Feather burst into laughter. The human race only has that bit of guts, and you want to host the 10,000 race meet and negotiate peace with our primordial 6 races? I'll do it. Right then, a monk could not help but stand out, attracting countless gazes. Ah! It's the abbot of Diamond Monastery, Monk Kong Dermic. To think that the abbot of Diamond Monastery would have such a fiery temper. Sigh, it's not just Diamond Monastery. All the Buddhist monks are most likely filled with rage because of the destruction of Clear Heart Nunnery. Oh! Golden Feather's gaze landed on Monk Kong Dermic as he nodded. Very good, you've got some guts, bald monk. However, I wonder how capable you are. I'll show you what I'm capable of today. Monk Kong Dermic's cultivation had already reached the half-martial ancestor realm. The moment he entered the battlefield, he summoned his destiny Dermic weapon, the Diamond Staff. Develop a mind that abides nowhere. Monk Kong Dermik chanted a Buddhist sutra, and his body was instantly filled with a blinding golden light. His heart thumped in his chest in a dull and powerful manner. Splash! Monk Kong Dermik's bloodline had already been cultivated to the tsunami blood realm. Although Monk Kong Dermik was a half-martial ancestor, he did not dare to be careless and released many trump cards right away, charging towards Golden Feather. Foo-foo! Golden Feather sneered with a mocking expression and vanished in a flash. Monk Kong Dermik's attack missed instantly. Too slow. Right then, the mockery of Golden Feather sounded in Monk Kong Dermik's ears. Monk Kong Dermik was alarmed and swung his diamond staff in reverse without even turning back. The attack missed once more. Golden Feather left a long time ago. The Golden Crow race's movement technique was merely slightly inferior to the Rakshasa race among the primordial 9 races. Diamond Monastery focused on body tempering and was completely countered by the Golden Crow race in terms of movement technique. Xing! A gigantic gash appeared on Monk Kong Dermik's back and his flesh was overturned. It was so deep that his bones were revealed as blood gushed out. Abbot, watch out! Many Diamond Monastery monks exclaimed. Monk Kong Dermik's eyes widened as he focused his spirit, wanting to capture Golden Feather's tracks. However, to him, Golden Feather's figure was merely like a faint golden light that could not be captured. Xing! Before long, another wound appeared on Monk Kong Dermik's body. Monk Kong Dermik grit his teeth and remained silent, continuing to fight. He believed that as long as his diamond staff could strike Golden Feather, he would definitely be able to severely injure it. Unfortunately, he could not even touch the corner of Golden Feather's clothes. Sigh! The abbot of Dipamkara Monastery, Monk Huishan, sighed. Before long, Monk Kong Dermik was covered in injuries and the golden barrier on his body dimmed slightly as his blood chi gradually deteriorated. Admit defeat. We admit defeat. The titular disciple of Diamond Monastery stood out and shouted. Monk Kong Dermik panted as well. I can't defeat you. You've won. As he said that, he wanted to retreat to the crowd of Diamond Monastery. You still want to leave? Golden Feather's cold voice reverberated around Monk Kong Dermik, erratic and unpredictable. Monk Kong Dermik's blood chi was severely depleted and his reaction time and defense was greatly reduced. Suddenly, Golden Feather appeared behind Monk Kong Dermik and extended his palm, piercing his sharp nails into the latter's head. Monk Kong Dermik paused and his gaze dimmed. The life force in his body decreased and his essence spirit was pierced by Golden Feather's fingernails. Monk Kong Dermik was dead. Abbot! The monks of Diamond Monastery cried tragically and charged forward. Why? You want to die together? Golden Feather's gaze intensified and he transformed into a golden streak of light, shuttling through the crowd. Poof! 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 Flashes of blood appeared. In the blink of an eye, 3 Diamond Monastery monks at the front were dead on the spot. The remaining Diamond Monastery monks were scared out of their wits and stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance. The titular disciple of Diamond Monastery said in a deep voice, Golden Feather, we merely want to retrieve the abbot's corpse. We have no intention of offending you. A corpse? Golden Feather smiled gently. There's no corpse. After saying that, a ball of golden flames burst forth from Golden Feather's fingertip and landed on Monk Kong Dermik. With a whoosh, it burned into flames. Everyone from Diamond Monastery was stunned. Amitba! When they saw that, countless Buddhist monks chanted Buddhist proclamations with sorrowful expressions. In the blink of an eye, Monk Kong Dermik was burned to ashes without a corpse left. He was not even willing to leave behind a corpse. Sigh! Abbot Huishan of Dipamkara Monastery sighed and stood up slowly. Right then, a palm appeared on Abbot Huishan's shoulder. Abbot, let me do it. A young monk wielding a green lantern said softly with a resolute tone. Mingzhan, you. Abbot Huishan was a little hesitant. Mingzhan was at the late-stage conjoint body realm. However, Golden Feather was at the perfected conjoint body realm. Everyone knew that they might not be able to win against experts of the primordial races even if they had an advantage in terms of cultivation realm. Furthermore, his cultivation realm was even lower than the expert of the primordial race. As the abbot of Diamond Monastery and a half-martial ancestor expert, Monk Kong Dermic was killed by the conjoint body Golden Feather in less than 10 breaths. Ming Zhen was a minor cultivation realm beneath Golden Feather. There was almost no chance of him winning. Why? Is there no one else who dares to challenge me? Golden Feather sneered and surveyed his surroundings, sneering, "The human race isn't even capable of defeating me, and you guys think you can host the 10,000 race meet? Tui!" Golden Feather spat with disdain. It was as though he had spat on the faces of all the cultivators. The sect masters of the super sects were silent. Indeed, there were some half-martial ancestor paragons in this generation's Immortal, Fiend, and Buddhist sections. If they stood out, they might be able to defeat Golden Feather. However, all the cultivators knew that the 4 princes, the entire Golden Crow race, and even the primordial 6 races were backing Golden Feather. Right now, Golden Feather was the one challenging the human race. However, the other experts of the primordial 6 races, such as Young Master Arcane Ghost, Goddess Xiaoxiang, and the other monster incarnates, watched from the side. Not many people could withstand that pressure. More importantly, a fight against Golden Feather wasn't a spar. It was a fight to the death. Although it seemed fair on the surface, it was not fair. That was because although the primordial 6 races dared to kill brazenly, the human paragons present did not have the guts. Whoever dared to kill Golden Feather would have to endure the wrath of the Golden Crow race next. At that time, there was a high chance that their entire sects would be implicated. Suddenly, the island master of Penglai Island said, "Since that's the case, it's only right for the young masters of the primordial 6 races to host the 10,000 race meet." Penglai Island is in favor of this suggestion. Many cultivators were shocked when they heard that, if the primordial 6 races were to host the 10,000 race meet, it would mean that the human race would lose their final advantage and initiative without the chance to even negotiate. Many sect masters frowned and looked at the island master of Penglai Island in disbelief. The palace lord of Enigma Palace said with a grim expression, "Tianchi, there are some suggestions you should be careful of." "I concur as well." Suddenly, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect said, "Since Enigma Palace isn't qualified, it's normal for the primordial 6 races to host it." The sect master of Malevolent Earth sect nodded as well. "It's a gathering of the 10,000 races to begin with. It doesn't matter who hosts it. The primordial 6 races once ruled over Tianhuang mainland and are indeed qualified. Corpse Refinement Cult is agreeable as well. Poison Sect is agreeable. The Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families are agreeable." In the blink of an eye, many super sects stood out and supported the primordial 6 races. Commotion broke out in the crowd. The sect masters of Snowdrift Valley, Purple Firmament Sect, Depankra Monastery, and the other sect masters were alarmed. They knew what that meant. There was a high chance that the super sects that had stood out now had already joined forces with the primordial 6 races or even submitted to them. Humph! The spirit tiger pouted his lips. "Those cowards that are as cowardly as rats have already surrendered before the fight even began." "We agree." Right then, a conjoint body spider demon said loudly. The spider demon was from one of the 8 demon regions, the Thousand Spider Sand Dune. The East Sea demon region agrees as well. A grand demon of the East Sea stood out. Thousand Demon Valley is agreeable. Peacock Ridge is agreeable to it. In the blink of an eye, half of the 8 demon regions stood out and agreed that the primordial 6 races should host the 10,000 race meet. Ha 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 ha! The Golden Crow 8th Prince reared his head in laughter. "So, the 10,000 races are all looking forward to the return of our primordial 6 races to Tianhuang mainland. Since all living beings of the 10,000 races are agreeable to it, we'll accept it." "I don't agree." Right then, an untimely voice sounded. It sounded extremely piercing to the experts of the primordial 6 races. A young monk walked out slowly. "Another bald monk is here to die?" Before the 4 princes could speak, Golden Feather's expression darkened as he glared at the young monk murderously. He could attack at any moment. Who is that little monk? He's only at the late-stage conjoint body realm. Is he here to die? Mingzhen of Dipamkara Monastery possesses the inheritance of Fahua and Daming monasteries, and even obtained the legacy of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the Tao inheritance ground. He was once the titular disciple of Dipamkara Monastery and should have some means. There's no use having some means. He's courting death by having a lower cultivation realm than the Golden Crow race. I heard that monk Mingzhen has a good relationship with Desolate Marshal. Speaking of which, if Desolate Marshal was still around, he would definitely be able to fight against the experts of the primordial 6 races with his combat strength. Many cultivators had conflicted expressions at the mention of Desolate Marshal. Up till this point of Desolate Marshal's rise, he was targeted and even hunted by the supersects collectively. However, many sects could not deny the fact. Desolate Marshal was the strongest monster incarnate in the human race in this generation. Late-stage conjoint body realm? On the battlefield, Golden Feather looked at Mingzhen and suddenly sneered. Seems like there's really not much humans left. To think that even a late-stage conjoint body would want to come forth and die now. Why, you want to challenge someone above your level, bald monk? Amitba. Mingzhen held the green lantern in his left hand and shook his head gently. I merely want an explanation for Senior Kong Dermic, as well as the fallen fellow Taoists of Clear Heart Nunnery. All right, I'll send you to hell to meet them right away. Golden Feather's gaze intensified and he vanished on the spot in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Golden Feather had already arrived behind Mingzhen. He reached out and his sharp nails dug into Mingzhen's head. His movement technique was way too fast. Most of the cultivators present could not capture any traces of Golden Feather at all, and all they could see was a streak of flickering golden light. Mingzhen stood on the spot motionlessly with his head lowered, as though he could not react in time. It's over. That little monk is already a dead man. That was how Monk Kong Dermic died earlier on. Golden Feather is still in human form. If he transforms into his true form, his speed and strength will increase exponentially. It's hard to imagine how strong he will be. As everyone discussed, Mingzhen did not turn back nor did he move. He merely raised the green lantern in his hands towards his head. There was a flame the size of a pinky burning on the green lantern, as though it could be extinguished with a single pinch. However, when Golden Feather's palm landed on the wisp of flames, he shuddered as though he was agitated and retracted his palm. Howl! Golden Feather shrieked tragically and retreated with a pained expression. The living beings of the 10,000 races looked over with shocked expressions. A huge hole was burned in Golden Feather's palm, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. The surrounding flesh was charred. This scene had completely exceeded the expectations of the living beings of the 10,000 races. Golden Feather lost? What Dermic weapon is that? It's so powerful. This seems to be the destiny Dermic treasure of the founder master of Dipamkara Monastery, Buddha Emperor Boundless Light. That is not a Dermic weapon but an Emperor weapon. Ah, it's that green lantern. That's right. I heard that in the ancient war, the green lantern was shattered by the emperors of the primordial races and fell from the Emperor weapon realm to become an ordinary Dermic weapon. To think that this Dermic weapon would be passed down to Mingzhen. Bald monk. Golden Feather was enraged. All these years, the Golden Crow race had dominated Tianhuang mainland and was almost invincible. He had never encountered such an injury. Under normal circumstances, given the Golden Crow race's regeneration capabilities, they should recover quickly with the surge of their blood chi. However, the flames on the green lantern possessed an extremely terrifying might. When Golden Feather's blood chi surged over, it was burned and refined into nothingness. You've enraged me. Golden Feather's expression was cold and his eyes burned with rage. He reared his head and roared into the skies as his blood chi surged and his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his true form. A gigantic three-legged golden crow descended on the battlefield. The three-legged golden crow spread his wings that were dozens of feet long and burned with blazing flames. Every single wing shone with a golden light. One of his 3 legs was clearly incomplete. It was the claw that was burned by the Green Lantern. "Do you want to play with fire?" Golden Feather's voice sounded. "Today, I'll let you have a taste of the Golden Crow race's destiny flame." He opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a stream of scorching flames. With a golden flash, the temperature of the entire battlefield rose. "That's the Sun Essence Fire." Legend has it that when the Golden Crow race's Sun Essence Fire is cultivated to its limits, it can even transform into a blazing sun. The living beings of the 10,000 races exclaimed. Mingzhen's expression was unchanged as he held the Green Lantern in his hands and chanted Sanskrit. His glabella shone and a dermic power shot out from his fingertip into the Green Lantern. Swoosh! Suddenly, the flame on the Green Lantern expanded wildly and burst into flames, charging towards the Sun Essence Fire. The green and golden flames collided and devoured one another without relenting, forming a stalemate. Mingzhen is truly not simple. Although the Green Lantern was an emperor weapon in the past, it would definitely not be able to unleash such might if one's comprehension of Buddhism was not deep enough. That's right, there are too few people who can suppress the Golden Crow race in terms of flames. Among the 9 races, only the Illumination Dragon lineage of the Dragon race can fight against the Golden Crow race in the Tao of Flames. Golden Feather channeled his essence spirit wildly and flames danced in his eyes. Under the watch of the Golden Crow clansmen, the 4 princes and the experts of the primordial 6 races as well as the living beings of the 10,000 races, he must not lose. Suddenly, 2 golden flames burst forth from Golden Feather's eyes with an extremely terrifying aura. Visual technique, flowing fire eye. Mingzhen looked at the 2 incoming flames and suddenly blinked. Lowering his head slightly, he emanated an extremely benevolent might. The moment the 2 flames landed in front of Mingzhen, they were extinguished. When the Bodhisattva's head is lowered, thousands of visual techniques can be dispelled. The might of Mingzhen's body surged into the Green Lantern and the green flame intensified. Instantly, it devoured Golden Feather's Sun Essence Fire and rose against the tide to devour the latter. Golden Feather's expression changed as he spread his wings hurriedly, preparing to escape from the range of the green flames. Right then, Mingzhen's voice sounded. "Great Vow Seal." Mingzhen reached out and conjured a dermic seal, pressing it slowly in the direction of Golden Feather. The speed of the dermic seal was extremely slow. However, Golden Feather felt as though he was restrained by an extremely powerful force and could not move at all, as though a gigantic mountain was pressing down on him. The Great Vow Seal contained the power of hope from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He swore that he would only attain Buddhahood if hell was empty and all living beings were liberated. His tremendous willpower could even subdue hell, let alone a 3-legged golden crow. Against the Great Vow Seal, the speed of the 3-legged golden crow was completely useless. Golden Feather seemed to be frozen in midair and could only watch helplessly as the green flames engulfed him. "Ah!" Golden Feather shrieked in the flames. The 10,000 races were shaken. Many cultivators were invigorated as well. Mingzhen had won this battle. Furthermore, he had won against the Golden Crow race despite his lower cultivation realm. Mingzhen's expression was unchanged when he heard Golden Feather's tragic cry in the flames, and he had no intention of stopping. Abbot Hui Xin of Depamkar Monastery looked worried. "That's enough." Suddenly, the 8th prince said coldly. Mingzhen was unmoved. "You must have a death wish." Suddenly, the 8th prince vanished from the spot. The moment he said that, he had already arrived before Mingzhen and reached out to grab the ladder. Before the palm descended, it transformed into the sharp claws of the Golden Crow race. "Ah!" A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. The 8th prince, a half-martial ancestor, had attacked. This was no longer a minor realm difference. This was a suppression of cultivation realm. Mingzhen was extremely calm and his blood chi surged, raising him to the tsunami blood realm instantly. He punched the 8th prince heavily in the palm. Bang! Mingzhen shuddered and grunted dully, staggering 3 steps back with a pained expression. With every step, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. The strength of a half-martial ancestor was way too terrifying, let alone one of the Golden Crow 10 princes. It was as the cultivators had expected. Even if Ming Zhen defeated Golden Feather, an even stronger primordial race being would stand out. The arrival of a half-martial ancestor of the primordial races was something that no one in the same cultivation realm could match. Little monk, have a taste of my sun essence fire. Suddenly, the 8th prince opened his mouth and spat out a blazing golden flame that surged over. Ming Zhen had a grim expression and could only give up on killing Golden Feather. Retracting his green lantern, he channeled a green flame and burned it towards the 8th prince's sun essence fire. This time round, the green flame was devoured by the sun essence fire almost instantly. This sun essence fire contained a trace of divine power. Ming Zhen's green flames could not defend against it at all. The sun essence fire engulfed Ming Zhen and he had nowhere to retreat. He took a deep breath of air and suddenly assumed a lotus position on the ground, chanting a sutra. Instantly, a golden light emanated from his body. That was the Xitigarbha true body. The sun essence fire engulfed Ming Zhen and burned him continuously. Ming Zhen clasped his palms together and his body was filled with golden light. He sat in the flames and channeled his essence spirit to defend with all his might. Hee, the 8th prince sneered coldly. Let's see how long more you can last. The 8th prince's spirit consciousness was vast and his dermic powers were boundless as they surged continuously into the sun essence fire. The flames blazed and climbed more than 100 feet into the air. It intensified and surged with a blinding golden light, engulfing Ming Zhen's figure before long. The excited crowd gradually calmed down as they looked at the ball of flames. Many cultivators looked dejected. Is there anyone else from the human race? The 8th prince's aura was torrential as he stood in midair and looked down at the 10,000 races with disdain. Who dares to stand out and fight me? No one replied. What a bunch of trash. The 8th prince spat with a disdainful expression and sneered. The fortune of the human race is depleted and the era of the ancient emperors have passed. There's only you bunch of weak and cowardly people left. You're not worthy to be the masters of Tianhuang mainland. Every single sentence from the 8th prince seemed to pierce the hearts of many cultivators. Some were frustrated, some were indignant, and some were affronted. However, no one could step forward. That was because many cultivators knew that even if they stood out, they would be killed by the 8th prince easily and would only humiliate themselves. They could not defend at all. If humans are not worthy, a feathered lowlife like you is even less worthy. A cold voice sounded from outside, causing an uproar. Feathered lowlife. Who in this world would dare to call the Golden Crow race a feathered lowlife? Was he truly not afraid of death? The voice was hoarse and deep, but it possessed an indescribable magic, as though it looked down on all living beings and races. Who was it? Who would have the guts? Who would have such boldness? All the cultivators turned towards the voice. Not far away, a cultivator with white hair walked over slowly with a cold expression. His eyes were pitch black and he dragged a saber that was coiled with fiend chi in his right hand. Azura! It's the Azura Yen Beichen, the crowd exclaimed. Under normal circumstances, the titular disciple of Azura sect was the Azura while Yen Beichen had already left the sect. However, in this generation, in the hearts of all the cultivators in Tianhuang mainland, no matter who the titular disciple of Azura sect was, there was only a single person who was the Azura. This was the only person who was worthy of the title Azura as well. Many cultivators looked relieved when they saw who it was. The Azura was probably the only one in the world with such guts. The Azura was the only one with such boldness. The Azura was the only one who dared to say the words feathered lowlife in front of the Golden Crow race. Azura! The 8th prince had a dark expression and said coldly, I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you're already a dead man. Cough! Right then, young Master Arcane Ghost coughed gently. He gradually stood up and said in a slow manner, Azura, I know you. Initially, you were only a titular disciple of Azura sect. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, You lost your beloved and comprehended the profound meaning of the Hatred Sutra by accident. Your combat strength increased exponentially, and you transformed completely, turning into a true Asura. All these years, you've been despised by the immortals, Buddhas, and fiends. Even Asura sect can't accommodate you. I'm curious as to why you're here. I'm here because I want to kill, Yanbeichen replied indifferently. Young Master Arcane Ghost smiled gently. There's no place left for you in the cultivation world, and these super sects are your enemies. To be precise, you should be on our side. Tung Luo, Goddess Xiaoxiang, and the others turned to look. Everyone could clearly tell that young Master Arcane Ghost was trying to rope Yanbeichen in. As such, they could not help but look at the latter a little more. After the arrival of the primordial 6 races, young Master Arcane Ghost had been watching from the sidelines without saying a single word. Now that he stood out and wanted to rope in a human, it was clear that this person was extraordinary. I'm someone who values talents the most, young Master Arcane Ghost said. If you're willing to join the witch race, I can guarantee that I'll treat you as a clansman and give you sufficient respect. The primordial 6 races were extremely prideful and viewed all living beings of the 10,000 races as ants. It was even more so for the young masters of the primordial races. But now, young Master Arcane Ghost stood forth to invite Yanbeichen personally and even made a promise. It was clear how sincere he was. The most important thing for young Master Arcane Ghost to rope in Yanbeichen was the latter's potential. The fiend Emperor Hatred was in existence second only to the human Emperor. As for Yanbeichen, he was almost like the second fiend Emperor Hatred and might even be stronger. Sure, I can join the witch race. Yanbeichen paused for a moment. Go and kill that bunch of feathered lowlifes first. Green light flickered in the eyes of young Master Arcane Ghost. Many cultivators were speechless. The Asura was probably the only one in the world who dared to say something like that. Arcane Ghost, the 8th prince said coldly. I'm giving you face by letting you talk to him for so long, but how dare he humiliate the Golden Crow race like this? You can't protect him. I merely wanted to give him a chance because I'm appreciative of his talents. Young Master Arcane Ghost smiled and said coldly, since he doesn't know how to cherish it, everyone, do as you please. Since I can't use such a peerless saber, I might as well destroy it. The 8th prince turned around and sized up the Asura. Grinning, he said sinisterly, Asura, I'm thinking about how I'm going to torture you after suppressing you. I'm going to... You talk too much. Suddenly, Yanbeichen interrupted the 8th prince and slashed in reverse towards the latter. A black light tore through the air and released a suffocating aura of death. Beams of hatred fiend chi circled around and engulfed the 8th prince instantly. Nobody could describe how terrifying that slash was. It was as though everything was dark in an instant. The 8th prince's pupils constricted and his expression changed, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes. It had been a long time since he sensed the aura of death that was close by. Before the slash descended, he felt as though he was half a step into death's gates. Right in front of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the 8th prince suddenly shrieked and vanished from the spot, replaced by a gigantic 3-legged golden crow. Screech! The 3-legged golden crow burned with incomparably resplendent flames and extended his strongest 3rd claw to grab the hatred fiend saber. That 3rd leg was the strongest attack of the golden crow race. Back then, it was the golden crow 3rd prince's 3rd leg that forced out Su Zimo's divine phoenix's claw. Clang! The hatred fiend saber stood on the 3rd leg and let out a metallic sound. Immediately after, a blood mist spewed out from midair. A gigantic, menacing golden crow leg was thrown into the air. At the same time, the 8th prince's tragic cry sounded. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked as they looked at everything in disbelief. The 8th prince's golden crow leg was severed by the hatred fiend saber. The 3rd leg of the golden crow race was like the heavenly eye race's heavenly eye. It was extremely difficult to heal once crippled. That single slash from the Asura crippled at least half of the 8th prince's cultivation. Asura! The cultivators were excited. Earlier on, the 8th prince did not even have to conjure his true form to suppress Mingjin. But now that the Asura had descended, Even though the eighth prince had reverted to his true form, he was still severely injured. Azura, you're finished. The eighth prince paused and said coldly, since you broke one of my legs, I'm going to skin you, pull out your tendons and burn your bones into ashes. I'll imprison your soul and torture you for 1,000 years. Yen Beichen's expression was unchanged, as though he had not heard anything. After slashing out, he did not stop at all and descended once more like a shadow. When he saw that, the eighth prince was scared out of his wits. Not good. The eighth prince was terrified. This person wants to kill me. It was no wonder why the eighth prince was careless. He truly had not expected the Azura to be so bold as to hunt him down relentlessly after severing a leg. Even the other primordial races had not expected this, let alone him. The eighth prince was backed by the entire Golden Crow race and the primordial 6 races. This person was already in hot soup after injuring the eighth prince severely. Now he's even bent on killing the eighth prince. Azura, how dare you? The seventh prince was enraged and reverted to his true form right away. Flapping his wings, he descended from the skies and lunged towards Yen Beichen. Among the 4 princes, the 7th prince was the strongest. The 9th and 10th princes followed closely behind. The actions of the Azura enraged the Golden Crow race, and 3 princes attacked at the same time. Humph! Yen Beichen's expression was unchanged as his blood chi surged, releasing the full aura of a half-martial ancestor. Waving the hatred fiend's saber forward, he hollered, boundless hatred, limitless hell. The slash released streams of rich fiend chi. A terrifying saber intent descended and enveloped the 4 princes of the Golden Crow race. Hatred surged endlessly with a torrential killing intent that resembled purgatory. Strictly speaking, that slash had already surpassed the Fiend Emperor hatred. Yen Beichen was fused with 2 cultivation techniques of the Fiend sex, the Azura Sutra and Hatred Sutra. He was the only one who could fuse those 2 cultivation techniques perfectly. Hatred and killing intent were released completely from that slash. Be careful, everyone, the 7th prince hollered with a grim expression. Cling, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard in midair. Yen Beichen's slash defended against the 3 princes that were charging forward, blocking all their attacks. The sun essence fire released by the 3 princes was devoured by the hatred fiend chi and Azura fiend chi as well, and could not seep out any flames. Yen Beichen strode forward with a cold expression. The hatred fiend's saber tore through the air and transformed into a black streak of light, slashing down at the 8th prince. The 8th prince's face was pale as he released his escape technique and transformed into a golden streak of light, escaping into the distance. Flashes of blood appeared, right in front of everyone. A gigantic 3-legged golden crow was cleaved into 2 from the middle by a black streak of light. Countless blood splattered and his organs spilled onto the ground with a torrential blood stench. No matter how fast the 8th prince's escape technique was, he could not match the Azura's saber. That slash split the 8th prince into 2. The 8th prince's essence spirit could not even escape and was destroyed by a single slash, dying on the spot. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Many cultivators were dumbfounded in shock. The Azura was way too powerful. Notwithstanding the fact that he injured the 8th prince severely, he even managed to cleave the latter despite being surrounded by the attacks of the other 3 princes. For some reason, many cultivators felt their blood pump when they saw that. In their agitation, they gripped their fists and wished that they could rush out and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Azura. Too many cultivators were killed when the primordial 6 races descended previously. However, right from the beginning, none of the cultivators dared to step forward or uphold justice for the dead cultivators. But now the Azura had arrived. The Azura was not here to uphold justice or seek redress for others. The Azura merely wanted to kill. However, that was enough. Who said that the human race had no paragons or monster incarnates? Boom! The 8th prince was dead. On the battlefield, the power of the ball of burning flames decreased significantly and a figure tore through the flames, descending before everyone once more. It was Ming Zhan. Ming Zhan isn't dead, the crowd exclaimed, and many cultivators were delighted. Initially, many cultivators thought that Mingzhen was already burned into ashes after being refined by the flames of the eighth prince for so long. To think that he was still alive. Back then, Teng Lingzi put the Dharma characteristic Mingzhen into the Destiny Blood Gourd to refine for an entire 10 years without being able to refine the latter. Although the eighth prince's sun essence fire was powerful, it could not do anything to his Xitigarbha golden body that had the support of the Green Lantern. The seventh prince stood in midair and looked at the eighth prince's corpse coldly as two golden flames burned in his eyes. Screech! The ninth prince reared his head and cried with a pained expression. Screech! Hundreds of golden crows reverted to their true forms and circled around the eighth prince's corpse in midair, crying endlessly. Azura! I'll have you pay with your life! The seventh prince roared and transformed into a flaming spear, charging towards Yen Beichen. The spear tore through the air and the dermic powers in the void burned. At the same time, the ninth and 10th princes attacked. The three princes released dermic arts and joined forces to attack Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen's expression was unchanged as he wielded the Hatred Fiend Saber and fused the saber technique of the Hatred Sutra and Azura Sutra perfectly. Every single slash contained 2 saber intents. Even the three princes did not dare to take it head-on and had to avoid it. For a battle of this level, even Mingzhen could not interfere, let alone others. Humph! Ji Chengtian sneered. The Golden Crow race sure is shameless. Earlier on, they were even talking about a fair fight. The moment they saw that they could not win, they joined forces. No worries, Leng Ro said slowly. The Azura is way too strong. Even with the combined forces of 3 Golden Crow princes, they are suppressed by him. Screech! The 7th prince cried once more. The situation on the battlefield changed instantly. As though they had received an order, the hundreds of 3-legged golden crows spiraling in the firmaments attacked one after another, spitting out streams of sun essence fire that burned towards Yen Beichen. The crowd was in an uproar. This was no longer a group attack of 3 people. They were gathering the strength of a race to annihilate the Azura. Mingzhen took a deep breath and joined the battlefield once more, fighting against a golden crow. A girl in pink strode out from the fiend sect's pure maiden sect. She removed her veil and smiled at a golden crow. A boom sounded in the golden crow's mind and his eyes widened instantly, mesmerized by the girl in pink's smile. The girl in pink was the pure maiden of the fiend sects, Demoness G. Demoness G's eyes shone brightly as she said gently, "Go and kill him." Demoness G pointed to another 3-legged golden crow beside the golden crow and ordered. When the golden crow that was bewitched by her heard that order, his eyes revealed a conflicted expression as he frowned and fell into pain. Demoness G frowned slightly. Although her bewitchment technique could bewitch the 3-legged golden crow, it triggered the bottom line in the latter's heart by asking him to kill his fellow clansmen. Kill! 2 3-legged golden crows noticed that and charged towards Demoness G. If it was a one-on-one fight, Demoness G's bewitchment technique could definitely unleash an extremely terrifying might. For example, even if she could not order the 3-legged golden crow earlier on to kill his fellow clansmen, Demoness G could kill the golden crow with ease. However, against the envelopment of hundreds of 3-legged golden crows, the power that Demoness G could release was limited as well. She could only hold back a few 3-legged golden crows with her exquisite steps. However, it was almost negligible against hundreds of 3-legged golden crows. Boom! An incomparably thick golden rod descended from the skies and smashed onto the back of a 3-legged golden crow, shattering it into pieces. The essence spirit of the 3-legged golden crow fled but was held down by a black basket filled with holes that descended from the skies. Beams of golden light burst forth and raging flames burned in the black iron basket, burning the golden crow's essence spirit into ashes instantly. At this point of the battle, another 3-legged golden crow had fallen. All living beings were shaken. Up till this point of the battle, only the Azura had the power to kill the golden crow race, and he was the only one who dared to do so. To think that another 3-legged golden crow would die on the battlefield. Countless gazes looked over. 5 figures descended from the skies and entered the battlefield to fight against many 3-legged golden crows. The most striking thing was an ape that was dozens of feet tall with long fur all over its body. Its eyes were bloodshot as it thumped its chest and stomped its feet, roaring into the skies as it waved its golden rod with a torrential demonic chi. The gigantic ape was extremely tough and violent. Despite the encirclement of 10 three-legged golden crows, it was still at ease and released a powerful counterattack. In terms of strength, the three-legged golden crow was no match for the gigantic ape. Beside the gigantic ape was a tiger that shone with electric arcs. Its claws were sharp and it fought fiercely against the three-legged golden crows that danced in midair. A crane circled in midair with flames burning on its body as well. Its bloodline was filled with the aura of a Baifeng. A golden lion roared with a terrifying might. Among the 4 demons, there was a seemingly weak and skinny fox. It had fiery red fur that shone with a crystalline luster. The little fox gripped a pitch-black basket tightly seized opportune moments to strike. The three-legged golden crow earlier on was burned to death by that black basket. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching. The golden lion and little fox stood out and joined the battle. It's them. When the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect saw Monkey and the others, he suddenly stood up and declared, "Fellow Taoists of the primordial races, these 5 beasts are the sworn siblings of Desolate Marshal and the taboo Divine Ho. What are you doing?" The palace lord of Enigma Palace questioned loudly in rage. Xianxia could not help but say, "Heavenly Dipper sect watched idly as humans were bullied. Now that we have the help of these demon brothers, you guys are betraying them instead of expressing gratitude." Fufu, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect sneered. "They're just a few beasts." The Azura was the one who was reckless in this matter and killed the Golden Crow 8th prince. It's only right for him to pay with his life. That's right. The sect master of Malevolent Earth sect nodded as well. If not for the Azura, the 10,000 race meet would have been held smoothly a long time ago. How would things have come to this? When they heard that, Xianxia was not the only one. Even the sect masters of Snowdrift Valley, Purple Firmament Sect, Depamkar Monastery, Diamond Monastery, and the others glared over angrily. If the Azura had not arrived, the human race would have suffered unimaginable humiliation. While the super sects were arguing, the other 5 primordial races were calm. Initially, the 5 primordial races merely wanted to watch the show and wait for the situation to develop. However, when they heard that Monkey and the others were sworn brothers of Desolate Marshal, they were intrigued. Desolate Marshal is probably dead. Tong Luo rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Even if we can't kill Desolate Marshal to vent our frustrations, it's not bad killing his sworn siblings as well. Should we head down and play as well to stretch our bodies?" Tong Luo licked his lips. "I'm a little hungry. I can catch some food to eat." Savage, I was motionless and had no intention of getting up. Rakshasa Yu closed her eyes and rested as well, as though she did not want to participate in the fight. Goddess Xiaoxiang's gaze landed on Demoness Ji. Suddenly, she stood up and said coldly, "Leave that demoness to me." "Oh," Tong Luo asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoxiang, why would you be interested in a woman? I can't see anyone who has a more beautiful face than mine." Goddess Xiaoxiang said indifferently, "However, if there's any, I'll destroy her personally." "Ruthless. I like it." Tong Luo burst into laughter. Young Master Arcane Ghost stood up slowly as well. He looked at the Azura in midair and said coldly, "Seems like I'll have to deal with him personally." On the battlefield, although the 5 siblings, Demoness Ji and Mingzhen, were involved, it did not affect the situation much. The 3-legged golden crows they held back added up to less than 50. In other words, most of the 3-legged golden crows, including the 3 golden crow princes, were still attacking Yen Beichen wildly. Against such a terrifying attack, Yen Beichen's aura rose continuously instead. The stronger the hatred in his heart, the stronger the power of the Hatred Sutra. Even the hundreds of golden crows, including the 3 princes, could not suppress him. Hatred! Yen Beichen roared tragically and his eyes were pitch black as ink. Waving the Hatred Fiend saber, streams of Hatred Fiend chi circled around it. They were rich and vast, devouring the many dermic arts continuously. Poof! A wound appeared on Yen Beichen's body by a three-legged golden crow. However, Yen Beichen slashed in reverse and killed the three-legged golden crow. A single wound in exchange for the life of a three-legged golden crow. Poof! A deep wound appeared on Yen Beichen's chest that was dripping with blood. However, as though he could not feel any pain, he slashed in reverse and sliced the three-legged golden crow into two. The essence spirit of the three-legged golden crow was devoured by the hatred fiend Qi and died on the spot. Kill! 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 Yen Beichen had already lost his rationality completely and was in a realm of hatred intent where he could not feel pain or pressure. There was only endless hatred left in his heart. He only wanted to kill all the living beings before him. More wounds appeared on Yen Beichen's body. However, the number of three-legged golden crows that died under the hatred fiend saber increased as well. The ground was strewn with the corpses of three-legged golden crows. There were 100 of them, and it was a shocking sight. "What are you guys waiting for?" The voice of the seventh prince sounded, somewhat anxious. He knew very well that when Yen Beichen entered the hatred intent realm completely, his hatred was boundless and his strength was endless, causing his combat strength to increase limitlessly. Unless his stamina was depleted, there was no one who could defend against his attacks. Back in the ancient war, the fiend emperor hatred fell into this intent realm and countless experts of the primordial races died to the hatred fiend saber. Young Master Arcane Ghost smiled gently and walked towards Yen Beichen. His ghastly green eyes shone with a strange glint that was filled with a sinister power. The next moment, the three-legged golden crow before Yen Beichen vanished. In its place was a familiar back view. Pian ran. Yen Beichen was stunned and exclaimed instinctively, "Brother Yen, it's me. I'm not dead." The beautiful figure turned around and smiled gently at Yen Beichen, saying in a tender voice, "Pian Ran, you're not dead. You're not dead." Yen Beichen was agitated and hot tears streamed down his face as he placed the hatred fiend saber in his hands down. Clang! Clang! Sensing danger, the hatred fiend saber buzzed and trembled, warning repeatedly. Yen Beichen had already fallen completely into this illusion and could not extricate himself. Azura! Upon noticing that, Demoness Ji looked anxious. In a flash, she wanted to rush to Yen Beichen's side and help him out of the illusion. Right then, a figure appeared in front of Demoness Ji. With an indifferent expression, Goddess Xiaoxiang looked down at Demoness Ji with a faint hint of envy in her eyes. "Demoness, I'm your opponent." Demoness Ji's heart skipped a beat. Goddess Xiaoxiang was not an ordinary god race being. She was the strongest monster incarnate of the god race in recent years. Demoness Ji could not divert her attention to worry about the Azura after being targeted by such a monster incarnate of the god race, because her situation had turned extremely dangerous as well. "Sister, I'm not your match. Can't we talk?" Demoness Ji's eyes were slightly red as she said with teary eyes, looking aggrieved. The bewitchment technique of the Pure Maiden Sutra did not differentiate between race or gender. It was a Tao technique that could bewitch all living beings and topple the world. No matter who it was, they would feel a sense of love and pity at the sight of Demoness Ji's pitiful expression. Even Tung Luo was slightly stunned when he saw it from the side with a sinister glint in his eyes. However, he woke up quickly and smacked his lips, murmuring softly, "This little demoness has some tricks up her sleeves. If it was any other god race being, they would definitely be bewitched by Demoness Ji." However, Goddess Xiaoxiang's reaction was extremely fast. Two divine lights burst forth from her eyes as she released her god's eye instantly and tore through the air. The descent of the visual technique instantly broke the intent created by Demoness Ji. Demoness Ji used the exquisite steps and avoided the two visual techniques by a hair's breadth. Her pink dress was sliced by the two divine lights and its hemline turned into nothingness. Demoness Ji was secretly alarmed. Pure Maiden sect specialized in bewitchment techniques, but they were ordinary in terms of blood qi and physique. If the two divine lights landed on her, they would probably penetrate her body. Boom! Goddess Xiaoxiang strode forward and threw a punch towards Demoness Ji. Golden light burst forth, and the void trembled before her punch even descended. It was truly hard to imagine that such a woman could release such ferocious power with a casual punch. Demoness Ji did not dare to take it head-on and dodged in a flash. Goddess Xiaoxiang sneered coldly, and her blood qi surged. Beams of golden light emanated from her body as she chased relentlessly like a god. The god race was ranked at the top of the primordial 9 races in terms of physique and blood qi. As a monster incarnate of the god race, Goddess Xiaoxiang's physique and power of blood qi could suppress all paragons of the same cultivation realm. Demoness Ji would definitely lose if she fought head-on. Therefore, from the beginning, Demoness Ji had already made use of the exquisite steps to dodge continuously. Although Goddess Xiaoxiang's attacks were ferocious, she could not lock onto Demoness Ji, and her attacks missed repeatedly. Exquisite steps came from Fairy Linglong and was no small feat. Even Goddess Xiaoxiang could not do anything to Demoness Ji right away. On the other side, Yan Beichen was affected by young Master Arcane Ghost's essence spirit and fell into an illusion. He was unable to extricate himself, and it was extremely dangerous. Even with the constant warning from the Hatred Fiend Saber, Yan Beichen could not wake up. The cultivation of the witch race's essence spirit was the most terrifying. Young Master Arcane Ghost was a terrifying existence who could control one's heart. His attack this time round was even more terrifying than the hundreds of 3-legged golden crows. It was like a viper in the darkness that bit Yan Beichen on the vital spot. There was no way external forces could break through the hatred intent. Even if the primordial 6 races attacked together, they wouldn't be able to distance Yan Beichen from the hatred intent. The only way to break through the hatred intent was by targeting Yan Beichen personally. Qin Pianran was Yan Beichen's only flaw. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the Hatred Fiend's saber broke free from Yan Beichen's palm and transformed into a black streak of light that circled around him, blocking all the incoming dermic weapons. Immediately after, the Hatred Fiend's saber turned its blade and stabbed into Yan Beichen's chest. The slash pierced Yan Beichen's chest. What happened? The Fiend's saber killed its master? Something's not right. That Fiend's saber seems to be trying to wake Yan Beichen up. The cultivators were shocked when they saw that. As for Yan Beichen, who was in the illusion, he suddenly clutched his chest with a pained expression. With a dull grunt, he broke free from the illusion, and his eyes gradually regained their clarity. "Thank you, brother," Yan Beichen murmured softly and gripped the Hatred Fiend's saber in reverse, pulling the saber out of his chest. Hatred Fiend Qi circled around the wound, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. Yan Beichen gripped the Hatred Fiend's saber once more and suddenly felt waves of weakness and fatigue. Initially, he could not feel pain or fatigue after entering the hatred intent realm. Under the stimulation of the Hatred Fiend Qi, he fought fiercer and fiercer. But now, although he broke through the illusion of young Master Arcane Ghost, he broke free from the hatred intent realm as well and felt a sharp pain. Up till this point of the battle, he had countless wounds on his body under the encirclement of the Golden Crow race. He might not be able to hold on if the battle continued. Monkey and the others were encircled, and the situation was not optimistic for them either. Everyone was in danger. Young Master Arcane Ghost smiled gently at the 7th Prince. "The hatred intent has been dispelled. I'll leave the rest to you guys." "Thank you." The 7th Prince nodded slightly. Without the support of the hatred intent, Yan Beichen could not defend against the encirclement of the Golden Crow race. Bang! Right then, an incomparably thick blood vine tore through the air and whipped Yan Beichen heavily on the chest, sending him flying. "Ha ha ha ha!" Tung Luo's laughter sounded. "Arcane Ghost, you've already had your fill, but I've yet to attack." When he saw that, the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace was enraged and could no longer hold it in as he hollered, "Tung Luo, are the primordial 6 races going to give complete disregard to the rules? You guys clearly said that it's a one-on-one battle. When you guys saw that you could not win, you used an entire race to try and suppress the Azura. Now, the Bloodvine, God, and Witch races are even attacking together as well. What's the meaning of this?" "That's right." The Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley slammed the table and stood up, saying in a deep voice, All the living beings of the 10,000 races are here. How can the 10,000 races be convinced by your primordial 6 races' overbearing nature of reneging on your words without any regard for the rules? Cultivators from the major sects and factions of Purple Firmament Sect, Depamkra Monastery, Overlord Palace, as well as various Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects stood out and shouted, "Rules!" The smile on Tung Luo's face vanished and his expression turned cold. He looked at the sect masters of the super sects and said coldly, "Rules are set for weaklings like you. Rules are meant to be broken by the strong. Furthermore, from this day forth, all the rules of Tianhuang mainland will be decided by our primordial 6 races. All of you will have to abide." On what grounds? A cultivator was indignant and could not help but grumble. The primordial 6 races aren't the ones calling the shots in Tianhuang mainland right now. A blood vine suddenly burrowed from the ground beneath the cultivator's feet and pierced his chest. The cultivator's face was pale as he lowered his head slowly, gazing at the thick blood vine that popped out of his chest. His eyes were filled with shock and blood flowed continuously from his mouth. The gigantic mouth at the top of the blood vine opened slowly, revealing a cold glint. Its intertwining fangs devoured the cultivator's head in a single mouthful. Its fangs closed and it almost snapped the cultivator's neck, causing blood to spew out, right in front of everyone. The blood vine twitched and devoured the cultivator before long. The endless essence blood surged into Tung Luo's body through the thick blood vine. Suddenly, strange blood scars appeared on Tung Luo's face and crawled all over his face like spider webs before vanishing. With a ferocious expression, Tung Luo stuck out his grisly red tongue and smacked his lips, grinning. "What fresh meat! It's way too delicious." Many cultivators felt their hairs stand on end when they saw that. That was a conjoint body mighty figure of Overlord Palace. He was eaten by Tung Luo just like that. Bloody hell! What's there to be afraid of? The Palace Lord of Overlord Palace could no longer hold it in and withdrew a gigantic spear from his storage bag, propping it heavily on the ground as he shouted. "The reason why we of the Fiend sects cultivate is because we want freedom and be carefree. If we have to live life so restrictedly right now, we might as well fight with our full strength. Even if I have to die, I want to die in a spectacular manner." "That's right." The sect master of Azura sect stood out as well and said coldly, "At most, we'll just die." "Who doesn't die? Even if you're an emperor, you won't live together with heaven and earth and the sun and moon. You'll die of old age one day." Among the 7 Fiend sects, Overlord Palace, Azura sect and Pure Maiden sect stood out. The sect master of Purple Firmament sect stood up slowly and said in a deep voice, "What's the point of living forever if you have to endure such humiliation?" Immediately after, from the Immortal sects, Snowdrift Valley and Soaring Feather sect stood out. All the Buddhist monks stood up. Among the 5 heretical doctrines, Little Fatty of Tomb sect and Shurjian of Puppet sect stood out as well. All the cultivators of the 4 unorthodox groups rose. The Nangong and Baiming aristocratic families of the 3 ancient aristocratic families stood out. Many cultivators of Enigma Palace advanced. Instantly, everyone was worked up as powerful figures from the human race soared into the air one after another, releasing incomparably domineering auras to fight against Tung Luo. The primordial 6 races had descended and massacred humans wantonly. The cultivators had nowhere to vent the rage in their hearts and could not hold it in any longer. Humans were not all cowards. The storyteller had once said that the cultivation world merely lacked a true expert who could rally and lead the human race. Now, the sect masters of Overlord Palace and Azura sect stood out. That scene seemed to have caused a chain reaction as cultivators stood up one after another. Many cultivators felt their blood boiling as they looked at Tung Luo and the other blood vines with murderous auras. Their initial fear had long been forgotten. "Oh my!" Tung Luo's gaze intensified as he grinned excitedly. "Why? Do you bunch of ants want to defy the heavens? I'd advise you guys to calm down." Right then, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect said coldly, "All of you are merely hot-headed and impetuous right now. Don't regret it when you get severely injured and die a moment later. it'll be too late by then. Just as the blood of the cultivators was boiling, someone threw a wet blanket over them. Hee hee. The Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley sneered. Lang Qing, we're both sect masters of immortal sects. It's truly a humiliation for me to share the same status as someone like you. The sect master of Malevolent Earth Sect said, Fufu. I think that fellow Taoist Lang Qing isn't wrong. He was merely reminding you guys out of goodwill not to fight against fellow Taoists of the primordial 6 races. The island master of Panglai Island crossed his arms and sneered. Since you guys have a death wish, don't blame us for watching idly. How shameless! Little Fatty scolded angrily. Panglai Island has already submitted to the primordial 6 races, right? The island master of Panglai Island had a calm expression. What's wrong with submitting? The primordial races have recuperated and returned in a domineering manner. They will definitely rule over Tianhuang mainland and lord over the world. If Panglai Island doesn't submit, do you expect us to throw away our lives like you guys? You want to strike a stone with an egg? How laughable! Many cultivators felt disgusted when they saw the island master of Panglai Island's expression. You're really too naive to think that you'll be able to lead a normal life. The Palace Lord of Overlord Palace sneered. Once the primordial 6 races rule over Tianhuang mainland, they will definitely enslave the 10,000 races. Do you think that they are going to let the human race off after what happened with the ancient war? The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace waved his hand gently. Our Daos are different. There's no need to argue. We're cultivators who would rather die than kneel and live an ignoble existence. Kill! 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 The cultivators roared in anger. A bunch of ants that are screaming. Kill them! Tung Luo waved his hand and was the first to lunge into the crowd. Hundreds of blood vines charged forward and took root on the ground, waving thick blood vines. They interweaved into an impenetrable web filled with blood chi that almost covered the entire world. The moment both parties collided, blood filled the air and countless cultivators died. However, against the attacks of many cultivators, some blood vines were killed on the spot as well. Enraged, Tung Luo reverted to his true form as well. Dozens of blood vines tore through the air and smashed the bodies of more than 10 cultivators, descending on the Palace Lord of Overlord Palace. Dozens of blood vines coiled around the Palace Lord of Overlord Palace. Die! Tung Luo's voice sounded with a cold killing intent and endless rage. Poof! A blood mist burst forth and the Palace Lord of Overlord Palace was minced to death by Tung Luo. Boom! Right then, a pitch-black light descended and pierced the head of Purple Firmament Sect's sect master. The headless corpse of Purple Firmament Sect's sect master fell from midair without a single sound. Savage I had attacked. A single visual technique was enough to kill the sect master of Purple Firmament Sect. Not far away, many heavenly eye race beings charged over. If it was just the blood vine race, the experts of the human race could still fight. With the addition of the heavenly eye race, there was no longer any doubt about the outcome of the battle. The killing power of the heavenly eyes was way too great when they opened. Cultivators fell one after another as broken limbs danced in midair. Tragic cries, wails and screams reverberated through the world. Young master, you're afraid of being tainted by the filthy blood of those human ants, right? How about letting us go have fun? Some Rakshasas could not hold it in any longer and were tempted. Rakshasa Yu sighed internally and closed her eyes, nodding. In her opinion, the human race was doomed even if the Rakshasa race did not attack. Howl! A series of green-faced and Rakshasas with bared fangs danced in midair, wielding curved sabers as they streaked through the crowd. Everywhere they passed, a blood storm would break out. The addition of the Rakshasa race caused the human cultivators' formation to collapse instantly. Finally, some cultivators could not withstand it and started escaping into the distance. Fear was contagious. The second, the third. There was no way to stop the collapse of the situation. Many cultivators began to flee. However, nobody could escape from Enigma Palace against the pursuit of the Rakshasa and Golden Crow races. Not a single person. Oh! Transforming into his human form once more, Tang Luo stood in midair and looked at the many cultivators who were fleeing with excited expressions. He was even chewing a large piece of flesh as he laughed wildly. Cowardly ants, come and fight. Ha 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 ha. Many primordial races roared in laughter as they slaughtered. Tang Luo's blood vines pierced Ji Qingtian's chest and lifted the latter slowly towards him as he laughed menacingly. Paragons of the human race? Monster incarnates of the human race? All of you are a bunch of trash. Ji Qingtian's face was pale as he spat out blood repeatedly. However, there was no fear in his eyes as he said slowly, "If the human race's desolate marshal is around, we'll kill you guys like dogs." Tang Luo's expression darkened. That name was a huge humiliation for the Bloodvine race. That's right. The Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley dragged her severely injured body and said sternly, "If Desolate Marshal was around, the young masters of your primordial 6 races would be a joke. In the eyes of my bro, the primordial 6 races are the ants. You guys are the trash." Little Fatty hugged the severely injured Shijian and howled with teary eyes. "Desolate Marshal?" Tang Luo sneered. "Our primordial 6 races are gathered here. If he hides obediently, he can still live for a few more days. If he dares to appear, I'll let him know who's the true expert and who's invincible among his peers." Swoosh! A cold beam tore through the air and arrived instantly, piercing towards Tang Luo's glabella. "Watch out!" Suddenly, Savage Eye hollered. Tang Luo's expression changed. The cold beam was way too fast. By the time he realized, the cold light had already descended. In fact, he did not even have time to revert to his true form and could only raise his palm instinctively. Poof! The cold light pierced Tang Luo's palm and punctured through his glabella, penetrating his head, stained with blood. The momentum of the cold light was still present as it created a gigantic hole of blood in the wings of another Rakshasa. The tremendous power exploded the Rakshasa's wings. The Rakshasa let out a tragic cry and fell from midair. The cold light seemed like an arrow that was corporeal and gradually dissipated in front of everyone. Tang Luo was dead? The young master of the Bloodvine race was killed by a single arrow? The world seemed to have paused for a moment because of the arrival of the arrow. "Who's there?" Savage Eye rose slowly and asked sternly. A cold voice descended and reverberated through Enigma Palace in a deafening manner. "I'm Desolate Marshal. TM Desolate Marshal." Those words stirred the crowd like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and stirred the living beings of the 10,000 races. Those words seemed to have a demonic power as many cultivators who were fighting stopped instinctively and looked towards the voice. Desolate Marshal was a name that everyone knew. Even among the primordial 6 races it was notorious. In the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City, the primordial races knew that a monster incarnate of the human race had been born. In fact, he could even fight against the Rakshasa and God race at the Golden Core realm. However, the primordial races were not bothered. A Golden Core was of no threat to the primordial races. It was only after the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley that the name Desolate Marshal spread through the primordial 6 races. This attracted the attention of the primordial 6 races and they released their killing badges one after another, wanting to kill Desolate Marshal. However, to think that in the battle on 6 Stars Mountain 100 years ago, more than 10,000 Bloodvines died and their young master, Tang Lingzi, died as well. However, Desolate Marshal vanished from Tianhuang mainland and there was no news of him ever since. The young masters of the primordial races such as young Master Arcane Ghost, Goddess Xiaoxiang and Savage Eye were extremely proud and confident they had no fear towards Desolate Marshal. In their opinion, even if Desolate Marshal was alive today, he would definitely not dare to appear at the 10,000 race meet. With the primordial 6 races and the killing badge still present, if Desolate Marshal dared to appear, it would be equivalent to walking into his own grave. However, they had not expected Desolate Marshal to truly come. Furthermore, the moment he appeared, he killed the new young master of the Bloodvine race and shot down a Rakshasa. Young Master Arcane Ghost had a grim expression. Goddess Xiaoxiang frowned as even they might not have been able to escape unscathed from that arrow earlier on. In the chaotic battle, none of them noticed the arrow. Only Savage Eye managed to notice the danger with his powerful senses and gave out a warning. but it was too late. Tung Luo was already a dead man. With Lung Ro's help, Xianxia pulled out the blood vine that pierced his chest. Although his face was frightfully pale, he looked excited. Zimo is here. That's right, he's here. Lung Ro nodded as well. Don't worry. These primordial races won't be able to cause much trouble with Zimo around. First, little Fatty could not help but laugh and roar. Silly Jian, take a look. Bro is here. He shook Shi Jian's body fervently. Shi Jian was already severely injured to begin with, and his bones nearly broke after little Fatty shook him a few times. He said weakly, "Damned Fatty, are you trying to shake me to death?" Although Shi Jian was cursing, for some reason, his eyes reddened and he actually cried. Desolate Marshal! Desolate Marshal is here. Many fleeing cultivators stopped in their tracks and looked up with excited expressions. It's Desolate Marshal of our human race. A paragon of our human race. Initially, the confidence of the cultivators had already collapsed. However, after Desolate Marshal descended, their hopes were reignited and their fighting spirits were invoked. Under countless gazes, a figure appeared on the top of the city walls of Enigma Palace. He wore green robes and had black hair. His gaze burned with a menacing expression as he wielded a jade-green bow. The green-robed cultivator walked towards the battlefield at a steady pace. However, every single step he took caused the void to tremble. An extremely terrifying torrential aura burst forth from the green-robed cultivator, as though he wanted to trample all living beings beneath his feet. Desolate Marshal. Young Master Arcane Ghost stood up slowly and narrowed his eyes. Savage I stood up as well, and a pair of pitch-black sockets glared in the direction of Su Zimo with a ghostly light. Rakshasa Yu looked at the intruder and frowned slightly. This green-robed cultivator must be that person's clone, right? Among everyone present, only Rakshasa Yu knew of the existence of the Martial Dao Prime body. In Rakshasa Yu's eyes, although the green-robed cultivator looked exactly the same as the Martial Dao Prime body, there was still a huge difference in their auras. Humph! Her heart skipped a beat as she thought to herself, "You've bullied me for so long. If I bully your clone later on, it won't be considered as betraying you." The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace looked at Su Zimo, who was walking over slowly with a conflicted expression. In just 100 years, Su Zimo had already advanced to the half-martial ancestor realm. The speed of his cultivation was terrifying. He had quite a bit of a feud with Su Zimo in the past. The dermic-breaking bow in Su Zimo's hands should have been his dermic weapon. Furthermore, it was because of Su Zimo that he was removed from his position as the Palace Lord and had to reflect on his mistakes in seclusion. It was only this year that he regained his freedom. However, at that moment, the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace could not muster any hatred towards Su Zimo. He only hoped that Su Zimo could protect the last bit of dignity for the human race and the cultivation world. There was a momentary pause in the battlefield because of Su Zimo's appearance as many primordial races stopped their massacre and turned to look. "What are you guys looking at?" Young Master Arcane Ghost glared at Su Zimo coldly and suddenly said, "Leave that person to me. Continue killing until all the humans submit." When they heard that, the primordial races reacted and continued hunting. Hundreds of three-legged golden crows were prepared to launch their final attacks at Monkey and the others. Swoosh! Su Zimo's expression was cold as he suddenly raised his hand and tugged the dermic-breaking bow. A dermic power arrow condensed and shot into the three-legged golden crow group, exploding into a blood mist. The hundreds of three-legged golden crows were grouped together and could not dodge that arrow at all. Given Su Zimo's cultivation as a half-martial ancestor, when he used the dermic-breaking bow and condensed dermic powers to shoot an arrow, the power it contained was extremely terrifying. Those three-legged golden crows could not defend against it at all. That arrow pierced at least 5 to 6 three-legged golden crows. The three-legged golden crows at the front endured the most ferocious power of the dermic power arrow and their bodies exploded. Their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot and they died. That single arrow caused the battlefield to pause once more. "What are you afraid of?" The ninth prince said coldly. "This is the ancient unique treasure, the dermic-breaking bow, and there's an extremely long time lapse. Now that he has just fired the first arrow, He'll be dead before he even fires a second arrow. Kill the ninth prince's figure flashed, and he charged towards the severely injured Yen Beichen. Swoosh! Right then, an arrow tore through the air and arrived before him instantly. What? He's able to shoot a second arrow so quickly. The ninth prince's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively reached out with his golden crow claws to grab the arrow. Boom. The arrow shattered. The ninth prince's palm was pierced by the arrow and fresh blood flowed. Arg! The ninth prince cried in pain. Swoosh! Before he could react, a second arrow descended. MMM? How is that possible? The ninth prince's expression changed starkly. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of golden light and wanted to release an escape technique to escape far away. Swoosh! 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 Immediately after, 3 arrows tore through the air and sealed the ninth prince's escape path. Ninth, the seventh prince exclaimed. Even young masters of the primordial races such as he, young master Arcane Ghost and Savage Eye, had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to draw the dermic breaking bow to release arrows continuously, let alone the ninth prince. An arrow pierced the ninth prince's chest. The tremendous power ruptured his body into pieces. An essence spirit fled with a panicked expression. OM! Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly, and a Sanskrit sound descended. The ninth prince's essence spirit shuddered gently and dissipated into the world with a dim glow in front of everyone. The ninth prince was dead. Translator. The entire process seemed very long upon narration, but Su Zimo shot the 5 arrows in the blink of an eye. Even before the other 2 princes could react, the ninth prince was dead. Most importantly, no one had expected the ancient unique treasure, the dermic breaking bow, to possess such a terrifying might in Su Zimo's hands. The primordial 6 races were shocked, let alone the living beings of the 10,000 races present. All these years, the living beings of the 10,000 races had long heard of the name Desolate Marshal and was decisive to kill. He was the #1 monster incarnate of the human race in history. However, they had not expected that after witnessing it personally today. Desolate Marshal was even more terrifying, domineering and sharp than they had imagined. Desolate Marshal arrived at Enigma Palace, and in just a moment, the ninth prince and Teng Luo, 2 half-martial ancestors at the young master level, were dead. It was too ruthless. Prior to this, the cultivation world had to be extremely cautious if they wanted to kill an ordinary expert of the primordial races. Furthermore, they had to pay an extremely high price. But now, Desolate Marshal had attacked and shot down 2 young masters in succession, shocking the primordial 6 races on the spot. The entire Enigma Palace was filled with a thick blood stench. Although the experts of the primordial 6 races stopped temporarily in midair, everyone could sense that an even fiercer storm was about to arrive. This time round, even the 7th and 10th princes gave up on hunting Yen Beichen temporarily and turned to Su Zimo. A ghastly green glint flashed through the eyes of young Master Arcane Ghost. Unknowingly, a white bone staff had already appeared in his hands. Facing Su Zimo, a crack appeared on the heavenly eye on Savage Eye's glabella, and an extremely terrifying aura spread, as though it could open at any moment. Rakshasa Yu stood up slowly as well and was prepared to attack. However, Goddess Xiaoxiang did not take Su Zimo seriously at all. She had hunted Demoness Ji for so long, and was about to kill the latter with her terrifying aura and powerful body. There was naturally no way she was going to give up so easily. Kill! Suddenly, the 7th prince let out a long howl and transformed into a golden streak of light, using shuttling around the world to circle Su Zimo in an unfathomable manner. He was extremely wary of Su Zimo's dermic breaking bow. This was the only way he could avoid being targeted by the dermic breaking bow. That long howl was like a war horn that triggered a new bloodbath. The experts of the primordial 6 races charged into the crowd of cultivators from Snowdrift Valley, Overlord Palace, Depamkra Monastery, and massacred once more. Fresh blood splattered and corpses were strewn everywhere. At the same time, young Master Arcane Ghost waved his staff and chanted a series of strange incantations. Suddenly, 9 menacing skulls appeared beside Lim. They were filled with evil aura, and their eyes shone with a ghastly green light as they glared at Su Zimo before charging over. Swoosh! A figure tore through the air at an astonishing speed and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. She reached out with her slender hand and struck Su Zimo's shoulder. Only the Rakshasa race could release such a terrifying speed. As for Rakshasa Yu, she was the young mistress of the Rakshasa race and was even faster. She clearly held back and did not summon her destiny dermic weapon or attack Su Zimo fatally, merely slapping him on the shoulder. Detestable person! Rakshasa Yu glared at Su Zimo and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. You've bullied me for so long. It's not overboard for me to punish your clone, right? Punish? You're thinking too much. Su Zimo glanced at Rakshasa Yu indifferently. The moment the primordial races attacked, a pair of wings grew behind Su Zimo, and his body shone with electric arcs. Boom! A thin crack appeared on the heavenly eye on the glabella of Savage Eye. Countless runes surged and chaotic chi spread, as though the world had just opened up and wanted to tear everything apart. A dark light descended. Although Savage Eye was the last to attack, the dark light was the first to arrive. Swoosh! Unfortunately, the moment the dark light descended, Su Zimo's figure had already vanished from the spot. Ethereal wings, lightning escape and boundless golden light burst forth at the same time as he charged out from the hands of the young masters of the primordial races. The attacks of the young masters of the primordial races missed. The young masters of the primordial races had long forgotten about the fair rules of fighting one-on-one as they attacked Desolate Marshal at the same time. Su Zimo's figure had just appeared. Two figures burning with golden flames swooped down like blazing suns that wanted to incinerate all living beings. The two Golden Crow princes found an opportunity to attack and did not give Su Zimo any breathing space. However, the moment Su Zimo appeared, the dermic breaking bow in his hands was already pulled. A dermic power arrow with a terrifying aura was condensed on the bowstring. Swoosh! The arrow tore through the air, and the power contained by it seemed like it wanted to pierce the two three-legged Golden Crow's princes. The two Golden Crow princes were charging towards Su Zimo to begin with and could not hold back at all. It was already too late for them to dodge. The two Golden Crows attacked at the same time. Boom! The claws of the two princes grabbed the dermic power arrow at the same time and shattered it. However, the two Golden Crow princes shuddered as well. The seventh prince was the strongest in combat and merely felt his Golden Crow leg go numb. As for the 10th prince, he was the youngest and his combat strength was weaker. That arrow caused his blood chi to surge, and the Golden Crow leg beneath his abdomen lost all sensation. Swoosh! 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 Su Zimo drew his dermic breaking bow and fired 3 arrows in succession. The first arrow was shot towards the 9 skulls that were flying over. Although the skeleton curse was powerful and evil, it was a curse technique and could not break free from the essence of dermic powers. All the dermic arts could not withstand a single blow from the dermic breaking bow. The 9 menacing skulls were pierced by the dermic power arrow. They could not even defend against the dermic power arrow for a moment. Instead, their dermic powers were absorbed by the arrow, and its aura turned even more terrifying as its speed increased. Under countless gazes, the 9 skulls vanished after the dermic power arrow passed through them. As for the dermic power arrow, it had already transformed into a gigantic spear that shone with a faint green glow and stabbed towards young Master Arcane Ghost. Fuck, young Master Arcane Ghost's expression changed, and he nearly cursed given his physique and bloodline. He would most likely die if he was struck by the spear, let alone take it head-on. Nether swap. Suddenly, he hollered and released a secret skill. Waving his staff, he pointed at a witch beside him. Instantly, young Master Arcane Ghost vanished from the spot. In his place was the witch beside him. The two of them exchanged positions right in front of everyone. Although it was only a short distance shift, young Master Arcane Ghost managed to escape death from the sharpness of the gigantic spear. Nether swap was a lesser divine power. The reason why young Master Arcane Ghost was able to advance to become a half-martial ancestor was because he comprehended that trace of divine power. Right now, he could only exchange positions with those around him. he could not do anything further. However, if this lesser divine power was comprehended to its limits, there was a chance it could evolve into a supreme divine power astral swap. Power of that level was not merely as simple and limited as to swapping positions with someone else. Legek OM. The witch who was by young Master Arcane Ghost could not react in time. In his days, he was pierced by the gigantic spear and his body exploded. Dying on that was not all the damage caused by the gigantic more than 10 witches young Master Arcane Ghost. After the gigantic spear shattered the first witch's tsnai, its did not diminish at all and it stabbed into the crowd. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as mists exploded in a terrifying sight. Caught off guard, the witches suffered devastating damage. The witches who were struck head-on by the gigantic spear could not defend against it and died on the without any chance of survival. As for the witches who were slightly off the direct line of target, their texis could not withstand the mere impact of the gigantic either and exploded on the spot. The essence spirits of the witch race were strong, but their TX dies were way too. Witches who reacted faster abandoned their texlis and escaped with their essence spirits, although they were gone. Many more witches were pierced by the gigantic spear on the spot. Although there were more than 10 witches, only 3 survived. Furthermore, the only thing left of the 3 witches were horrified essence spirits that trembled in midair out of fear. As for the remaining witches, they were shocked and looked at young Master Arcane Ghost frightfully. Although the dermic breaking bow was powerful, it was only a dermic power arrow at the end of the day, and the lethality it could produce was limited. The reason why the witch race suffered such a huge loss earlier on was because of young Master Arcane Ghost. It was because of the dermic art he released as well as his escape that sold out the clansmen who were behind him. Young Master Arcane Ghost's expression darkened when he sensed the gazes of his clansmen. That was merely Su Zimo's first arrow. Su Zimo's second arrow was shot towards Rakshasa Yu, who was in midair. Rakshasa Yu's speed was even above the 3-legged golden crow. She chuckled and flapped her wings. Dodging the dermic power arrow with the young masters of the primordial races were extremely wary of the dermic breaking bow. However, Rakshasa Yu thought otherwise. Given her speed, that lousy dermic breaking bow could not threaten her at all. As for Su Zimo's third arrow, it was shot towards the incoming dark light. The dark light was a visual technique released by Savage Eye. Although Su Zimo managed to dodge it, the dark light chased after him relentlessly, as though it was sentient. Boom! The dermic power arrow collided with the dark light with a loud bang. The visual technique of the Heavenly Eye race was not destroyed by the dermic power arrow. There was a trace of divine power in that visual technique. The attacks of the 5 young masters were blocked by Su Zimo. Right then, Su Zimo stood in midair and howled into the skies. The blood chi in his body surged as he drew the dermic breaking bow once more. In Su Zimo's consciousness, his essence spirit was already pushed to its limits and the creation lotus platform at the bottom spun slowly. Multicolored light filled the air and nourished his essence spirit continuously. The bow was like a full moon. The young masters had grim expressions and were tense. Apart from Rakshasa Yu, no one could underestimate the killing power of the dermic breaking bow. 2 young masters that underestimated it were already dead. Swoosh! The arrows were like shooting stars. An arrow tore through the air. The hearts of the young masters of the primordial races skipped a beat. Some of them were prepared to defend while others were prepared to dodge. But soon, the young masters of the primordial races realized that the arrow was not aimed at them. It was aimed at the crowd. In the chaotic battlefield, a 3-legged golden crow had a vicious expression and a violent gaze as he attacked Yen Beichen wildly, releasing killing moves repeatedly. Suddenly, the 3-legged golden crow felt his scalp tingle. There seemed to be the sound of an arrow piercing through the air, and he could vaguely see a cold glint from the corner of his eyes. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. The next moment, he lost consciousness and his mind sank into the endless under many gazes. The 3-legged golden crow was killed by a single arrow from Su Zimo's dermic breaking bow. Swoosh! 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 Right then, a series of sharp arrows tore through the air in an endless stream. On this battlefield, it sounded absolutely chilling. All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked up with agape mouths and eyes widened. They were so scared that they could not speak at all. In midair, the powerful figure with a torrential aura pulled the dermic-breaking bow consecutively within a short period of time. In a few breaths, he shot out 100 dermic power arrows. Even the young masters of the primordial races had to focus against a single dermic power arrow. 100 dermic power arrows descended from the skies in a flurry. What a shocking sight! The entire void seemed to have been penetrated by the 100 arrows. Boom! A god race being that was chasing after a Snowdrift Valley cultivator was pierced in the chest by a dermic power arrow, and his chest exploded as he fell. Another Rakshasa that was chasing after a mighty figure of Azura sect wanted to dodge. However, he was too late and his head was pierced by an arrow. He was pinned to a stone pillar far away and died. Poof! 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 The arrow rain descended, and the group of witch, Rakshasa, Heavenly Eye and God race experts that surrounded Monkey and the others fell in succession. Those dermic power arrows were not only terrifying in strength and speed, they were also extremely precise. Every single arrow could shoot an expert of the primordial races at least. The lethality was almost destructive for the primordial 6 races. The 100 dermic power arrows had killed far more than 100 experts of the primordial races. Some of the dermic power arrows could penetrate 3, 4 or even 5 primordial races and kill them on the spot. In just a few breaths' time, more than 200 experts of the primordial races had fallen. There were even more who were severely injured. The crowd was shocked. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The experts of the primordial 6 races were pale with fright. Let's see who dares to move. Oh, standing in midair, Suzimo wielded the dermic-breaking bow, and his gaze was like lightning. He was like an unparalleled god as he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly shouted. The voice exploded in the ears of the experts of the primordial races like thunder. The experts of the primordial 6 races shuddered in fear. Many primordial race beings looked at the figure in midair with deep fear in their eyes. The arrow rain stunned the experts of the primordial 6 races on the spot. None of the primordial races dared to move again. Desolate Marshal! Some cultivators were emotional when they saw that, and they could not help but shout with warm tears streaming down their faces. Desolate Marshal! Desolate Marshal! Countless cultivators roared with reddened eyes, shaking the 9 heavens. Ever since they participated in the 10,000 race meet, they had suffered too much injustice, grievances, and bullying. They watched helplessly as their fellow sect mates were murdered by the primordial races. They watched their sect masters die among the primordial races, but none of them dared to step forward. They could see the arrogance and overbearingness of the primordial races, but none of them could stand out to fight. At that moment, all their anger, grievances, and indignance were released. So what if they were the primordial races? As Ji Changtian had said, Desolate Marshal killed the primordial races like slaughtering dogs. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace stood out and bowed deeply in Suzimo's direction excitedly, shouting, Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, if there's a next time, I'm willing to present the dermic-breaking bow to you personally. You're the only one worthy of this ancient unique treasure. Oh, it was only at this moment that the animosity in his heart towards Suzimo for snatching the dermic-breaking bow truly vanished. What sort of status did the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace possess? Although the two of them were at the same cultivation realm, the difference in their statuses was immense, and that bow from the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace carried a lot of weight. Right then, the Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley dragged her severely injured body and kowtowed to Desolate Marshal. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. Immediately after, the sect masters of Soaring Feather Sect, Depamkra Monastery, and the 4 unorthodox groups stood out one after another. These were renowned and noble existences of the cultivation world. Thank you, Desolate Marshal! Many cultivators shouted in unison. It was heartfelt gratitude from everyone. That was because countless cultivators and fellow disciples would have died if Desolate Marshal had not shot that arrow rain. Most importantly, Desolate Marshal's appearance protected the last bit of dignity of the human race. At that moment, many cultivators teared up. They could vaguely see the supreme grandeur of the ancient emperors from desolate Marshall. Right then, a cultivator said softly, "The emperors are not here, but I am." Many cultivators knew that this was what Su Zimo, who was only a golden core back in Myriad Phenomenon City, said to the god and Rakshasa race. Later on, when it spread into the cultivation world, it was mocked by the major sects and factions. It was only now that everyone knew that Desolate Marshall was the only one who could say something like that. Only Desolate Marshall was worthy of being comparable to the ancient emperors. Desolate Marshall threatened the primordial 6 races single-handedly with a bow in his hands. This scene would definitely be recorded in the books of history. Many cultivators were emotional, and the young masters of the primordial 6 races had differing expressions as well. Among them, Rakshasa Yu had the most conflicted expression. Initially, she did not take the Green Lotus true body and the dermic breaking bow seriously. In her opinion, this was only a clone of Desolate Marshall. Given her speed, she could definitely avoid the killing power of the dermic breaking bow. However, what happened earlier had completely changed her mind. If the 100 dermic power arrows were to shoot towards her, she would definitely not be able to escape even if she had a few more pairs of wings. "I'm unable to even defeat this clone of that detestable man?" Rakshasa Yu looked at the figure in midair with a lost expression. The massive battlefield was silent. The experts of the primordial races had grim expressions and were even more cautious, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Right then, Goddess Xiaoxiang glanced sideways at the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect not far away, and a cold glint flashed through her eyes. The 7th prince turned his gaze towards the island master of Penglai Island not far away. The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect shuddered and suddenly stood up, shouting, "Desolate Marshall, today is the day of the 10,000 race meet. How can the 10,000 race meet continue when you're so violent and created a massacre? If the peace talks with the primordial 6 races for this 10,000 race meet fails because of you, you'll be a sinner of the human race. To hell with you." Little Fatty could not help but curse. The Valley Master of Snowdrift Valley said coldly as well, "Heavenly Dipper sect, was it the primordial races or Desolate Marshall who started a massacre today? Did more people of the primordial races die or did more humans die?" The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect was rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. The island master of Penglai Island stood up and said in a deep voice, "With the 10,000 races gathered, it's only normal for there to be conflicts and some fighting. Now that everyone has stopped, we can sit down and have a good talk. Do you think you can call the shots to talk?" Su Zimo glanced askance at the island master of Penglai Island. The island master of Penglai Island felt as though his heart had stopped beating after a single glance from Su Zimo. A chill surged into the back of his head and he shut his mouth immediately. At that moment he truly sensed the aura of death. If he dared to say another word, he was certain that Desolate Marshall would definitely attack and kill him on the spot. Right then, the sect master of Chaos Essence sect stood up. "Desolate Marshall, it's understandable that you have grudges with the primordial 6 races. However, this is the 10,000 race meet. Don't implicate the entire human race just because you want to vent your emotions due to your personal grudges. What a load of nonsense. Twisting the facts." The palace lord of Enigma Palace hollered. The sect master of Sword sect said slowly as well, "If the young masters of the primordial races want to negotiate, I think you should stop while you're ahead, Desolate Marshall. We can sit down and have a talk." Chaos Essence sect and Sword sect did not express anything earlier on. Although they did not stand on the side of the primordial 6 races, they did not have the courage to fight them either. However, the sect masters of the 2 sects could not sit still with the appearance of Desolate Marshall. Although Chaos Essence sect said that Desolate Marshall only cared about personal grudges, the reason why the 2 sect masters expressed their stance was because of their personal feuds with Desolate Marshall. "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "Who the hell are you to think that you can represent the human race?" Desolate Marshall, the palace lord of Zephyr Thunder Palace hollered, "Don't be impudent. As the sect masters of Immortal sects, how can we not represent the human race? The human race was massacred by the primordial 6 races and yet, You few things merely saw there idly and watched with indifference. Do you think you're worthy of being called humans? If you're not even human, do you think you can represent the human race? When he said that, the sect masters of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and the others flushed red and felt their faces burn. That's right. How dare you refer to yourselves as immortal sects when you're so spineless? It's truly humiliating for us cultivators of Soaring Feather Sect to be in the same league as you guys. Sword Sect cultivators would rather die than submit and press forward. The current Sword Sect no longer has the sharpness of the sword cultivators in the ancient era. You guys truly embarrassed your founders. Many cultivators who survived the battle earlier on sneered. When they heard that, the sect masters of Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and the others looked even more terrible with darkened expressions. The young masters of the primordial races sneered in midair and did not attack, merely watching the show from the side. If the human race were to fight among themselves, it would be the most advantageous for them. Desolate Marshal, don't spout nonsense. The sect master of Chaos Essence Sect grit his teeth. As sect masters of the immortal sects, Fufu, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a sneer from Su Zimo. Let me tell you. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect, and the other immortal and fiend sects as he said slowly. The current cultivation world is not your world and you guys can't make the decision either. Under your lead, the human race will only be bullied and suppressed. Right here, right now, in Enigma Palace, I, Desolate Marshal, shall reign supreme. Fellow Taoists, are you willing to follow me and listen to my orders? Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings and asked loudly. We're willing. Many cultivators yelled excitedly. You! The sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, and the others were enraged. All right. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, and the others as he said coldly, I'll kill anyone who's unconvinced without mercy. With that, he drew the bowstring of the dermic-breaking bow. Buzz! The bow quivered and emanated a chilling killing intent. The sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Heavenly Dipper Sect, and the other major sects shut their mouths and remained silent. They represented the strongest factions in the cultivation world. But now, they were completely suppressed by a single person's aura. Desolate Marshal had ascended to the peak. Initially, the experts of the primordial races were watching coldly from the sidelines and were waiting for the human race to fight among themselves before looking for an opportunity to kill Desolate Marshal. However, they did not expect that Desolate Marshal would intimidate the major sects and factions in the blink of an eye. Desolate Marshal, don't you humans want to negotiate with our primordial six races? Young Master Arcane Ghost suddenly said coldly. Actually, the primordial six races had no intention of negotiating with humans. They did not take humans seriously at all. Dragons did not coexist with snakes. How could gods negotiate with ants? However, at that moment, young Master Arcane Ghost had a vile intent when he said that he wanted to give the cultivators an illusion. He wanted them to think that the primordial six races wanted to negotiate, but the situation only ended as such because of Desolate Marshal. With that, the conflicts between the humans would resume or even intensify. True enough, some Chaos Essence Sect and Sword Sect cultivators were tempted when young Master Arcane Ghost said that. Someone said, it's good if we can negotiate properly and avoid more killing. That's right. If the human race were to fight against the primordial six races, it would only result in an internecine outcome. Why bother? Desolate Marshal is too reckless and sharp. If he were to lead the human race, things might not end well. Many cultivators whispered. The young masters of the primordial races were delighted. Fufu, Su Zimo sneered. Do you really think that the primordial six races want to negotiate? Let me tell you guys. Negotiation is never done through talking, but killing. That's right. Right then, a soft shout sounded from afar. A cultivator in scarlet robes strode over in huge steps. His body seemed to be blazing with flames, and he was aggressive with a burning gaze. Grandmaster Extreme Fire, many hundred refinement sect cultivators shouted in ecstasy. It was Extreme Fire. Beside Extreme Fire was a black-robed young man with a cold expression. He was expressionless and agile, as though he could disappear into the darkness at any moment. Fifth, Monkey and the others were delighted when they saw the black-robed young man. Ow! Ow! Monkey thumped his chest and howled. The spirit tiger beamed as well and tugged at his wound, gasping slightly. Even though it was painful, he was extremely happy. Night Spirit. Xiaoning looked at the black-robed young man in disbelief and exclaimed softly. Her eyes shone with tears and her vision gradually turned blurry. "TM sorry, I'm late." The black-robed young man came to Xiaoning's side and whispered apologetically. It's fine as long as you're back," Xiaoning cried and smiled. The spirit tiger grumbled at the side. "Really? This fifth values love over friendship. He must have forgotten about us brothers after all these years." The golden lion and the others sighed pretentiously as well. Night Spirit nodded to Xiaoning before heading towards Monkey and the others. A rare smile appeared on his cold face. "You guys still have the energy to joke around with me? You're not dead yet. Ha ha ha." Monkey burst into laughter and thumped Night Spirit on the chest. "It's not going to be that easy to kill us." On the other side, Extreme Fire approached and looked at the many cultivators present, saying in a deep voice, "Zimo is right. The strong will not negotiate with the weak. If you want to negotiate, you first have to become the strong." A cultivator shouted, "Desolate Marshal, you're right. Those primordial races have just said that we humans are ants and are not qualified to negotiate with them." "Not qualified?" Su Zimo smiled gently. "It's fine, fellow Taoists. Today, I'll lead everyone and the human race will kill until we're qualified." "All right." Many cultivators felt their blood pump as they yelled, "Kill until we're qualified." Right then, 1,000 cultivators arrived not far away. Among them were Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords, conjoint body mighty figures, and even half-martial ancestor experts. The cultivators were of different attires and races and did not seem like they were from the same sect, nor did they have any obvious emblems. However, all of them carried a saber on their backs. It's been many years since so many saber cultivators, mighty figures, and half-martial ancestors included, have appeared on Tianhuang mainland. Ivine Phoenix Island. The sect master of Sword Sect narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, as though he recalled something. The various sect masters nodded. Only Divine Phoenix Island could possess so many powerful saber cultivators. As one of the two islands, Divine Phoenix Island's strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Penglai Island, one of the two islands, was already on the side of the primordial six races. Many cultivators did not know which side Divine Phoenix Island would stand on right now, or if immortal sects such as Sword Sect and Chaos Essence Sect would choose to stand on the sidelines. Among the cultivators, Su Zimo was the only one who had a calm expression. Divine Phoenix Island is here to assist Desolate Marshal. Before the Divine Phoenix Island cultivators arrived, the island master of Divine Phoenix Island shouted. The Dragon Phoenix True Body was the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. Divine Phoenix Island would naturally be on Su Zimo's side. The cultivators were invigorated. The addition of Divine Phoenix Island undoubtedly increased their strength significantly. The primordial races frowned. The current situation was way beyond their control. Even if they could win this battle, it would be a tragic victory and the primordial races would definitely suffer immense losses. The young masters of the primordial races had not expected the human race to release such a powerful determination after Desolate Marshal descended. Of course, these cultivators did not pose much of a threat to the primordial races. The most troublesome person to deal with was Desolate Marshal. Young Master Arcane Ghost refused to give up and attempted to sow discord between the major sects and factions. Smiling gently, he said, "Desolate Marshal, Sect Masters, do you guys truly not want to negotiate with us? This 10,000 race meet was hosted by Enigma Palace this time round. Are you guys really going to turn this grand event into a battlefield with rivers of blood?" "Sure, we can negotiate," Su Zimo nodded. "However, that's only if the primordial races are sincere enough." "No problem. Young Master Arcane Ghost laughed. Desolate Marshal. The primordial 6 races will definitely satisfy you with all our might for the sort of sincerity you want. You can have your pick from treasures, beauties, cultivation techniques, and secret skills. I want your lives. Su Zimo said word by word. The smile on young Master Arcane Ghost's face froze instantly. The expressions of the young masters of the primordial races darkened. The entire world turned silent because of Su Zimo's words. The atmosphere turned extremely tense and heavy. Any sudden movement would cause a violent storm. Does that mean you don't want to negotiate, Desolate Marshal? Young Master Arcane Ghost asked coldly. Kill! The 7th prince could not hold it in any longer and hollered, attacking right away. He swooped down like a flaming spear and descended instantly. The 10th prince followed closely behind and released a killing move. Young Master Arcane Ghost, Savage Eye and the others attacked as well. Goddess Xianxia was still bent on Demoness G. She took advantage of Demoness G's momentary daze and suddenly attacked, prepared to kill her in a single strike. Extreme Fire, Night Spirit, Divine Phoenix Island cultivators as well as many cultivators who were still able to fight charged into the battlefield once more. However, this time round, all the cultivators took the initiative to retaliate with a torrential aura. The experts of the primordial races showed signs of defeat against the impact of the many cultivators. It was not because the experts of the primordial races could not defeat the cultivators. It was because after Su Zimo shot out the arrow rain earlier on, they became fearful. They did not dare to fight the cultivators with all their might and were mostly focused on Su Zimo with tense expressions. They were afraid that when Su Zimo activated the dermic breaking bow, a rain of arrows would descend. As such, the beings of the primordial races could not unleash their combat strength at all and began to retreat against the relentless attacks of the cultivators. When they saw that, the cultivators fought even fiercer and their auras exploded. Extreme Fire's combat strength increased significantly after the baptism of the Kunlun ruins. He charged at the front and attacked consecutively, releasing an extremely terrifying killing power. Even if it was 1 against 10, Extreme Fire could not be defeated and even had a slight advantage. Night Spirit's figure disappeared into the darkness like a ghost, flickering from time to time. Every time he attacked, a primordial race being would definitely die. Even the Rakshasa race with the fastest movement techniques could not avoid Night Spirit's pursuit. The Golden Lion lamented as he healed himself. Even after so many years, 5th is still so savage. A confused look flashed through the Spirit Tiger's eyes as he murmured, Strange, why do I feel that 5th's strength hasn't increased as much as we imagined? That's right. Ching Ching frowned as well. 1st and the other 2 should have rushed over together, but 5th was a little late. It's normal for Extreme Fire's speed to not be comparable to 1st, but 5th shouldn't fall so far behind in his movement technique, right? Monkey said. He might be holding back as well. Look, 5th has yet to revert to his true form. Forget it, there's no need to bother about that. Let's hurry and recuperate so that we can fight shoulder to shoulder with 5th. All right. The brothers nodded and stopped thinking. In midair, Su Zimo sneered internally as he looked at the young masters of the primordial races charging over. If it was dozens of years ago, his essence spirit would have been extremely weak after he shot out 100 dermic power arrows with the dermic breaking bow. But now that he had already advanced to the half-martial ancestor realm, the creation lotus platform in his consciousness was extremely close to grade 8. The black-haired essence spirit nurtured the creation lotus platform, while the latter nourished the black-haired essence spirit continuously. Even though he had shot out 100 dermic power arrows, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was still extremely condensed. Su Zimo drew the dermic breaking bow once more. This time round, he was prepared to kill all the young masters of the primordial races. Suddenly, not far away, young Master Arcane Ghost smirked and a strange glint flashed through his eyes. Spirit Slaying Curse. A faint spirit consciousness fluctuation spread out almost imperceptibly. Su Zimo's spirit perception was strong, and he sensed danger right away. However, the curse techniques of the witch race were way too sinister. Suddenly, An extremely evil power appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness and formed a dark green storm that swept towards the black-haired essence spirit. If it was any other cultivator, it would have been difficult for them to defend against such a strange essence spirit attack. However, Su Zimo's consciousness possessed a treasure like the creation lotus platform. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 63 green lotus seeds spewed out and turned into rays of green light that charged towards the dark green storm. Poof, poof, poof. Although the storm was evil and powerful, it could not defend against the sharpness of the green lotus seeds. In the blink of an eye, it was riddled with holes by the 63 green lotus seeds and its power dissipating in Su Zimo's consciousness before long. The light of the 63 green lotus seeds dimmed significantly after the collision. However, after returning to the creation lotus platform to receive continuous nourishment, the power of the green lotus seeds would recover before long. He does have some tricks up his sleeves. Young Master Arcane Ghost narrowed his gaze slightly. Over the years, countless human paragons had died to his spirit-slaying curse. But now it was dispelled with ease against Su Zimo. At the same time, the 7th and 10th princes had already closed in and extended their menacing claws, sealing all of Su Zimo's escape routes. Su Zimo had just engaged in an essence spirit fight with young Master Arcane Ghost. Although he was fine, he was slightly delayed. In his hurry, he could only release an arrow that collided against the visual technique released by Savage Eye with a loud bang. It was already too late for him to pull the dermic-breaking bow and shoot a second arrow. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his reaction was extremely fast. Using the dermic-breaking bow as a saber and the bowstring as a blade, he slashed in reverse towards the 10th prince. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards the golden crow leg of the 7th prince. A flash of blood appeared in midair. A gigantic, menacing golden crow leg was severed by the dermic-breaking bow. The 10th prince shrieked tragically and transformed into a streak of golden light, escaping. As an ancient unique treasure, the bowstring of the dermic-breaking bow was extremely sharp as well. It was due to a stroke of inspiration that Su Zimo used the dermic-breaking bow as a saber. Although it looked like a casual slash, it was filled with the ultimate killing intent of the Azura saber. The Azura saber intent combined with the dermic-breaking bow severed one of the golden crow legs from the 10th prince. Of course, it was not the 10th prince's third leg. The 10th prince fled far away and his blood chi surged. In the blink of an eye, the broken golden crow leg regrew. Boom! At the same time, Su Zimo's fist collided against the golden crow leg of the 7th prince. The two of them clashed head-on. Blood chi surged and was raised to the tsunami blood realm instantly. The 7th prince's expression changed starkly as he felt a terrifying power surge into his golden crow leg. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones cracking could be heard from his golden crow leg. His golden crow leg was shattered by a single punch from Su Zimo. After the green lotus true body obtained the nourishment of the primordial divine spring and was reborn, there was almost no one in the same cultivation realm who could take the green lotus true body head-on. Furthermore, this was the 7th prince who was strongest in combat. If it was the 10th prince earlier on, Su Zimo's punch would have shattered more than a single golden crow leg. Ah! The 7th prince shrieked with a vicious expression. Clang! Clang! The 7th prince did not retreat either. The sharp nails on his golden crow leg dug into Su Zimo's fist, wanting to cripple it. Humph! Su Zimo harumphed coldly and his blood chi surged. The flesh on his palm expanded and swelled instantly, causing jade-green tendons to appear on the surface of his skin. His veins were clear and resembled the veins on the leaves of the creation green lotus. Bam! There was a crisp sound. The 7th prince shrieked tragically and retreated as well. Not only did the sharp nails on his golden crow leg fail to pierce Su Zimo's flesh, they were completely snapped and the tips of his toes were dripping with blood. The pain was bone deep. Nobody noticed that right as the battle broke out, a blood vine crept to Tang Luo's corpse and removed the latter's storage bag. From within, the blood vine carefully withdrew a thumb-sized bottle. He turned to Su Zimo with a cold expression, and his eyes were filled with madness. Just as Su Zimo attacked and injured the two golden crow princes, the Bloodvine held the jade bottle in his palm and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not even look at him and shot an arrow in reverse after forcing the two princes back. The Bloodvine race might be extremely threatening to ordinary cultivators. However, to Su Zimo, they could be killed with ease by a single arrow from the dermic-breaking bow. Swoosh! A cold glint flashed and the dermic power arrow descended. As for the Bloodvine, he had no intention of dodging and merely raised the jade bottle in his palm before the cold light descended. Desolate Marshal, prepare to die with the young master. The eyes of the Bloodvine were filled with a smug, deranged look of confidence as he roared. The dermic power arrow pierced the chest of the Bloodvine, and the tremendous power tore his body apart. At the same time, the finger-sized jade bottle shattered against the power. Within, there was nothing but a single drop of blood. However, that drop of blood possessed an extremely terrifying power. Even the young masters of the primordial races were shocked and their eyes were filled with deep fear. Bang! The drop of blood shattered and turned into a blood mist, enveloping Su Zimo. Even the dermic-breaking bow was not spared. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he felt an extremely evil power that wanted to invade his green lotus true body and devour his life force. As for the dermic-breaking bow, its glow gradually dimmed in the blood mist. Not only did the young masters of the primordial races possess torrential combat strength, they also had many trump cards and even life preservation means left behind for them by their seniors. For example, the Firmament Sovereign had a greater divine power talisman. In Tung Luo's storage bag was essence blood left behind for him by a Mahayana patriarch. That drop of essence blood was filthy and evil enough to kill any half-martial ancestor. Even a Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon would be destroyed on the spot if it was tainted by that drop of essence blood. That was Tung Luo's trump card. Unfortunately, Su Zimo killed him with a single arrow and he did not have the chance to release it. But now, that drop of Patriarch's essence blood was summoned by another Bloodvine. The Bloodvine's body was destroyed by the dermic power arrow, and his essence spirit was tainted by the blood mist from the explosion of the essence blood, withering rapidly. However, there was only excitement in his eyes. Even if he had to die, it would be worth it. That was because Desolate Marshal would die with him if he was tainted by that drop of essence blood. If it was dozens of years ago, that drop of essence blood would have definitely killed Su Zimo. However, after the battle in the Kunlun ruins, the Green Lotus True Body had undergone the tempering of the Sword of Misfortune and the baptism of the Divine Power Storm and was infinitely close to Grade 8. Even that drop of essence blood could not injure the peak Grade 7 creation Green Lotus. Scatter! Su Zimo hollered and his blood chi rumbled, bursting forth with rays of light that repelled the blood mist around him. The Green Lotus True Body was flawless and untainted. Even the essence blood of a Mahayana patriarch could not taint it. How could this be? How could this be? The essence spirit of the Bloodvine had already been devoured by the drop of essence blood, and his life force was expended. However, the Green Lotus True Body had a tremendous life force and was safe and sound. The essence spirit of the Bloodvine could only dissipate in the world with endless indignance and resentment. There's no wonder why the creation Green Lotus is an utmost treasure of the universe. Young Master Arcane Ghost murmured softly. Suddenly, Savage Eye spoke. However, that drop of essence blood from the Bloodvine Patriarch isn't entirely useless. At the very least, the dermic-breaking bow is temporarily crippled. Although Savage Eye had no eyes, it was as though he could see everything. The dermic-breaking bow in Su Zimo's hands dimmed after it was tainted by the essence blood of the Bloodvine Patriarch. Although it was not completely crippled, it could not be used for the time being. Let's see what else Desolate Marshal has without that ancient unique treasure, the seventh prince said hatefully. In that short period of time, the shattered bones on his golden crow leg had already recovered. Rakshasa frowned slightly and looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away. For some reason, when she saw that Su Zimo's dermic-breaking bow was crippled, her first reaction was not joy. Instead, She was worried. What's wrong with me? Rakshasa, you jolted awake and lamented internally. The person before me is merely a clone of that detestable person. Why should I worry for him? Su Zimo put the dermic-breaking bow away in his storage bag with an indifferent expression. Right then, a cry sounded from midair not far away. Snap! In midair, Goddess Xiaoxiang's body shone with a divine light, and she was aggressive with a torrential aura, forcing Demoness Ji to have nowhere to retreat. She punched Demoness Ji on the arm and broke it entirely. Demoness! Goddess Xiaoxiang said coldly. It's your own fault for being so good-looking. You deserve to die. She strode forward and extended her palm, flicking her sharp nails towards Demoness Ji's face. If that attack struck, not only would Demoness Ji's face be disfigured, even her essence spirit would be pulled out by Goddess Xiaoxiang. Suddenly, the sound of thunder echoed. Xiaoxiang, watch out! Immediately after, warnings from young Master Arcane Ghost, Savage Eye and the others sounded. Goddess Xiaoxiang's heart skipped a beat. Her vision blurred and a person appeared in front of Demoness Ji. It was Desolate Marshal, who was on a killing rampage earlier on. The two of them were extremely close. By the time Su Zimo stood in front of Demoness Ji, Goddess Xiaoxiang's palm had already descended. Desolate Marshal, you must have a death wish. Goddess Xiaoxiang sneered and had no intention of stopping. She grabbed Su Zimo's face, wanting to scratch a few bloodied holes. She was confident. Given her blood chi and physique, no one could match her in melee combat. You're the one with a death wish. Su Zimo hollered and his gaze intensified. His blood chi surged as he faced Goddess Xiaoxiang's incoming palm. Without dodging or retreating, he flipped his palm and slapped the top of her head. The aura released by that palm strike was way too strong. Under the envelopment of that palm, Goddess Xiaoxiang felt her chest turn stuffy and her blood chi was chaotic. She felt suffocated. Her expression changed. He wanted to trade lives for an internecine outcome? Goddess Xiaoxiang was confident that she could kill Su Zimo with a single palm strike. However, she was not confident that she could escape unscathed from Su Zimo's palm strike. My status is so noble. How can I trade lives with an ant? In a flash, she made a decision and retracted her palm, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's palm before retaliating. However, she was completely defeated with that retreat. Goddess Xiaoxiang retracted her palm and raised her arms. Her blood chi surged and golden light filled the air as she blocked Su Zimo's palm. Boom! Su Zimo's palm descended and suppressed Goddess Xiaoxiang's arms. Her expression changed starkly. Her two arms were completely numb from Su Zimo's palm strike. That palm strike almost stunned her. In melee combat, even her Dao companion, Firmament Sovereign, could not defeat her to such an extent. However, Su Zimo did not stop. He strode forward and charged towards Goddess Xiaoxiang like a divine steed. A tragic aura burst forth. That charge was even more ferocious and invincible than the previous palm strike. Goddess Xiaoxiang shrieked and channeled her blood chi to its limits. Instantly, an incomparably powerful bloodline phenomenon appeared beneath her. An ancient and mysterious pyramid appeared, filled with divine lights. Beneath the pyramid were millions of living beings that were kneeling and praying. At the same time, the 7th and 10th princes chased once more. Young Master Arcane Ghost waved his staff this time round and dark green fog appeared in midair. It rapidly formed a spear and stabbed towards Su Zimo. Curse spear! With the dermic-breaking bow crippled, he no longer had any reservations. Cyclone Eye! Savage Eye conjured hand seals and conjured a dermic art as well. As he waved his hands, a cyclone was formed. The true threat of the cyclone was not the massive storm, but the eye of the cyclone at the center. The eye of the cyclone was the epitome of the dermic art's power. Rakshasa flapped her wings and charged towards Su Zimo as well. However, compared to the other young masters of the primordial races, her attacks were clearly not too aggressive. Boom! Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. He glared at Goddess Xiaoxiang and channeled his blood chi to its limits, causing his aura to reach its peak instantly. A gigantic green lotus soared into the skies as though it was about to burst through the firmaments. The jade-green lotus was crystalline and its leaves blotted out the skies. Right in front of everyone, the flower bud on the top of the green lotus blossomed and emanated a resplendent glow. The green lotus swayed. Over the years, this part of the god race rested and grew. However, the storage ring of the god race and the gigantic golden shield were created from universal treasures unique to God's mainland and could not be forged in Tianhuang mainland. That was the reason why there were very few items such as the storage rings and gigantic golden shield that were brought over from the primordial era. In other words, not all god race beings would possess a storage ring. God race beings with storage rings were definitely top-tier experts of the god race. But now, not only did goddess Xianxia have a storage ring, she also had a gigantic golden shield. This meant that she definitely knew about the background of the god race. Those thoughts flashed through his mind. Boom! Even when he saw the gigantic golden shield, Su Zimo had no intention of stopping and smashed forward with a loud bang. Goddess Xianxia shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. A sharp pain surged through her arms, and she could not even hold on to the gigantic golden shield. Su Zimo sent her flying with the help of his bloodline phenomenon. The green lotus phenomenon dissipated as well. Goddess Xiaoxiang's expression dimmed as she staggered in retreat. However, Su Zimo had no intention of letting her off. He strode forward and reached out with both hands, grabbing Goddess Xiaoxiang's shoulders and kneed forward. This time round, he smashed heavily against Goddess Xiaoxiang's chest. Snap! Her sternum was completely shattered. At the same time, Su Zimo's fingernails shot out like daggers and swords, piercing the flesh on Goddess Xiaoxiang's shoulder and ripping outwards. Under the intersection of the two powers, Goddess Xiaoxiang's arms were bloodily ripped off by Su Zimo along with her flesh. Ah! Goddess Xiaoxiang shrieked tragically and almost fainted from the pain. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. At that moment, Goddess Xiaoxiang no longer had the high and mighty appearance of a goddess. She was miserable and wretched as she struggled on the brink of death. She was no different from the cultivators on the battlefield. When desolate Marshal attacked, Goddess Xiaoxiang was dragged down from her pedestal right away. Those 2 arms are for her. Su Zimo threw Goddess Xiaoxiang's 2 arms on the ground casually and said murderously, "Since you broke her arm, I'll cripple both of yours." Although Su Zimo did not say who it was, all the living beings of the thousands of races present knew. He was referring to the pure maiden of the fiend sex. Demoness Ji stood not far behind Su Zimo and looked at the man who had just saved her. Her beautiful eyes rippled with a feeling that no one else could understand. But soon, a look of loneliness flashed across her face as she sighed gently. "Desolate Marshal, don't be smug." Goddess Xiaoxiang channeled her blood qi and flesh to regrow her arms while saying hatefully, "My Tao companion, Firmament Sovereign, will be here soon. He'll make you pay 100 times over for everything you just did to me." "Is that so?" Su Zimo sneered. "You're going to be disappointed then. Your Firmament Sovereign is already dead. You guys seem to be in love, so I'll fulfill your wish right now and send you on your way to reunite with him." The reason why he broke Goddess Xiaoxiang's arms was to help Demoness Ji vent her anger. What Su Zimo truly wanted was Goddess Xiaoxiang's life. "What did you say?" Goddess Xiaoxiang shuddered and her blood qi fluctuated. Her arms that had yet to form dissipated almost completely. "Impossible!" She shrieked and glared at Su Zimo, saying sternly, "There's no way Firmament Sovereign can die. No one in the same cultivation realm can suppress him." Suddenly, Goddess Xiaoxiang thought of something. The Firmament Sovereign even had a greater divine power talisman in his possession. She said coldly, "Even a Mahayana patriarch won't be able to kill him. Furthermore, he is the divine sovereign. I truly don't believe that there will be anyone in this world who would be so audacious to dare kill him." Goddess Xiaoxiang condensed 2 arms and calmed down in the blink of an eye. She sneered, "Desolate Marshal, you must be dreaming if you think that you can make up such a lie to attack my Tao heart's determination. In my opinion, your words are filled with loopholes." The more Goddess Xiaoxiang thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was not wrong. Firstly, the Firmament Sovereign's trip to the barbarian race was a secret that was conducted in stealth and was not known to the other races. Secondly, he was strong to begin with and had a greater divine power talisman to protect him. Furthermore, he was guarded by 3 ancestor gods. Who could kill him? The barbarian race? Lastly, it was true that the barbarian race had the strength to do so. However, there was no reason or need for the barbarian race. Even if they did not join forces with the god race, the barbarian race would not kill the Firmament Sovereign and offend the god race completely. At that thought, Goddess Xiaoxiang was even more certain of her speculation. Su Zimo looked at the incomparably confident Goddess Xiaoxiang and was unwilling to argue, merely saying indifferently, "You're thinking too much. Why should I attack your Tao heart's determination? I want your life." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo attacked once more. Swoosh! In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Goddess Xiaoxiang at an extremely fast speed and arrived before her in the blink of an eye. Goddess Xiaoxiang's face was pale. Against such an attack, notwithstanding the fact that her blood qi was weak and her combat strength was diminished. Even if she was in peak condition, she might not be able to escape unscathed. Her ears buzzed from the 6 daming mantra, and she forcibly withdrew a gigantic golden sword to defend against the creation lotus platform. However, its power dissipated and it could not even form at all. Furthermore, there were 6 damning dermic seals suppressing down from above. Goddess Xiaoxiang felt suffocated. Without hesitation, she withdrew a talisman the same moment she retrieved the gigantic golden sword from her storage ring. That was a protection talisman left behind for her by her mother. As long as it was torn, it could even defend against the full-powered attack of an early-stage Mahayana patriarch. Without hesitation, Goddess Xiaoxiang tore the talisman apart. Beams of blinding golden light burst forth from her palm and formed a barrier around her rapidly. The moment the barrier was formed, the creation lotus platform smashed down. The 6 damning dermic seals descended at the same time as well. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Right in front of everyone, Goddess Xiaoxiang was sent flying by the tremendous power and rolled dozens of feet away before landing heavily on the ground. Cough! She coughed twice and could not help but laugh. Although she lost tragically, she still survived because of the barrier. As long as she was alive, once the Firmament Sovereign arrived and they joined forces, they could release the secret skill of their fusion cultivation together, and their combat strength would more than double. At that time, Desolate Marshal would die. Su Zimo looked not far away at Goddess Xiaoxiang, who was slowly getting up from the ground and frowned slightly, thinking to himself that it was a pity. It was an extremely rare opportunity, but he did not manage to kill her, allowing her to release that final trump card. Although his attack earlier on shook the barrier of Goddess Xiaoxiang and its glow dimmed significantly, it did not dissipate. Even if he continued hunting down Goddess Xiaoxiang, it would be difficult for him to gain anything in a short period of time. At that thought, Su Zimo shifted his gaze and focused on the other young masters. The remaining 7th Prince, 10th Prince, Young Master Arcane Ghost and Savage, I felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt chills down their spines upon being targeted by Desolate Marshal. Initially, they were filled with confidence that any one of them was enough to kill Desolate Marshal. But now that Tung Luo and the 9th Prince were dead and Goddess Xiaoxiang was defeated, the few of them remaining did not have much confidence even if they joined forces. On the other side, Yan Beichen, Monkey, and the others had re-entered the battlefield after resting for a moment. That was an extremely tragic blow for the Primordial 6 races, and they suffered immense losses. If they failed to obtain a clear victory against Desolate Marshal today, they would not have the face to return to the patriarchs of the Primordial races. The gazes of Young Master Arcane Ghost and the 7th Prince landed on the Island Master of Penglai Island, the Sect Master of Heavenly Dipper Sect, and the others. Although they did not say anything, there was a hint of threat in their eyes. A spirit consciousness transmission sounded in midair. Savage, I turned slightly and looked at a sect as well. However, without his eyes, his action did not attract Su Zimo's attention. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he sneered. He glared at Young Master Arcane Ghost, who was not far away, and walked over in huge strides. You want to kill me? Young Master Arcane Ghost narrowed his eyes. Let's compete in terms of essence spirit then. Skeleton Curse. He channeled his essence spirit and his massive spirit consciousness condensed, releasing an essence spirit secret skill instantly. At the same time, the 7th Prince, 10th Prince, and even Savage Eye released their essence spirit secret skills when they saw that. The fact that the young masters of the primordial races released their essence spirit secret skills meant that they had already been forced into a corner. The first to arrive was young Master Arcane Ghost Skeleton Curse. When he released the essence spirit secret skill, a dark green, nefarious skull appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness. Crackle, crackle. As though it was alive, the skull grinned sinisterly and glared at the black-haired essence spirit. It grit its teeth repeatedly and let out a series of sounds. Previously, the spirit-slaying curse released by young Master Arcane Ghost merely formed a cyclone. However, this essence spirit secret skill had already formed a skull with sentience. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. The skull was not the only threat he was facing. Shoo! Shoo! In midair, the essence spirit secret skills released by the 2 golden crow princes were 2 golden feathers. The 2 golden feathers were formed by a massive spirit consciousness and burned with scorching flames as they stabbed towards Su Zimo. On the other side, Savage Eye released an essence spirit secret skill as well. His essence spirit secret skill was even more terrifying. It was a bloodied eyeball. 4 essence spirit secret skills descended at the same time and charged towards Su Zimo. Xianxia frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment, but did not release her essence spirit secret skill. Humph! She thought to herself. Those 4 essence spirit secret skills are enough to kill you. There's no need for me. With that thought, Xianxia seemed much more relieved. She did not know that the martial Dao true body had already left a martial spirit imprint on her essence spirit. If she had truly released an essence spirit secret skill on the green lotus true body earlier on, the martial spirit imprint would have sensed it and burned. Her essence spirit would be burned to ashes before her essence spirit secret skill could even form. On the battlefield, surrounded by 4 essence spirit secret skills, Su Zimo's eyes were relaxed and he became extremely calm. The black-haired essence spirit conjured an essence spirit secret skill right away, and his body was surrounded by blinding electric arcs. Su Zimo touched his glabella gently and withdrew a whip filled with lightning from his consciousness. The Thunder Emperor's secret skill, Spirit Vanquishing Whip. Piak. Su Zimo swung the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and whipped the essence spirit secret skills of the 2 golden crow princes. The collision of essence spirit secret skills was silent. However, the power of thunder and the golden flames that were hidden in the secret skills collided repeatedly and let out a series of crackling sounds. At the half-martial ancestor realm, the black-haired essence spirit that comprehended the Tao of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects was nourished by the creation green lotus and had an extremely condensed spirit consciousness. Coupled with the Thunder Emperor's secret skill, Su Zimo single-handedly took down the 2 golden feathers that burned with flames. Of course, his spirit vanquishing whip dissipated as well and could not be formed. The moment the black-haired essence spirit condensed the spirit vanquishing whip, a green glow burst forth from the creation lotus platform in Su Zimo's consciousness. The green light gathered rapidly in his consciousness, forming a sharp green lotus sword that contained extreme killing power. Without Su Zimo controlling it intentionally, the green lotus sword reacted instantly when it sensed the evil power that barged into his consciousness. Swoosh! The green lotus sword slashed towards the dark green skull. The skull was sentient and wanted to dodge, as though it could sense how terrifying the green lotus sword was. However, its speed was way too inferior compared to the green lotus sword. Clang! The green lotus sword descended instantly and slashed the top of the skull. Howl! The skull let out a tragic cry, as though a fiend within was severely injured. Clang! Clang! The green lotus sword shone with rays of light that possessed an extremely sharp sword chi as they struck the skull repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, the skull was riddled with holes. Boom! Before long, the skull dissipated. As for the green lotus sword, It was tainted by many dark green evil powers, and its light was much dimmer. Unable to take form, it fell. The creation lotus platform put away the green lotus seeds and continued nourishing them. Before the battle in his consciousness subsided, Su Zimo had already turned around to face Savage Eye. In his consciousness, the green lotus sword fought against the skull. As for the black-haired essence spirit, it hovered in midair and assumed a lotus position. Its palms were clasped together as it chanted Sanskrit with a dignified expression. In fact, the phantom of a gigantic Buddha appeared behind the black-haired essence spirit, looking down at the world with a mysterious halo behind its head. The black-haired essence spirit and gigantic Buddha chanted ancient sutras at the same time. Their auras seemed to have fused as Sanskrit reverberated through every single corner of his consciousness in a deafening manner. The Rulai Dharmic Seal. It was an essence spirit secret skill from the Great Day Rulai Sutra, and was extremely powerful. Relying on that essence spirit secret skill, Su Zimo killed many strong foes and avoided danger. As Sanskrit was chanted, a golden word flew out from Su Zimo's glabella, emitting a Buddhist light and divine might. The ancient word descended with a blinding golden light, as though it could suppress everything. The essence spirit secret skill of Savage I was extremely evil. The Rulai Dharmic Seal was the most effective against such evil techniques. Under the suppression of the Rulai Dharmic Seal, the bloodied eyeball tumbled into nothingness and dissipated into the world. However, the Rulai Dharmic Seal remained condensed and suppressed Savage Eye. Su Zimo released a few trump cards in succession and blocked the encirclement of 4 young masters of the primordial races. Furthermore, even after the Rulai Dharmic Seal suppressed the essence spirit secret skill of the heavenly eye race, it still possessed an extremely terrifying power and flew towards Savage Eye. In Su Zimo's consciousness, after the green lotus sword shattered the dark green skull, young Master Arcane Ghost grunted and swayed. In a flash, Su Zimo disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of young Master Arcane Ghost. Kill! Su Zimo suddenly shouted and released the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. The two of them were extremely close. As a witch, young Master Arcane Ghost's physique and bloodline were ordinary, and the Thunderclap Kill dealt a huge blow to him. Instantly, blood spurted from his ears, nose and mouth. His dark green eyes exploded from Su Zimo's shout, and he lost his sight on the spot as his vision became complete darkness. He was no longer bleeding from all 7 orifices. All 7 orifices were shattered. Young Master Arcane Ghost's body shuddered and his mind rumbled. His 5 senses were completely crippled by the vibrations of Thunderclap Kill. For a half-martial ancestor expert, such an injury was not fatal. However, young Master Arcane Ghost knew clearly that his life was hanging by a thread. Illusionary curse. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit and released the life-saving secret skill of the witch race. Suddenly, his body shone with a dark green glow and his figure began to turn illusory, as though he was in another space. It was unpredictable and unfathomable. After releasing Thunderclap Kill, Su Zimo slapped down. However, he had not expected that the palm would pierce through young Master Arcane Ghost's blurry figure and miss. Yet young Master Arcane Ghost was safe and sound. Su Zimo had seen that illusory curse before. Back then, an elder of the witch race released the secret incantation, but Night Spirit saw through it and killed him. Unsurprised, Su Zimo focused his gaze and his left eye shone with a strange black light, as though a pitch-black stone had appeared. The nether glow stone. Su Zimo's left eye shone with a mysterious nether glow. Initially, young Master Arcane Ghost's figure was unpredictable and unfathomable. However, it could not be hidden against the illumination of the nether glow. Right now, Su Zimo's eye was no different from Night Spirit's. Bang! Su Zimo's palm descended once more and slapped the top of young Master Arcane Ghost's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Under the gazes of all living beings, young Master Arcane Ghost's head was crushed by Su Zimo's palm. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless. He took the life of another young master of the primordial races once he attacked again. That's right, we could already tell back then in the Tao inheritance ground. Even when the various titular disciples wanted to join forces to kill him, they were killed by him instead. Something's not right. Right then, a humanoid living being suddenly said, "Young Master Arcane Ghost isn't dead." Ah, the secret skill of the witch race is truly mysterious. He isn't dead yet. Right in front of many cultivators, a green-robed figure staggered and escaped from the blood mist. From his appearance, it was young Master Arcane Ghost. Although the living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked, Su Zimo merely frowned slightly and understood before long. Back then, the young master of the witch race who died in Ethereal Peak cultivated a similar secret skill that resembled a double puppet. At the most critical moment, they could die in his place. That was equivalent to an additional life. However, that posed no threat to Su Zimo at all. At the most, he would just kill young Master Arcane Ghost once more. In a flash, Su Zimo caught up to young Master Arcane Ghost in a few steps. His gaze intensified as he prepared to release a killing move. "Desolate Marshal, don't force me." Knowing that he could not escape, young Master Arcane Ghost turned around suddenly and faced Su Zimo, shrieking with a tragic expression. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation spread from his body. Su Zimo was familiar with that fluctuation. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Wuxia self-destructed his essence spirit and released a curse, wanting to kill him completely. The life-severing curse. In reality, Su Zimo no longer feared the life-severing curse with his current creation Lotus platform. However, the green Lotus sword had just destroyed the skeleton curse. If he were to condense it again once more to fight against the life-severing curse, even if it could dispel the latter, there was a chance that his black-haired essence spirit would be affected. The 7th and 10th princes of the Golden Crow race had already arrived. On the other side, the heavenly eye on Savage Eye's glabella opened completely and released a terrifying visual technique with an extremely frightening aura. The heavenly eye race had many visual techniques. The first and most powerful among them was the Eye of Death. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the Eye of Death. If one was careless, they might blind their own heavenly eye cultivating that. The heavenly eye of the heavenly eye race embodied their lifetime of cultivation. Once it was injured, it was extremely difficult to heal and was almost equivalent to severing one's future cultivation path. In worst-case scenarios, they might even refine themselves to death. That was also one of the reasons why the visual technique was known as the Eye of Death. Throughout history, there had been many heavenly eye race beings who died because they cultivated the Eye of Death. Of course, the greatest reason was because the might of the visual technique was terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of the visual technique, it also contained the power of an essence spirit secret skill. Nobody could stop the Eye of Death once it opened. That was what it truly meant to kill without batting an eyelid. The cultivation of the Eye of Death was extremely difficult and dangerous. Without a shocking will, extraordinary courage, strong mental fortitude, exceptional talent, and even heavenly defying luck, it was difficult to cultivate it successfully. Throughout history, there were extremely few heavenly eye race beings who could cultivate the Eye of Death. Savage Eye was one of them. Among the heavenly eye race, the previous person to cultivate the Eye of Death had to be traced back to 40,000 years ago. On the battlefield, the moment the Eye of Death opened, Su Zimo felt his scalp prickle as a warning flashed in his mind. This was the first time he felt such an immense threat up till this point of the battle. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and gave up on chasing after young Master Arcane Ghost. He suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Savage Eye. When the Eye of Death opened, Savage Eye's figure seemed to have vanished. In that darkness, there was only a single heavenly eye that hovered in midair. The bulged eyeball was dead without life, emanating a shuddering aura of death. A gray beam of light burst forth from the Eye of Death. Everywhere it passed, it took away all life and charged towards the rulidermic seal in midair. The rulidermic seal possessed a divine might and shone with a blinding golden light. However, after the gray beam of light descended, The golden light of the Rulai dermic seal was suppressed instantly and dimmed. The death beam penetrated the Rulai dermic seal silently and enveloped Su Zimo. Opportunity! The eyes of the two golden crow princes lit up. As primordial races, they knew the eye of death way too well. No paragon or monster incarnate of the same cultivation realm could escape unscathed from the envelopment of the eye of death. When the 7th and 10th princes joined forces, their movement techniques became even faster, and they charged towards Su Zimo at full speed. "What are you guys waiting for?" Young Master Arcane Ghost noticed that as well and hollered. A vicious glint flashed through the eyes of the initially restless sect masters of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect. Suddenly, they stood up and conjured hand seals, releasing two powerful dermic arts. "Lonely Heaven! Split Earth!" The two sect masters shouted. Massive dermic powers gathered in front of the two of them, and two gigantic, terrifying stars appeared. They seemed corporeal and were no different from the stars in the firmaments. The two stars descended, and living beings with lesser cultivation realms let out sorrowful cries. The Lonely Heaven Star was one of the 36 Heavenly Dipper Stars. The Split Earth Star was one of the 72 Malevolent Earth Stars. The two sect masters conjured the two stars with their dermic powers using a supreme secret skill. The surface of the Lonely Heaven Star was filled with surging Heavenly Dipper wind. Raging malevolent earth fire burned on the surface of the Split Earth Star. "Joel!" The two sect masters hollered murderously and sent the two dermic arts towards Su Zimo. Two gigantic stars smashed towards Su Zimo with a shocking aura. Compared to the two gigantic stars, Su Zimo was like a speck of dust that could be crushed into particles with ease. "How dare you!" The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace was enraged when he saw that. However, he was fighting against experts of the primordial 6 races and could not break away. The two sect masters of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect attacked suddenly. By the time he realized, it was already too late for him to stop them. Instantly, changes happened on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Desolate Marshal was surrounded on all sides and was in extreme danger. How shameless! To think that Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect would actually attack behind Desolate Marshal's back at this moment. Many cultivators were enraged when they saw that. "You guys have a death wish." Sensing the dermic power fluctuation behind him, Su Zimo said word by word with a cold expression. He did not turn back to look. That was because the greatest threat to him was the eye of death that came from Savage Eye at the front. Rakshasa frowned slightly when she saw that. She could not help but feel worried. She knew very well that Su Zimo would definitely be severely injured when the eye of death opened. The two Golden Crow Princes were about to arrive while the dermic arts conjured by the sect masters of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect had already descended. Young Master Arcane Ghost would attack as well after he snapped out of his stupor. Su Zimo could not defend against such an attack at all. As though she was possessed, she took a half-step forward instinctively. It was not because she wanted to attack Su Zimo, but because she wanted to stop the two princes of the Golden Crow race and help Su Zimo resolve the crisis as much as possible. Rakshasa clearly knew that the green-robed cultivator before her was merely a clone of that detestable person. However, for some reason, it was as though she was under a spell. Not only did she not wish to harm the detestable person, she even did not wish to harm his clone. In the depths of her heart, she even wanted to help that detestable person. "Rakshasa, what are you doing?" Right then, a cold voice sounded. Rakshasa glanced sideways and caught sight of Goddess Xianxia, who was healing not far away. The latter's eyes were narrowed and she was glaring at her with a cold expression. Rakshasa panicked, as though all the secrets in the depths of her heart had been seen through by Goddess Xianxia. However, she composed herself very quickly and said indifferently, "Nothing much. I merely wanted to attack." "Oh!" Goddess Xianxia smirked and refused to give up, asking, "Did you want to attack to deal with Desolate Marshal or help him? What are you talking about? I don't understand." Rakshasa replied expressionlessly. "Foo-foo?" Goddess Xianxia sneered. "Rakshasa I've already noticed something unusual about you from earlier on. We're fighting Desolate Marshal to the death, and yet, you don't seem to attack much. You definitely owe us an explanation after today's matter is over. What's there to explain? As a young mistress of the primordial races, Rakshasa, you was not afraid of goddess Xiaoxiang and sneered as well. You guys are strong. I thought that it was enough with just you guys attacking. Who would have thought that the group of you would be beaten so badly by Desolate Marshal? How shameful! You! Goddess Xiaoxiang was speechless from anger. Although Rakshasa you rebutted fiercely on the surface, she sighed internally. Now that she was targeted by Goddess Xiaoxiang, there was no way she could help Su Zimo. As Rakshasa Yu and Goddess Xiaoxiang were arguing, both parties on the battlefield had already begun fighting. Su Zimo looked at the gray beam of light and his eyes turned rapidly pitch black, as though it was the depths of a bottomless abyss. Nether Glow Eye. After cultivating in the Kunlun ruins for all these years, Su Zimo had long attained greater mastery of the Nether Glow Eye. A beam of light shot out from Su Zimo's left eye as well, pitch black as ink. The temperature in the world dipped as a sinister wind blew. Savage Eye tilted his head and his expression changed slightly. He was blind and his perception of the outside world far surpassed others. He could sense an extremely terrifying power surging forward that was not weaker than his Eye of Death. What was even more frightening was that the energy fluctuations seemed to have awakened a fear that was long sealed in the depths of his bloodline. Boom! The black and gray beams of light collided. The void where they collided caved in deeply, and the dermic powers in the surroundings froze instantly, covered by a layer of frost. The two powers devoured and fought continuously without relenting. After a momentary pause, both powers dissipated in the clash. It was a draw. All the living beings and young masters of the primordial races were shocked when they saw that Desolate Marshal's visual technique could match the Eye of Death of the Heavenly Eye race. The darkness in Su Zimo's eyes gradually faded. However, Savage Eye was motionless. Suddenly, Savage Eye opened his mouth and let out a tragic cry. A stream of blood flowed out from his heavenly eye in a shocking manner. It was not a draw. Savage Eye's heavenly eye was injured. All living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. Many cultivators cheered excitedly when they saw that. It's the Nether Glow Eye. The Nether Glow Eye. Savage Eye clutched the heavenly eye on his glabella. He glared at Su Zimo with the pitch-black sockets on his face as he howled hysterically. Impossible! That's impossible. How do you know that visual technique? Finally, Savage Eye recalled what the energy fluctuation that terrified him was. The young masters of the primordial races were shocked. Nether Glow Eye. That was the visual technique of the primordial era's taboo divine Ho. To think that it would reappear on a human today. The moment he released the Nether Glow Eye, Su Zimo closed two fingers on his left hand and conjured a sword art, slashing in the direction of the lonely heaven and split earth stars. Chi. Two blinding sword chi burst forth and struck the two stars instantly. Heaven-slaying sword chi. Boom! There was a loud bang. The two stars froze in midair. Comment after a brief pause. A smooth cut appeared on the surface of the two stars, right in front of all the living beings. Boom! 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 Immediately after, two stars split apart and were sliced neatly into two from the middle by the heaven-slaying sword chi. They fell and their dermic powers dissipated. At the same time, the two golden crow princes arrived. Su Zimo freed his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The blood chi in his body surged, and he threw two punches behind him without even turning back. Bang! Bang! The two punches collided against the third leg of the two golden crow princes, and a dull sound of defeat echoed. Crack! 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 Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The 10th prince shrieked tragically and transformed into a streak of golden light, retreating. The third leg of the golden crow race that was the toughest and most lethal was broken by a single punch from Su Zimo. The most frightening thing was that this was not Su Zimo's full strength. It was a counterattack after he fought against the Eye of Death and the two sect masters of the human race. Even so, The 10th prince could not withstand it. Young Master Arcane Ghost snapped out of his stupor and wanted to attack. However, he realized that Su Zimo had single-handedly suppressed all the attacks of 5 people together. His heart skipped a beat as the dermic art he had just conjured dissipated. The 7th prince's blood chi was strong, and he was the strongest of the Golden Crow 10 princes. Although he could withstand Su Zimo's punch, his Golden Crow leg had lost all feeling as well. He was shocked and did not dare to stay on the spot, retreating hurriedly to distance himself from Su Zimo, wanting to dodge the latter's counterattack. However, this time round, Su Zimo did not chase after them. Suddenly, Su Zimo turned around and glared at the 2 sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect coldly. I can ignore your cowardice and fear of death in the face of the primordial races. However, I cannot tolerate you attacking from the back. The 2 of you are not worthy of being the sect masters of Immortal and Fiend sects. In my opinion, the 2 of you are worse than dogs. Su Zimo was truly enraged. He had a deep feud with super sects such as Chaos Essence Sect, Sword Sect, and Zephyr Thunder Palace. However, when Su Zimo arrived at Enigma Palace today, he ignored those sects. That was because although those sects were afraid of death, they knew that they were humans and did not stand on the side of the primordial races. However, the actions of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect had crossed Su Zimo's bottom line completely. He wanted to kill the primordial races. However, before them, he wanted to kill the 2 sect masters first. Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning as he strode towards the 2 sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before them. The 2 sect masters were stunned stiffly on the spot by Su Zimo's aura and did not turn to escape, as though they were scared out of their wits. As for the cultivators behind the 2 sect masters, they reacted one after another and fled in all directions with flustered expressions, afraid that they would be implicated. Even if they were implicated by accident, they could die easily in a battle of this level. Die! Su Zimo hollered and his blood chi surged. Like a god, he extended his gigantic palm and descended from the heavens, covering the skies. The power of that palm was immense and enveloped the 2 sect masters. Although Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect had body-tempering dermic formulations, Su Zimo was confident that his furious palm strike was enough to kill the 2 sect masters on the spot. The 2 sect masters were flustered as they summoned their destiny dermic weapons, wanting to defend against Su Zimo's palm strike. However, before the palm crushed down completely, the terrifying power had already suffocated the 2 sect masters. Both their faces were red and their eyes were bloodshot. Blood could even be seen oozing from the surface of their bodies under the terrifying pressure. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that, everyone felt that the 2 sect masters were already dead. However, right then, a strange glint flashed through the depths of the eyes of the 2 sect masters. The next moment, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. He felt a chilling killing intent. The sense of danger was multiple times, even dozens of times stronger than the eye of death. This was definitely not the power of the half-martial ancestor realm. There was only a single possibility for him to sense such a strong threat. A Mahayana patriarch had attacked. Su Zimo was alarmed. What surprised him was not that there was a Mahayana patriarch here. Although the 10,000 race meet of Enigma Palace was a negotiation between half-martial ancestor experts and conjoint body mighty figures on the surface, countless Mahayana patriarchs were watching from the shadows. What truly surprised him was that he did not see where the Mahayana patriarch was. Even though he had already sensed the arrival of danger, he did not notice any traces of this Mahayana patriarch. Actually, ever since Su Zimo descended to fight against the young masters of the primordial races, he had not used his full strength the entire time. He had some trump cards that he had not released up till this point. For example, he merely released 2 heaven-slaying sword chi earlier on when he slashed down the star dermic arts of the 2 sect masters. Su Zimo did not hold back intentionally. It was because the moment he descended in Enigma Palace, his spirit perception sensed an imperceptible killing intent that was extremely dangerous. The danger did not come from the primordial 6 races. Even his spirit perception could not sense the origin of that killing intent. In fact, each time he tried to sense it carefully, the trace of killing intent would vanish. That was the reason why Su Zimo held back the entire time. He was worried that he would meet with immense danger. At that moment, he came to a realization. The shuddering killing intent he felt came from a Mahayana patriarch. But now, even though danger had descended and he could even smell the aura of death, he could not see any traces of the Mahayana patriarch. Where exactly? Although those thoughts crossed Su Zimo's mind, in reality, everything happened in a flash. Behind the 2 sect masters, a flustered cultivator who was scared out of his wits and was about to escape suddenly stopped. He did not make any large movements and merely raised his arm gently. Unknowingly, a slender sword had already appeared in his palm. It trembled slightly like a gigantic silver needle and shone with a cold glint. Xing! The sword was aimed at Su Zimo's glabella and arrived instantly. Nobody saw how he attacked. It was as though the sword had already arrived before Su Zimo the moment the person raised his hand. It had to be said that this was an almost perfect assassination attempt. Even Su Zimo had to admit that if his spirit perception had not warned him earlier on such that he was on guard the entire time, that attack would have taken his life. In the cultivation world, there was only a single sect that could plot such a perfect assassination. Hidden Death Sect, one of the 7 fiend sects. The cultivator in Heavenly Dipper Sect's robes behind the 2 sect masters was not from Heavenly Dipper Sect at all, but a Mahayana patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. Comment if a Mahayana patriarch of Hidden Death Sect were to mix into the crowd and hide his cultivation realm. No one would be able to notice it. Actually, the attack of the 2 sect masters of Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect was not a coincidence. If the 2 sect masters could injure Su Zimo severely, that would be for the best. Even if they could not, it did not matter. That was because this patriarch of Hidden Death Sect expected that the attack of the 2 sect masters would definitely anger Desolate Marshal and he would turn to deal with the 2 of them. In his rage and unstable emotions, it would be even more difficult for Desolate Marshal to notice his existence. Therefore, the 2 sect masters attacked to anger Desolate Marshal and make him take the initiative to lure out this fatal sword. The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect believed that this sword strike was enough to kill Desolate Marshal. Unfortunately, although he predicted everything, he did not expect Desolate Marshal to possess an unfathomable spirit perception. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. Su Zimo had long sensed danger. The sword did not cause any ripples. However, Su Zimo's head was suddenly reared and his entire body was almost laid flat in midair. MMM? The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect narrowed his eyes. The attack missed. To be precise, Su Zimo did not dodge because he attacked. The moment he attacked, Su Zimo had already dodged. Swoosh! A pair of wings grew from Su Zimo's back and lightning enveloped his body as he turned into a golden streak of light and sped behind. Humph! With his location exposed, the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect no longer hid himself and sneered. You still want to escape from my sword? The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect did not retract his sword after his attack missed. He merely flicked his wrist. As though it was sentient, the slender sword bent down and its tip pointed down, piercing more than 10 times towards Su Zimo. Poof! 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 Arrows of blood spewed out, rising to the highest point before scattering down. What's going on? Desolate Marshal is injured. Who was that? That aura doesn't seem to belong to a conjoint body mighty figure. It's a Mahayana patriarch. Desolate Marshal is definitely dead now that a patriarch attacked. The crowd exclaimed. All living beings were shaken. A Mahayana patriarch had appeared even before the commencement of the 10,000 race meet. Hidden Death Sect? The eyes of the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace widened in disbelief. First, Zimo. Monkey and the others looked at the figure that fell from midair and shouted with furious expressions. Desolate Marshal was invincible and overwhelmed all the paragons and monster incarnates such that even the young masters of the primordial races had to avoid him. To think that he would be assassinated by a patriarch of the human race. Why would Hidden Death Sect attempt an assassination on Desolate Marshal? Third, that many cultivators of Hidden Death Sect died in the hands of Desolate Marshal. That might be the reason. That doesn't make sense. At most, it's a personal feud. Right now, we're in a standoff with the Primordial Six races. To think that Hidden Death Sect would kill the monster incarnate of the human race with the greatest potential. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed. Right then, just as the figure in midair was about to fall to the ground, his body moved. He stood up and landed on the ground. The figure staggered and was drenched in blood. However, he was not dead. Pest! The living beings of the 10,000 races gasped. He was not dead? This was an assassination attempt by a Mahayana patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. Even patriarchs and experts of the 10,000 races might not be able to survive. Su Zimo clutched his chest and his face was somewhat pale. He glared at the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect not far away with a cold gaze. The patriarch of Hidden Death Sect looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. He was the type that no one would notice if he was thrown into the crowd. However, such a person was the most suitable for assassination. Although Su Zimo dodged it right away, the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect reacted extremely quickly and changed tactics at the last moment, stabbing more than 10 times. All the sword stabs landed on Su Zimo. Every single stab penetrated his green lotus true body. That seemingly unassuming thin sword was the dermic treasure of a patriarch. Only dermic treasures could penetrate Su Zimo's grade 7 green lotus true body. Every single stab was fatal and dealt serious injuries. One of them even pierced his heart. You're quite capable to be able to escape from my hands alive, the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect said indifferently. Why did you attack me? Su Zimo asked coldly. Tallowed him too. Right then, the voice of Savage I sounded from the side. Su Zimo was slightly stunned before realization flashed through his eyes. Earlier on, the young masters of the primordial races were forced into an extremely sorry state by him. Thereafter, the 7th Prince, Young Master Arcane Ghost, and the others sent secret voice transmissions to sects such as Heavenly Dipper Sect and Malevolent Earth Sect to deal with him together. At that time, Savage I turned around and faced a direction as well. Because he was blinded, Su Zimo was not bothered by his actions. Now that he thought about it, that scene should have been when Savage I informed the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect to prepare to attack. In that case, Hidden Death Sect has already submitted to the Heavenly Eye race? Su Zimo asked with a mocking expression and a sneer. The Mahayana Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was no ordinary cultivator. But now, the fact that he was subservient to the young master of the Heavenly Eye race was proof of something. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was expressionless and remained silent. Savage I nodded instead. That's right. Hidden Death Sect has already submitted to the Heavenly Eye race in advance. All the sects and factions present today, listen up. If you choose to submit to the Heavenly Eye race, we can protect you and let you guys have a place to reside in Tianhuang mainland. Savage I surveyed his surroundings with his pitch-black sockets and said, if you insist on resisting today, you'll be going against the Heavenly Eye race. Many cultivators were silent and exchanged glances. All of them could see the hesitation, ambivalence, and fear in their eyes. The sect masters of Sword Sect, Chaos Essence Sect, Glass Palace, and the other super sects chose to remain silent. You cultivators of Hidden Death Sect cultivate many concealment techniques and hide your tracks such that nobody can discover your presence. What are you afraid of? Why did you choose to submit? The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace asked through gritted teeth in disbelief. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was silent for a long time before saying slowly, we can't hide from everybody. Every single Heavenly Eye race being can see through our tracks. The secret skills of Hidden Death Sect can't be hidden from the Heavenly Eye. Hidden Death Sect has no other choice. No other choice? Su Zimo smiled. Did Clear Wind Temple have a choice? Did Clear Heart Nunnery have a choice? Su Zimo glared at the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect and shouted. If we have to submit to the primordial races because we have no other choice, the human race would have been destroyed in the ancient era. If not for the endless corpses of our human predecessors and the arduous battles of the ancient emperors, there wouldn't be the peace of the human race in history. His words were powerful and resonating. Cultivators of some super sects such as Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect, and the others lowered their heads in shame. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was expressionless and silent. Su Zimo pointed at the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect. The land beneath your feet was paved with endless blood and bones by countless human ancestors. You were born and grew up here, yet you choose to kneel to the primordial races. How can you face our human ancestors? Those words were sharper than any weapons, and every single word struck one's heart. Finally, the expression of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect changed. He had already cultivated to the Mahayana realm and had experienced countless life and death battles and storms. His Tao heart was steady as a rock and unshakable. Even an offensive dermic formulation specifically targeted at one's Tao heart would have difficulty affecting him, let alone a few words. However, Su Zimo's words caused his Tao heart to waver and revealed a flaw. The expression of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect darkened as he suddenly sneered. To think that desolate marshal would be someone with a glib tongue. It's useless for me even if you say that. Lentered the path of cultivation for the sake of longevity. I'm only 50,000 years old and I don't want to die yet. Mahayana patriarchs had a lifespan of 100,000 years and were at the peak at 50,000 years old. Death has nothing to do with whether you want to or not. Su Zimo glared at the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect murderously and said word by word, "Today, even if you don't wish to die, you have to." Fu. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect sneered. Why? The renowned strongest monster incarnate in history, half-martial ancestor Desolate Marshal, is going to kill a Mahayana patriarch like me. Why not? Su Zimo said coldly. Patriarchs merely possess blood rebirth. That does not mean they can't die. Hee. How ignorant. When they heard that, the two sect masters of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect sneered with mocking expressions. The island master of Penglai Island and sect masters of Poison sect and Corpse Refinement cult watched coldly from the sidelines, waiting to watch the show. The young masters of the primordial races seized the opportunity to recuperate and recover their stamina. The living beings of the 10,000 races knew one thing. Towards the later stages of cultivation, the difference in strength was magnified and it was even more difficult to challenge someone above their level. For example, at the Qi Condensation, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core realms, the paragons of most sects could fight beyond their levels. In fact, they could even kill opponents across major cultivation realms. However, at the Conjoint Body and Mahayana realm, such a phenomenon was extremely rare. Furthermore, there was an insurmountable gap between a half-martial ancestor and a patriarch. That was not a matter of cultivation realm. It was a complete transformation in terms of strength level. Even in the Golden Ancient Era where the cultivation civilization was at its peak and there were many monster incarnates such as the Eternal Human Emperor and the Fiend Emperor Hatred, there had never been any half-martial ancestors who could kill patriarchs above their levels. The living beings of the 10,000 races admitted that Desolate Marshal was the strongest monster incarnate of this generation. In fact, even the young masters of the primordial races were slightly inferior to him. However, the living beings of the 10,000 races did not believe that Desolate Marshal could kill Mahayana patriarchs across a major cultivation realm. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect smirked with a mocking expression. Desolate Marshal, you might indeed stand a chance if you weren't injured. Unfortunately, you were struck by my 16 strikes earlier on. Although I did not manage to pierce your essence spirit, my 16 strikes pierced your organs and snapped your tendons and limbs. At that point, commotion broke out in the crowd. Conjoint body mighty figures could indeed regrow severed limbs. However, that was only if one had sufficient blood qi. For conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts, the destruction of a shattered heart was already a devastating blow. With a shattered heart, blood qi would drain rapidly and combat strength would be diminished. There was no way anybody could hold on for much longer. Furthermore, his organs were shattered and his life force was severed. With his tendons snapped, Desolate Marshal's body was equivalent to being crippled. Hidden Death sect was best at assassination. How could a patriarch of hidden death sect return empty-handed from an assassination attempt? My 16 strikes have severed the life from your organs. Although you can still stand now, you're already at the end of your road. The patriarch of hidden death sect sneered. Desolate Marshal, stop acting. You can't hide from me. Is that so? Su Zimo released his grip on his chest and said calmly, Sorry to disappoint you. Splash. The sound of a tsunami surged and rumbled from Su Zimo's body without any signs of weakness. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked with widened eyes. Impossible! The patriarch of hidden death sect frowned. It was the same for the living beings of the 10,000 races. There was no way the attacks of the patriarch of hidden death sect could have missed. All the living beings of the 10,000 races witnessed the blood arrows that shot out from midair. The only explanation was the Green Lotus True Body. This Green Lotus True Body is truly powerful. He can even heal instantly after his heart was pierced. That's right. It'll be much simpler to recover the life force of other organs with the recovery of the heart and circulation of blood qi. The only way to destroy such powerful regeneration capabilities is to shatter this Green Lotus True Body into pieces. A cultivator said in a deep voice. In that case, the true purpose of Desolate Marshal's conversation with the patriarch of hidden death sect earlier on was to buy time for his Green Lotus True Body to recover. So what if he has recovered? Even after recovering, Desolate Marshal is merely a half-martial ancestor. How can he fight against a Mahayana patriarch? Many living beings did not think highly of Desolate Marshal in this battle. Interesting. The patriarch of hidden death sect smiled and calmed down quickly. Since that's the case, I'll kill you once more. Before his sentence was finished, the figure of the patriarch of hidden death sect swayed, and he disappeared in front of everyone's countless gazes. He's gone. I can't even sense any aura. All the living beings of the 10,000 races widened their eyes in shock. The palace lord of Enigma Palace's heart skipped a beat as though he recalled something. Suddenly, he shouted, Desolate Marshal, watch out! That's a divine power. Invisibility. Invisibility was one of the thousands of lesser divine powers. There were many concealment dermic arts, but they would always reveal various flaws. As for invisibility, the patriarch of hidden death sect truly vanished completely without a trace in front of everyone. Be it spirit consciousness probing, listening, or sensing, none of them could detect the aura of the patriarch of hidden death sect. That was the terror of hidden death sect. This lesser divine power, coupled with hidden death sect's assassination Tao, was perfect. Even ordinary Mahayana patriarchs could not defend against this sudden attack. The patriarch of hidden death sect vanished. However, everyone knew that he would definitely launch a thunderous attack the next time he appeared. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly. When the patriarch of hidden death sect released his invisibility, he closed his eyes and even blocked his 5 senses. That was the only way his spirit perception could sense the existence of the patriarch of hidden death sect. Actually, he could also see through the tracks of the patriarch of hidden death sect using the nether glow eye. However, even if he could see through it, it would be difficult for him to react. Not only did the patriarch of hidden death sect conceal himself, his movement technique was extremely fast as he lingered around Su Zimo indeterminately. Su Zimo's nether glow eye could not keep up with the speed of the patriarch of hidden death sect at all. He could only locate the patriarch of hidden death sect with his spirit perception. However, that was not enough. Mahayana patriarchs possessed the divine power of blood rebirth. It was extremely difficult to kill Mahayana patriarchs. As for the patriarch of hidden death sect, he would definitely be even more wary if he could not kill right away. It would be even more difficult to kill after the first attempt. Therefore, to Su Zimo, there would only be a single chance to attack. In such a tense and dangerous battlefield, Su Zimo's mind was calm instead, like an ancient well that was peaceful and emotionless. The patriarch of hidden death sect did not appear. Su Zimo's eyes were closed and he was motionless as well. Although everything seemed calm on the surface, everyone knew that there was a turbulent undercurrent beneath the calmness. Once it was released, raging tides would definitely be stirred. The atmosphere on the battlefield was turning increasingly tense. Even the living beings of the 10,000 races that were watching instinctively held their breaths and refused to blink. There was a high chance that life and death would be decided in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, the fight between the primordial 6 races and the human race had gradually stopped as well. Both parties separated and watched Su Zimo on the battlefield. At that moment, even though Monkey and the others were extremely worried, they did not dare to advance rashly nor make a single sound for fear of affecting Su Zimo. At this moment, a single moment of distraction could result in death. Time slowly passed. Half an hour had passed. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect did not appear, nor did he attack. That half hour was an immense torture for the living beings of the 10,000 races present, as though half a year had passed. That was the terror of Hidden Death Sect. Assassins of Hidden Death Sect were extremely patient. As long as they did not appear, one had to be on guard without letting up at all. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect seemed to have left. On the battlefield, Su Zimo's eyes were closed, as though he had fallen asleep. When even the living beings of the 10,000 races were getting impatient, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, ripples appeared on that water surface of the ancient well. A slender sword appeared diagonally behind Su Zimo and stabbed towards his head silently. The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect had finally attacked. Of course, by the time the living beings of the 10,000 races caught sight of that strike, the tip of the sword was already on Su Zimo's head. Suddenly, in a flash, a palm appeared on the wrist of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect that was gripping his sword. It was strong and grabbed his wrist tightly. The thin sword had already touched Su Zimo's scalp and blood even flowed out, but it could not push down. Hidden Death Sect specialized in assassination. However, their physiques and bloodlines were not that strong. Even Mahayana Patriarchs of Hidden Death Sect could not compare to Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body in terms of physique and bloodline. Desolate Marshal managed to defend against the killing move of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect as well. Even he had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to see through his tracks and prevent his killing move. Su Zimo had the advantage, and he had countless methods to severely injure the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect at such a close distance. In fact, he could snap the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect's wrist if he exerted strength. However, none of those methods could kill a Mahayana Patriarch completely. He only had a single chance. If he missed it and allowed the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect to escape, it would be a huge threat to him or everyone else. Kill! Su Zimo's gaze burned brightly as he suddenly shouted. Gripping the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect's wrist tightly with his right hand to prevent him from escaping, he conjured a sword art with his left hand and slashed towards the latter. Not good! The Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was alarmed and his pupils constricted. Buzz! A blinding light burst forth from Su Zimo's sword finger. It was not a single sword kai at all. It was 108,000. In order to kill the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect, Su Zimo did not show any mercy, and 108,000 sword chi enveloped the Patriarch. Pest! All the living beings of the 10,000 races gasped in shock. The concentrated sword chi was enough to slice the entire void into pieces, let alone a person. Those sword chi could destroy all life within the body of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. The prerequisite of blood rebirth was for one's essence spirit to survive. Furthermore, one had to possess a drop of blood that possessed life force. The release of the 108,000 sword chi was enough to destroy every single drop of blood, and even the essence spirit of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. It was too ruthless. The living beings of the 10,000 races grimaced with shock in their eyes. The attack of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect missed, and Su Zimo seized the opening to release such a terrifying attack. He did not give the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect a second chance to attack. Kill! Right then, a resolute look flashed through the eyes of the Patriarch of Hidden Death Sect as he growled deeply as well. He ignored the 108,000 incoming sword chi and extended his other hand. A cold light burst forth from his sleeves and entered Su Zimo's chest. It was the second sword of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect. Both parties suffered losses. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Or rather, this could no longer be considered as an internecine outcome. They were exchanging lives instead. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect knew that he would not be able to escape death. However, even if he had to die, he had to drag Su Zimo down with him. The two of them were way too close. Su Zimo held the wrist of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect in his right hand and released the heaven-slaying sword Qi with his left. He did not have time to defend against the sword at all. When the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword Qi descended on the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect, the latter's sword stabbed his chest as well. Buzz! The sword quivered in his chest and released streams of extremely sharp sword intent, as though they wanted to tear everything apart. This was the final attack of a Mahayana patriarch before his death. The Patriarch of Hidden Death sect released his full power without holding back at all. Swoosh! A green streak of light flew out from Su Zimo's head. The Creation Lotus platform protected the black-haired essence spirit and burst forth, escaping from the battlefield rapidly. Poof! Poof! The moment the Creation Lotus platform left, Su Zimo's green lotus true body was sliced into pieces by the final slash of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect, turning into a pile of flesh. His organs were sliced into pieces and fresh blood dripped in a terrifying sight. However, it was even worse for the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect. He was turned into a blood mist by the 108,000 heaven-slaying sword Qi. The outcome of the fight was decided in a flash. To be precise, life and death was decided in less than a single breath. Unexpectedly, the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was dead. As a half-martial ancestor, Desolate Martial actually crossed a major cultivation realm and killed a Mahayana patriarch. However, the price was truly tragic. The green lotus true body was shattered by the patriarch's final slash, turning into a pile of bloodied flesh that was completely crippled. Even if Desolate Martial's essence spirit survived under the protection of the Creation Lotus platform, he no longer posed a threat after losing his green lotus true body. From this moment on, the strongest monster incarnate in history who dominated Tianhuang mainland and suppressed the titular disciples while overwhelming the young masters of the primordial races had become a thing of the past. "Brother!" Su Xiaoning exclaimed softly with reddened eyes and tears rolling down her cheeks. "Sigh!" Monkey, the spirit tiger, and everyone else sighed as well. On the other hand, Night Spirit was expressionless. The living beings of the 10,000 races had conflicted expressions. Some of them looked regretful while others gloated. For the young masters of the primordial 6 races, although the outcome was slightly worse than they had imagined, it was acceptable. Although Desolate Martial was not dead, he was already a cripple in their eyes. It was only then that the young masters of the primordial races heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed, smiling once more. On the other hand, Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly. Wonder if that detestable person will appear now that his clone is destroyed. Rakshasa Yu lamented internally. I hope he doesn't come. Even if he does, it's useless and he'll die here. Desolate Martial. I'll admit that you're very strong. To think that you could kill a Mahayana patriarch like me who was a major cultivation realm above you. The voice of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect reverberated through the air. The essence spirit of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect was destroyed by the heaven-slaying sword Qi, and the current voice was merely a remnant consciousness that he left in the world. However, I'm going to tell you, even if you can kill me, I'll make you pay a painful price. Ha ha ha. Although I'm dead, it won't be for naught if I can destroy such a powerful monster incarnate. If anyone mentions Desolate Martial in the future, they'll definitely think of me as well. I'll definitely be recorded in the books of history. Everyone will remember that I was the one who crippled Desolate Martial's green lotus true body. I was the one who knocked the number 1 monster incarnate in history down from his pedestal. The remnant consciousness of the Patriarch of Hidden Death sect roared in laughter. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Right then, the Creation Lotus platform flew over from afar. Su Zimo's voice sounded from within. One after another, pink lotus petals opened and a resplendent glow spread, revealing a black-haired essence spirit that was in a lotus position. What did you say? The remnant consciousness of the patriarch of Hidden Death sect hollered. The black-haired essence spirit rose and channeled his spirit consciousness, saying slowly, "Green Lotus true body, condense." The void was filled with a strange noble might that possessed a tremendous amount of life force. Under countless gazes, the shattered flesh of the Green Lotus true body gathered and reconstructed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Green Lotus true body reappeared. His entire body looked transparent and flawless. As his blood chi surged, his organs were filled with a tremendous amount of life force. The massive battlefield was silent. All the living beings watched with eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Blood rebirth. Countless questions surfaced in the minds of the living beings of the 10,000 races. It looked exactly the same as the blood rebirth of a Mahayana patriarch. Desolate Marshal has already entered the Mahayana realm and became a Mahayana patriarch? No, he's still a half-martial ancestor. How is that possible? It's the creation Green Lotus. It must be the creation Green Lotus. A cultivator shouted. The creation Green Lotus is an utmost treasure of the universe and stole the creation of the universe. At every stage of its growth, it possesses unimaginable mysteriousness. The black-haired essence spirit's spirit consciousness moved and transformed into a green streak of light with the creation Lotus platform, entering the glabella of the Green Lotus true body and returning to his consciousness. The cultivator was only half right. If it was merely a grade 7 creation Green Lotus, it would not possess such a mysterious power. This method that was similar to blood rebirth was a method that Su Zimo had only awakened after absorbing and refining the Ashoka wood, experiencing the baptism of the divine power storm and comprehending a trace of divine power after cultivating for dozens of years. The reason why Su Zimo was able to comprehend such a powerful method that was akin to blood rebirth was because of all that karma. Impossible. That's impossible. When the remnant consciousness of the patriarch of Hidden Death sect sensed that, he entered an endless frenzy and howled hysterically. Initially, he could have left without regrets. But now, his heart was filled with indignance and resentment. The reconstruction of Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body meant that he had died for nothing. Desolate Marshal killed him across a major cultivation almost perfectly. The remnant consciousness of the patriarch of Hidden Death sect howled in the battlefield. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he chanted Sanskrit. Boom! The voice of the patriarch of Hidden Death sect stopped abruptly. The remnant consciousness dissipated completely as well. The final trace of the patriarch of Hidden Death sect in this world vanished as well. He would not be recorded in history. Nobody would remember him either. If the later generations were to mention him, he would merely be a pitiful Mahayana patriarch who was killed by Desolate Marshal when the latter was at the half-martial ancestor realm. Desolate Marshal is truly the #1 monster incarnate in history. To possess such a method that's similar to blood rebirth at the half-martial ancestor realm, he's almost immortal at the half-martial ancestor realm. That's right. Unless patriarchs appear, nobody can kill him. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed softly with shocked expressions. Although there was no progress in the 10,000 race meet this time round, none of the living beings of the 10,000 races felt that they had wasted their time coming here. It was an eye-opener for them. Xianxia smiled through her tears. Bloody hell. First really knows how to have fun. Daddy here was so scared. The spirit tiger grinned and thumped his chest foolishly. Who are you saying daddy to? Monkey was in a great mood as well and slapped the spirit tiger. Fuck. Brother Monkey. You hit me again. The spirit tiger glared and turned to Night Spirit. Fifth, help me. Brother Monkey only knows how to bully me. So what if I bully you? Monkey rolled his eyes and started fooling around with the spirit tiger. Night Spirit watched everything quietly with a familiar warmth in his heart as he smiled. No matter where he was or who he was, the sibling feelings between them had not changed at all. Even back then when Monkey and the others knew of his background, their attitudes towards him did not change at all. There was no fear or resistance. In the eyes of Monkey and the others, Night Spirit was the fifth and not a taboo. Anyone who bullied him would be going against the 7 of them siblings. Although Su Zimo had killed the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect, his expression was becoming grimmer and he was not relaxed. The situation was extremely disadvantageous for him now that a Mahayana patriarch had appeared so quickly. If the 10,000 race meet this time round was only between conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestors, it would naturally not pose any threat to the Green Lotus true body. However, that was impossible. At that moment, who knew how many Mahayana patriarchs were watching from behind Enigma Palace? If Mahayana patriarchs appeared one after another, the Green Lotus true body would not be able to defend against them. The fact that he could kill the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect did not mean that he could fight a Mahayana patriarch head-on. Firstly, Hidden Death Sect cultivators specialized in assassination and were not strong in head-on combat. Secondly, the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect had misjudged Su Zimo. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to see through his tracks. He had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to regrow his flesh as well. A single mistake was enough to determine life and death, let alone two. The death of the patriarch of Hidden Death Sect was not unjustified. But now, Su Zimo's trump card of the rebirth of his Green Lotus true body had already been exposed and his 108,000 heaven-slaying sword chi was released as well. He had almost no trump cards left. There were even less trump cards that could threaten Mahayana patriarchs. If another Mahayana patriarch appeared, it would be difficult for him to defend. However, there was nobody who could protect the Green Lotus true body at the 10,000 race meet. The greatest reliance of the Green Lotus true body was the Dragon Phoenix true body and the Dragon race behind him. However, the Dragon Phoenix true body was still breaking through to the Mahayana realm in the Barbarian race. He could only try his best to delay time and wait for the Dragon Phoenix true body to arrive. If I'm not wrong, that should be Desolate Martial's brother, the primordial taboo called Night Spirit. The Ho. Right then, the sect master of Heavenly Dipper Sect stood up and pointed to Night Spirit beside Monkey, shouting. Night Spirit did not revert to his true form and was still in his human form. Even the primordial races had not noticed him. But now that the sect master of Heavenly Dipper Sect exposed Night Spirit's identity, it attracted the attention of the primordial races. Every single one of the primordial races did not conceal the killing intent in their eyes. It was even more so for Goddess Xiaoxiang of the God race. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he looked at the sect master of Heavenly Dipper Sect and said icily, "You must truly be tired of living. Yufu, Desolate Martial sure is cocky." Right then, a cold voice sounded from midair with a hint of mockery. Nobody could find the origin of that voice. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he looked behind the sect master of Heavenly Dipper Sect. It was initially a void with nothing there. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the void, as though someone had sliced a gigantic hole. Immediately after, a figure walked out slowly from the crack. The 10,000 races were shaken. Even some cultivators with lower cultivation realms could sense that a Mahayana patriarch had arrived. He tore through the void. This was a power that only Mahayana patriarchs could control. The figure wore a faint blue Taoist robe that shone faintly. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back, as though he had transformed into the firmaments. The glimmering light on his body was the vast stars. The moment the figure walked out, it was filled with a tremendous might. Many cultivators with lower cultivation grunted with pale faces. That was a Mahayana patriarch of Heavenly Dipper Sect. Tm Tian Kue. Patriarch Tian Kue looked down at Su Zimo and said slowly, "Desolate Martial, you're so domineering. Are you going to kill me as well? I heard that someone wants to kill our sect master?" Right then, another voice sounded. In the skies above the malevolent earth sect cultivators, the void cracked once more as a sinister wind gusted. In the depths of the dark void, a pair of pale hands reached out and tore the crack apart as a figure burrowed out. It was another Mahayana patriarch. The Mahayana patriarch was a skinny old man. His face was pale, but his expression was extremely ruthless. The moment he descended above Enigma Palace, he surveyed his surroundings with a murderous intent. Malevolent Earth Sect's patriarch. Ditsong, you're here too. Patriarch Tian Kuei shifted his gaze to the patriarch of malevolent Earth sect and nodded slightly. Hee hee. Patriarch Ditsong chuckled. I heard that there's a desolate marshal in the cultivation world right now who killed everyone and even declared that he wanted to kill our sect master. So I came out to see who this godly being is. Nothing much. Patriarch Tian Kuei pointed to Su Zimo below. It's just a young lad who's still wet behind the ears. He doesn't have any 3 heads or 6 arms. Oh! Patriarch Ditsong raised his brow and said coldly, That's him? He does look extremely ordinary. Patriarch Tian Kuei continued, However, you have to be careful not to fall into a trap. Desolate Marshal possesses the Green Lotus True Body and can use blood rebirth. He just killed a patriarch of Hidden Death Sect. In that case, I'm even more interested. Patriarch Ditsong grinned. While the two of them chorused with one another, it was clear they implied that they were going to kill Su Zimo. Su Zimo smiled. Patriarchs, you two sure are impressive. When the primordial 6 races slaughtered human cultivators, neither of you appeared. But now, the two of you are here to show off? Su Zimo's words were clearly mocking. However, the 2 Mahayana patriarchs had lived for tens of thousands of years and were indifferent to such provocations with unchanged expressions. Patriarch Tian Kuei said, I didn't see the primordial 6 races killing humans. I only heard that you wanted to kill our sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect. That's because he deserves to die. Su Zimo ignored him and interrupted directly. Killing intent flashed through Patriarch Tian Kuei's eyes. Su Zimo said coldly, The sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect has forgotten about his roots and submitted to the primordial 6 races just because he's cowardly. Not only does he deserve to die, he deserves to be sliced into pieces. Whether or not he deserves to die is a matter of Heavenly Dipper sect. Patriarch Tian Kuei said slowly, As an outsider, if you want to kill our sect master, that means you're going against Heavenly Dipper sect. Got it. Suddenly, Su Zimo nodded. So, it's not that the sect master of Heavenly Dipper sect is cowardly. It's that you patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect have already submitted to the primordial races. You guys are the ones who truly deserve to be sliced into pieces. You are courting death. Patriarch Tian Kuei was enraged and suddenly attacked. His gigantic palm crushed down on Su Zimo's head, and an ancient star was formed in his palm. Desolate Marshal, I heard that many cultivators of malevolent Earth sect died in your hands. Pay with your life today. Patriarch Ditsong attacked at the same time. In a flash, he summoned a saber and slashed towards Su Zimo. Before the blade arrived, an endless malevolent aura surged over in a suffocating manner. The surrounding temperature dipped as though they had fallen into hell. The palace lord of Enigma Palace was enraged and shouted, Both of you are Mahayana patriarchs. How shameless can you get? Unfortunately, the 2 Mahayana patriarchs ignored the reprimand of the palace lord of Enigma Palace and were bent on killing Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal doesn't have any backing. Even if Ethereal Peak and 100 Refinement Sect are backing him, it's useless. There's no Mahayana patriarch to support him. That's right. Now that patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect have appeared and no Mahayana patriarch is here to help him, Desolate Marshal is in danger. Do you think that the patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect and Malevolent Earth sect are the only ones here? Another Grand Demon sneered. Let me tell you, there are countless patriarchs of the primordial races watching. The moment they appear, they'll definitely attack as well. At that time, there will truly be rivers of blood. That's right. These patriarchs of the primordial races are waiting for Mahayana patriarchs of the human race to appear. At this moment, any Mahayana patriarch that dares to appear and help Desolate Marshal will have to die. Think about it, it's not easy to cultivate to become Mahayana patriarchs, and none of them are related to Desolate Marshal. Why would any of them want to implicate themselves and die for his sake? The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed in secret and analyzed the situation. Boom! On the battlefield, Patriarch Tian Kuei attacked and his gigantic palm crushed down with the might of a star with a loud bang. Su Zimo conjured hand seals with both hands, and 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him instantly. The Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Dao fires. Condense! Su Zimo called softly. 3 Dao fires gathered rapidly before him. A blazing essence spirit Dao fire burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered the 3 Dao fires. The Kacharati Dao fire descended. Su Zimo condensed the Kacharati Dao fire and burned it towards the gigantic palm that descended from the skies. At the same time, the saber of Patriarch Ditsong descended with a malevolent aura that almost froze the surrounding void. The blood chi of the green lotus true body surged, and a beam of light flashed as the creation lotus platform flew out. Su Zimo gripped the creation lotus platform and smashed it towards the saber coming from the side. Clang! The creation lotus platform collided with the saber, and sparks flew everywhere with a crisp sound. Su Zimo grunted, and the creation lotus platform was sent flying. The flesh on his arm exploded into a blood mist right in front of everyone. The power of that slash from Patriarch Ditsong was way too strong. Even with the protection of the creation lotus platform neutralizing most of the power, one of Su Zimo's arms was still shattered. It's over. Desolate Marshal will definitely die if the star in Patriarch Tian Kuei's palm descends. The living beings of the 10,000 races shook their heads gently. Right then, the Kacharati Dao fire collided with the star in Patriarch Tian Kuei's palm. Swoosh! The fire refined the star. The gigantic ancient star could not descend against the searing of the Kacharati Dao fire. The 2 different powers collided in midair and were evenly matched. Ah! This dermic art of Desolate Marshal can actually fight against the power of a Mahayana patriarch. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Humph! Patriarch Tian Kuei sneered. What a final struggle! Let's see how much longer you can last. The moment he said that, his eyes flashed coldly and the gigantic star exploded, causing dust and gravel to fly everywhere. Countless meteorites scattered and drowned the Kacharati Dao fire before long. As for Su Zimo, his blood chi surged and his severed arm regrew at an astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. However, Patriarch Ditsong was not slow either. The moment Su Zimo's arm was regrown, the attack of Patriarch Ditsong descended once more. The saber in his hands trembled and transformed into countless saber shadows. At an extremely tricky and strange angle, it stabbed upwards towards Su Zimo's throat. Swoosh! Su Zimo's wings flapped and lightning flashed on his body as he transformed into a golden streak of light and fled into the distance. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended. Patriarch Tian Kuei attacked once more and hollered softly, "Astral illumination!" Suddenly, a gigantic star appeared in the firmaments, and a beam of light descended onto Su Zimo. An incomparably strong power reverberated through the void. It was a divine power. The dermic power wings on Su Zimo's back shattered instantly, unable to defend against the power of the starlight. At the same time, the lightning arcs on his body were dispersed by the starlight. Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure appeared. Under the envelopment of the starlight, it would be extremely difficult for him to move normally, let alone escape far away. Beads of blood seeped out from the green lotus true body. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were drenched in blood. A series of cracking sounds echoed from Su Zimo's body, and his bones felt like they were about to break under the envelopment of the starlight. In less than 10 breaths, his green lotus true body would be suppressed into a blood mist. Furthermore, this time round, he had no chance of surviving. His essence spirit could not escape from the envelopment of the astral illumination divine power. There was no chance for him to release blood rebirth either. The pressure that was everywhere had already reached the limits of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo's vision was turning blurry. Suddenly, his spirit perception sensed an even colder killing intent. Perhaps it wouldn't even take 10 breaths for him to die. That was because Patriarch Ditsong had already closed in. Ethereal opening. Patriarch Ditsong hollered softly, and a layer of dark power condensed on his saber, emerging from the depths of the 9 hells in a cold and sinister manner. The power of divine powers spread and the void trembled. 14.171.101.127, another divine power descended. Even against a half-martial ancestor like Su Zimo, the two patriarchs did not show any mercy and released their divine powers right away. "Brother!" Xiaoning exclaimed and covered her mouth, no longer daring to look. Monkey and the others were enraged as well with widened eyes. "How dare you two shameless things bully others?" Right then, a cold voice sounded out of nowhere. Right beside Su Zimo, a crack appeared in the void and a figure walked out. It's a Mahayana patriarch. Who is this Mahayana patriarch who would actually dare to help desolate Marshall at this time? He's truly not afraid of death. As everyone discussed, a woman walked out from the crack. She had black hair like a waterfall and wore snow-white clothes. Her skin was ice-like with bones that resembled jade. Born beautiful and flawless, she was so devastatingly ravishing that even words failed to describe her. Demoness Ji was a beauty who could bewitch the entire world. As for Rakshasa Yu and Goddess Xiaoxiang, they were both peerlessly beautiful. However, the white-bloused woman gave everyone a single feeling: amazement. She was way too beautiful. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this woman even with the fanciest words in the world. Even the gazes of the two attacking patriarchs, Tian Kuei and Ditsong, froze slightly and their movements slowed down. The appearance of the white-bloused woman caused the initial clamor of the 10,000 race meet to turn silent instantly. More importantly, none of the living beings of the 10,000 races recognized the white-bloused woman. Su Zimo's body was shrouded by the power of starlight and his vision was blurry. He could not move at all and could not see who had arrived. However, the voice sounded familiar. "It's her." A figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind. "Consort Yu of the great Qian dynasty. Goddess True Jade." Right then, the little fox exclaimed with endless joy in her voice. Back then, Dragon Tiger Sect and the other conjoint body mighty figures wanted to kill Su Zimo but were all killed by True Jade. Thereafter, True Jade left and vanished without a trace for so many years. Back when True Jade killed the conjoint body mighty figures in the town of Yen Country, she was only at the half-martial ancestor realm. To think that after so many years, True Jade was now a Mahayana matriarch when she arrived at the 10,000 race meet. True Jade. Patriarch Tian Kuei frowned slightly. Patriarch Ditsong ignored True Jade and continued slashing towards Su Zimo with a vicious expression. Suddenly, True Jade caressed gently and removed a jade-green hairpin from her black hair. It was only the length of a finger and looked extremely fragile. With a cold expression, she wielded the jade hairpin and pierced the blade of Patriarch Ditsong with extreme precision in a flash. Clang! The seemingly fragile jade hairpin let out an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing when it collided against the saber. Immediately after, Patriarch Ditsong's expression changed and he grunted deeply. He staggered in retreat and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, True Jade reached out and grabbed gently in midair. Instantly, a sparkling ice arrow was formed in her palm. Swoosh! True Jade raised her hand gently. The ice arrow was cold and transformed into a cold streak of light, reversing the power of starlight and piercing towards the gigantic star in the firmaments. The starlight that enveloped Su Zimo shattered after the ice arrow descended. Boom! A loud bang sounded when the ice arrow struck the star. The ancient star was penetrated by the ice arrow and shattered, disappearing into the firmaments with a layer of frost on its surface. Mid-stage Mahayana, the two patriarchs, Tian Kuei and Ditsong, exclaimed in shock. Under normal circumstances, one could advance to the early-stage Mahayana realm after comprehending a lesser divine power. One could only advance to the mid-stage Mahayana after comprehending more than 10 lesser divine powers. However, there was a rift between mid- and late-stage Mahayana. That was because at mid-stage Mahayana, one would not be able to advance to late-stage Mahayana no matter how many lesser divine powers they comprehended. One could only advance to late-stage Mahayana after comprehending a greater divine power. Patriarchs could only reach the perfected Mahayana realm if they continued cultivating and comprehended more than 10 greater divine powers. Therefore, even without comprehending supreme divine powers, patriarchs of the human race could cultivate to the perfected Mahayana realm or even start to attempt tribulation transcendence. Although Tian Kuei and Ditsong were Mahayana patriarchs, they had only comprehended 2 or 3 lesser divine powers and had yet to advance to the mid-stage. By cultivating to the mid-stage Mahayana realm, it meant that true Jade had comprehended at least 10 lesser divine powers. With every divine power comprehended, one's body, bloodline, and essence spirit would undergo a baptism by the power of divine powers, and their combat strength would increase significantly. True Jade's combat strength was many times stronger than the 2 patriarchs. When True Jade attacked, the divine power on Su Zimo dissipated and his vision gradually recovered. However, his face was pale as he panted heavily. After enduring the suppression of 2 divine powers, the Green Lotus True Body's blood chi suffered immensely and could not recover completely in a short period of time. "Thank you." Su Zimo looked at True Jade and forced a nod. True Jade merely glanced at him indifferently. "I'm the only one who can kill you. Nobody else is qualified." With that said, she strode forward gently and arrived before the patriarch Ditsong in the blink of an eye. She gripped the jade green hairpin with her jade fingers and thrust it towards the glabella of patriarch Ditsong. A piercing chill burst forth. Patriarch Ditsong felt his hairs stand on end and was terrified. He released his divine power once more and swung the saber in his hands, slashing towards True Jade. At the same time, Patriarch Tian Kuei, who was in midair, pointed at True Jade and conjured his divine power once more, saying in a deep voice, "Starfall!" A gigantic star appeared and fell from midair rapidly at an extremely fast speed, causing raging flames to burn on the surface of the star. The star dragged a gigantic flare and smashed down towards True Jade's head. Humph! True Jade's expression was unchanged as she harumphed coldly. Gust! A terrifying divine power spread and a cold wind blew from midair. This was no ordinary cold wind. When the cold wind descended, the flames burning on the meteor were suppressed by the cold wind and froze instantly. Crack, crack, crack. A layer of frost covered the star. The speed of its descent decreased, and in the end, it froze in midair without even touching True Jade's hair. At the same time, a layer of ice covered Patriarch Ditsong's saber, turning thicker and thicker. It moved along the blade and extended to his arm in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Ditsong's pupils constricted violently as he tried to retract his saber and retreat. However, cracks sounded when his arm moved. His arm shattered into pieces and fell to the ground as a bunch of ice blocks without a single drop of blood flowing. The blood chi of Mahayana patriarchs was so exuberant that a single drop could be condensed into a physical body. However, when that gust of cold wind descended, their blood chi was completely frozen. Patriarch Ditsong's feet moved and cracks sounded as well. The next moment, he could no longer feel his own flesh. A chilling intent surged into his consciousness. The power of the gust divine power had already surged into his consciousness through his body. Right then, the jade hairpin descended and pierced the glabella of Patriarch Ditsong right under his watchful gaze. A small hole appeared on his glabella. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The light in the eyes of Patriarch Ditsong dimmed as he fell stiffly. When he fell to the ground, his body shattered, turning into sparkling ice blocks. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded when they saw that and kept quiet out of fear. A Mahayana patriarch was frozen to death just like that. Swoosh! In midair, Patriarch Tian Kuei's figure flashed and he wanted to escape. However, True Jade raised her hand gently and gigantic ice blades burst forth from the void beneath Patriarch Tian Kuei. They were thousands of feet tall and extremely sharp. Puffed, puffed. The gigantic ice blades soared into the skies. Blood flashed. The body of Patriarch Tian Kuei was sliced into pieces by the gigantic ice blades. Immediately after, there was a jade-green flash. Patriarch Tian Kuei's essence spirit had just escaped. Before he could use blood rebirth to reconstruct his physical body, His essence spirit was penetrated by the jade green light and died. The jade green light circled in midair and returned to True Jade's palm. It was the jade hairpin. All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked at Goddess True Jade in shock. After True Jade appeared, no one had expected such a flawless woman to be so terrifying the moment she attacked. 2 Mahayana patriarchs were killed by True Jade without hesitation. Right then, Rakshasa Yu's voice sounded in Suzimo's mind as she questioned him in a cold and furious manner. Who is that woman? What's your relationship with her? Why does she care so much about you? Suzimo frowned slightly and ignored Rakshasa Yu. Right now, his blood chi was weak and he was trying his best to recover. There was no time for him to bother about Rakshasa Yu's sudden tantrum. Sigh. When Rakshasa Yu saw no response from Suzimo, for some reason, she sighed gently. Leave quickly. Our patriarch is about to arrive. It'll be too late if you don't leave now. The moment she said that, a blood sea appeared above Enigma Palace with a torrential blood stench. It covered the skies and enveloped the firmaments. A terrifying might descended. The living beings of the 10,000 races were silent with horrified expressions. In fact, the pressure was superior to the 2 patriarchs, Tiankue and Ditsong. True Jade frowned slightly as well and looked at the blood sea in the skies with a grim expression. Hee. A sinister laughter sounded from the blood sea. The blood sea surged and created raging tides. Within, a figure appeared faintly with a terrifying aura. Our young master of the bloodvine race is dead again. The voice from the blood sea sounded, chilling to the bones. Patriarch, Desolate Marshal killed him. A bloodvine clansman stood out hurriedly and said tragically. Good, good, good. The voice in the blood sea praised repeatedly. Desolate Marshal, you killed 2 young masters of the bloodvine race. I, Tung Han, will make you regret coming to this world today. Before his sentence was finished, the endless blood sea that blanketed the skies gathered at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the endless blood sea transformed into a figure. Pest! The living beings of the 10,000 races gasped in shock. It was unimaginable how terrifying the power of such a massive blood sea was. But now, such a tremendous power was condensed in the body of a blood vine. How strong was he? The blood vine patriarch stood in midair and was dressed in a blood-colored robe. He was a middle-aged man and descended slowly with a ruthless expression. Greetings, Patriarch Tung Han. Many blood vines knelt on the ground and shouted with respectful expressions. Rise? Patriarch Tung Han nodded slightly and surveyed his surroundings. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he looked at the corpses of the bloodvine race on the ground. The primordial 6 races suffered considerable losses as well in their battle against the human cultivators. This time round, there were hundreds of bloodvine that came. The battle earlier killed close to 100 of them. Furthermore, the young master of the bloodvine race was killed by Suzimo. Fifth, this bloodvine is a little strong. The spirit tiger was secretly alarmed and sent a voice transmission. I merely took a single look at him and I felt my bloodline stir, showing signs of gushing out. Wonder if Goddess True Jade can stop him. Little Fox was worried. It's hard to tell. Night Spirit shook his head gently. This Patriarch Tung Han's cultivation is higher than Goddess True Jade? Monkey asked with a frown. Night Spirit shook his head. Not really. This Patriarch Tung Han is only at early stage Mahayana. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the bloodline of the primordial races is innately strong. Even at early stage Mahayana, their combat strength after their innate divine powers transform their bodies. Bloodlines and essence spirits is equivalent to a human comprehending more than 10 lesser divine powers. You mean to say that the combat strength of an early-stage Mahayana is equivalent to a mid-stage Mahayana of the human race? Monkey's heart skipped a beat. They're either comparable or stronger. Night Spirit nodded. He said, when the primordial races grow to the mid-stage Mahayana realm, it's equivalent to humans comprehending more than 10 greater divine powers. They can fight against perfected Mahayana patriarchs of the human race. If the primordial races grow to the late-stage Mahayana realm, Even without comprehending any supreme divine powers, their innate divine powers will grow to a supreme level. Monkey and the others were shocked. Qing asked hurriedly, "You mean to say that the moment a primordial race advances to become a late-stage Mahayana patriarch, it's equivalent to comprehending a supreme divine power?" For humans, comprehending a supreme divine power was equivalent to being an emperor. Night Spirit nodded. That's why it's said that in the ancient books of the human race, some patriarchs of the primordial races can fight against emperors of the human race. If primordial races grow to the perfected Mahayana realm, Little Fox did not dare to continue thinking. Night Spirit said, "A primordial race at the perfected Mahayana realm is equivalent to possessing two supreme divine powers. Once a primordial race comprehends a supreme divine power and becomes an emperor, it means that even the most ordinary emperors of the primordial races possesses three supreme divine powers." No wonder. A look of realization flashed through Monkey and the others' eyes. Back in the ancient war, although the human race welcomed the Golden Era and the Cultivation civilization reached its peak with multiple emperors, they were still steadily defeated. Most emperors of the human race could not go against emperors of the primordial races. This was the reason. As long as a human patriarch comprehended a supreme divine power, he could become an emperor. However, the most ordinary emperors of the primordial races possessed three supreme divine powers. Nobody knew the primordial races better than Night Spirit. Of course, as a taboo, his growth potential was even more terrifying than the primordial races. "Patriarch Tung Han, you have to take revenge for us." A blood vine grit his teeth. "These human ants are getting more daring. They even dare to resist." "That's right," another blood vine said hatefully. "Young Master Tung Luo died in an unjust manner. Desolate Marshal was the one who ambushed him and killed him with a single arrow." "Don't worry," Patriarch Tung Han grinned sinisterly. "Teal let these human ants know who are the true masters of Tianhuang mainland." Before his sentence was finished, he suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Poof, poof, poof. The few hundred living beings closest to him, be it human cultivators, demons, or beings of other races, exploded into blood mists. The blood mist gathered in midair and turned into blood that surged towards Patriarch Tung Han's mouth. Instantly, several hundred streams of blood surged into Patriarch Tung Han's mouth from all directions. That scene looked extremely terrifying and sent shivers down the spines of all living beings. What sort of power was that? With just a gentle breath, the blood of the living beings of the 10,000 races left their bodies uncontrollably and was sucked into Patriarch Tung Han's mouth. Even half-martial ancestor experts lost their blood chi with that gentle suction, let alone conjoint body mighty figures. They toured into dried corpses and died in the blink of an eye. The living beings of the 10,000 races were in an uproar and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be devoured by Patriarch Tung Han. The arrival of a patriarch of the primordial races caused the fervor of the human race to cool down once more. It was like a basin of cold water that drenched the cultivators from head to toe, bringing them back to the cruel reality. Even if Desolate Marshal was here, so what? Once the 10,000 race meat reached the level of the patriarchs, all mighty figures and half-martial ancestors were nothing but ants. Desolate Marshal was only a slightly stronger ant and would not be spared. The cultivators of Enigma Palace, Ethereal Peak, Azura Sect, and Depamkar Monastery that fought against the primordial six races earlier on fell silent and shivered in fear. They did not know if anyone could defend if Patriarch Tung Han were to go on a massacre. "The aura you exude makes me hate you." True Jade glared at Patriarch Tung Han and said coldly with a killing intent in her eyes, as though she had thought of something that displeased her. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he quickly understood. Although the destruction of the Great Qian Empire was caused by Long Ran, there was a mastermind behind it. There was a high chance that the Bloodface was the mastermind, or Tao Lord Blood Fiend. However, be it the Bloodface or Tao Lord Blood Fiend, it was related to the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. As for Tao Lord Blood Fiend, he was a remnant of the Bloodvine race, and the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was deduced from their cultivation techniques and secret skills. Therefore, the aura of Patriarch Teng Han reminded True Jade of the destruction of the Great Qian Empire. Be careful, Su Zimo reminded. He was still recovering from the immense loss of blood qi after being hunted by Patriarchs Tian Kuei and Ditsong. Furthermore, given his current condition, he could not help much in such a battle. Why? You're also here to stop me, sweet woman. Patriarch Teng Han's gaze landed on True Jade without any emotions. Although True Jade was ravishing and flawless, she was nothing but a beautiful food in the eyes of Patriarch Teng Han. In the eyes of the Blood Vine race, the 10,000 races were food for them. If the other primordial 8 races were not so strong, the Blood Vine race would even treat the other primordial 8 races as food. TM not stopping you. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, True Jade took a light step and arrived before Patriarch Teng Han in the blink of an eye. She stabbed towards his glabella with the jade hairpin between her fingers. Humph! Patriarch Teng Han laughed sinisterly. Food. You're truly courting death by sending yourself to me. I'll devour you first before devouring desolate Marshall. He did not take True Jade seriously at all. Although he was only at early-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races could suppress mid-stage Mahayana patriarchs of the human race. Suddenly, a cold intent descended. True Jade had already released a divine power. Patriarch Teng Han's expression changed. Under that chilling intent, his bloodline showed signs of crystallizing and freezing up. What a strong divine power! Patriarch Teng Han's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, ordinary lesser divine powers should not be able to affect him. However, not only did True Jade's lesser divine power affect him, it even threatened his life. Blood drain! Patriarch Teng Han hollered and opened his mouth, taking a deep breath towards True Jade. That was the innate divine power of the Blood Vine race. By the time he entered the Mahayana realm, that innate divine power had already grown to the point where it was not weaker than the lesser divine powers of the human race. Under the envelopment of the blood drain divine power, the bloodline of any living being would surge towards the Blood Vine race. True Jade narrowed her gaze slightly. The blood drain divine power descended, and she could clearly sense her bloodline stir, wanting to leave her body. If Patriarch Teng Han absorbed her bloodline, her blood qi would deplete while his would rise. She would definitely lose with that exchange. Humph! True Jade's expression was unchanged as she channeled her spirit consciousness and released a second divine power immediately. A cold aura rose from her body and almost froze her bloodline even. Instantly, Patriarch Teng Han's blood drain divine power lost its effect. The jade hairpin between True Jade's fingers had already arrived at Patriarch Teng Han's glabella. Clang! Patriarch Teng Han's glabella shone and a blood gourd flew out, colliding with the jade hairpin with a crisp sound. Since you won't let me drink your blood, I'll let you have a taste of mine. Patriarch Teng Han grinned and threw the blood gourd in midair. The bottom of the gourd faced up and the mouth of the gourd faced down as a large pool of blood poured down and enveloped True Jade. That blood was no ordinary bloodline. It was essence blood that Patriarch Teng Han had refined for many years. A single drop of a patriarch's essence blood from Tung Luo's storage bag was enough to cripple the ancient unique treasure, the dermic-breaking bow. With that amount of a patriarch's essence blood, even a dermic treasure could very well lose its power and could not be used if it was tainted. Puny tricks. True Jade had a fearless expression, and there was no fluctuation in her eyes. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and spat out a white frost chi that blew at the patriarch's essence blood that splattered in midair. Crack! 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 The large amount of patriarch's essence blood froze in midair instantly. However, there was an extremely evil power within the patriarch's essence blood that wanted to break out of the ice. Burn it! Suddenly, a scarlet glint flashed through True Jade's eyes as she tapped her finger gently. A ball of divine power flames appeared beneath the frozen patriarch's essence blood. The collision of the ice and fire powers instantly refined the patriarch's essence blood into nothingness. All this time round, Patriarch Teng Han's expression changed starkly. Initially, he thought that True Jade merely specialized in water divine powers and was not much of a threat to him. To think that true Jade was not only in control of many water divine powers, but also fire divine powers. In essence, the Bloodvine race was still plants that gained sentience and feared fire the most. That was the reason why the Bloodvine race suffered such a huge loss when Su Zimo released the Kachurati Dao fire on Six Stars Mountain. When true Jade closed in once more, the Jade hairpin burned with thin flames that possessed an extremely terrifying divine power. Patriarch Tung Han did not hesitate and reverted to his true form right away. A gigantic blood vine took root on the battlefield and waved hundreds of thick blood vines that coiled towards true Jade. Many cultivators were invigorated. Nobody expected this human matriarch that appeared later on to be so domineering that she could force out the true form of Patriarch Tung Han. Crack, crack, crack. True Jade's expression was unchanged as she froze the incoming blood vines with the ice in her left hand. The flames on her right hand descended. Fire and water countered each other, and the collision of the two powers could create an even more terrifying divine power. Instantly, Patriarch Tung Han's blood vines turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of blood vines were destroyed by True Jade. True Jade's expression was cold as she charged towards Patriarch Tung Han's consciousness. Determined to kill him here, Patriarch Tung Han could not stop it at all. Wu Tian, Jin Yen, how much longer are you guys going to continue watching? Hurry and come out and help me. This woman is a little tricky to deal with. Suddenly, Patriarch Tung Han shrieked. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter sounded in midair and a gigantic crack appeared in the firmaments. Boundless golden light burst forth from within and was blinding, illuminating the night skies like daylight. All the living beings of the 10,000 races raised their heads. 5 figures walked out slowly from the gigantic crack. The 5 figures descended upon the world and cracks appeared in the void, as though the entire world could not accommodate them. Endless light surged. The world changed. A tremendous might descended, and the living beings of the 10,000 races let out dull grunts. These were 5 Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races that had arrived at Enigma Palace at the same time, including Patriarch Tung Han of the Bloodvine race. All 6 of them were here. Among the 5 figures, the one in the middle was tall with golden hair, blue eyes, and was incomparably handsome. Wearing golden battle armor, his golden blood chi surged and his eyes shone with a divine light. The god race's Patriarch Xianxia. On his left was a cultivator in dark green robes with a hood that concealed his face. The hood of the dark green-robed cultivator could only reveal 2 sinister green beams. This was Wu Tian that Patriarch Tung Han was referring to. He was from the witch race. On Patriarch Xianxia's right was a cold-faced man. He was expressionless and looked no different from a human. However, there was a thin blood scar on his glabella that resembled an eye. When the cold-faced man shifted his gaze, the voids everywhere he laid sight on collapsed. Patriarch Song Ming of the Heavenly Eye race. The 2 people on the most left and right of Patriarch Xianxia had wings. However, the one on the right was extremely ugly with a green face and bared fangs like a malevolent ghost. His pitch-black meat wings flapped and he emanated an evil aura. It was Patriarch Li Ying of the Rakshasa race. The person on the left had a human body and a bird's head. His golden wings burned with scorching flames and he had a sharp gaze. He was in the shape of a half-human bird. This was Patriarch Jin Yen that Patriarch Tung Han mentioned, and he was from the Golden Crow race. When the patriarchs of the primordial 6 races arrived, a terrifying might descended and all the living beings of the 10,000 races kept quiet out of fear. Even True Jade frowned slightly and her expression turned grim. However, she had no intention of stopping and still wanted to kill Patriarch Tung Han. On the right, Patriarch Li Ying grinned and said mockingly, "Tung Han, why can't you even take down a woman from the human race? Have you gone soft?" Hee hee. Patriarch Jin Yen on the left flapped his golden wings and laughed as well. "We were watching from the side and did not appear because we wanted to give you a chance to suppress that young lady personally. To think that you would be beaten so badly. Stop making sarcastic remarks," Patriarch Tung Han said as he defended against True Jade's attacks. "That human woman has some tricks up her sleeves. She's definitely a paragon of the human patriarchs. Fu Patriarch Xin Yu smiled indifferently. In our eyes, paragons of the human patriarchs are nothing but ants. TL leave that ant to you guys. Right now, I only want to kill Desolate Marshal, Patriarch Tenghan said hatefully. Patriarch Xin Yu looked to his sides and asked indifferently, which of you wants to attack? TL do it. The Rakshasa Patriarch, Li Ying, glared at True Jade with lust in his eyes as he laughed menacingly. The female slaves I have aren't of her caliber. I can capture this woman and train her up, hee. The moment he said that, Patriarch Li Ying flapped his pitch-black wings. A wild gust of wind howled and Patriarch Li Ying's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind True Jade, extending his greenish-black palm towards her shoulder. Although it was almost impossible for True Jade to be distracted in her fight against Patriarch Tenghan. She sensed it the moment Patriarch Li Heng vanished. She sidestepped and created a series of afterimages behind her, avoiding Patriarch Li Ying's dirty and ugly palm. Fu. Patriarch Li Ying laughed and placed a wisp of black hair beneath his nose. He took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. How fragrant! An extremely disgusted expression appeared on True Jade's face and she felt like vomiting. Although she dodged swiftly, a wisp of her black hair was yanked off by Patriarch Li Ying. Yes, that's the expression. Patriarch Li Ying looked at the disgust on True Jade's face and was delighted instead of furious. The more you hate it now, the more excited I'll be when you submit to me. Disgusting, True Jade said coldly. Many living beings cursed internally as well. However, the living beings of the 10,000 races did not dare to reveal it on their faces, afraid that they would be targeted by Patriarch Li Ying. It's fine. In a flash, Patriarch Li Ying vanished from the spot and transformed into a dark streak of light that circled around True Jade. You'll definitely like it in the future. Ha 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 ha. His voice flickered left and right, upper and lower at times. It was erratic without any pattern and could not be determined. Patriarch Li Ying's speed was so fast that he would not appear in True Jade's line of sight at all. Even if True Jade released her spirit consciousness would be disrupted by the divine power released by Patriarch Li Ying, and she would not be able to sense his exact location. Even if she wanted to fight him, she had no way of doing so. Humph! True Jade's expression turned cold as she conjured hand seals with both hands and released divine powers into the void. Instantly, the skies darkened and a snowstorm descended. Earlier on, the night skies were still vast and dotted with stars. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds filled the skies and the entire place was covered in ice. Snow filled the entire place and the temperature of Enigma Palace plummeted with a chilling wind. That was the power of divine powers. Under the cold weather, Patriarch Li Ying's figure was naturally affected. More importantly, Patriarch Li Ying's figure was completely exposed under the snowstorm. The dark light was extremely striking in the white snow. Kill! True Jade's gaze was cold as she finally locked onto Patriarch Li Ying. She raised her fair hand gently and a jade-green light flashed in the snowstorm. Poof! A flash of blood appeared in midair. Patriarch Li Ying grunted dully and his figure was exposed. Standing in midair, a bloody hole appeared on his meat wing and fresh blood flowed down from it. This was not a fatal injury for Mahayana patriarchs. However, many cultivators were invigorated. Goddess True Jade was stronger than anyone had imagined. Young lady, you've hurt me. Finally, Patriarch Li Ying could not smile any longer. With a dark expression, he said coldly, I'm going to be serious next. On the other side, Patriarch Tenghan broke free from True Jade's pursuit and dozens of blood vines tore through the air and coiled towards Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal. Patriarch Tenghan's voice sounded with a chilling intent. Die! Swoosh! Su Zimo conjured hand seals and 3 balls of flames appeared beside him instantly, releasing the scarlet flame revolving lantern to defend against Patriarch Tenghan's attack. However, Patriarch Tenghan's combat strength was comparable to a human mid-stage Mahayana patriarch. In fact, he could even suppress a human mid-stage Mahayana patriarch. Against him, Patriarchs Tian Kuei and Dizong would be killed on the spot in less than 3 rounds. The difference in strength was way too great. Many blood vines coiled over like gigantic blood anacondas. The flames of the scarlet flame revolving lantern were extinguished instantly and did not cause any damage to the blood vines. Poof, poof, poof. Instantly, dozens of blood vines opened their mouths and bit the green lotus true body. The sharp fangs pierced the green lotus true body. Ugh! Su Zimo grunted and blood drained from his face. Gaga gaga! Patriarch Tenghan was excited and could not help but laugh. Desolate Marshal. I'm going to suck your bloodline dry bit by bit. I'm going to let you experience the true fear of death. Given Patriarch Tenghan's capabilities, a single blood vine was enough to devour Su Zimo. However, he did not do that. He used dozens of blood vines to bite Su Zimo. The green lotus true body was almost filled with blood vines and not a single intact spot left. He was completely bitten by the fangs at the top of the blood vines. Patriarch Tenghan wanted to absorb Su Zimo's bloodline bit by bit to torture the latter. Death was not scary. The feeling of helplessness as one felt their lives draining was the true terror. This time round, no one could help Su Zimo. A look of anxiety flashed through True Jade's eyes. She glanced at Su Zimo's side from time to time and frowned deeply. Su Zimo was not someone important to her. There was no true relationship between the two of them either. However, Su Zimo was related to True Jade's awakening in this generation. The first person she saw when she woke up was Su Zimo. Furthermore, some unspeakable things happened between the two of them in the depths of the cave. When she awakened in this generation, her old friends were already gone. The only thing she cared about was the little fox. If there was someone else, it would have to be Su Zimo. Poof! In her moment of distraction, her shoulder was sliced by the 2 sabers in Rakshasa Li Ying's hands and fresh blood flowed. What was even more frightening was that the 2 sabers in Rakshasa Li Ying's hands were being tempered by some evil entity, and her wounds were rotting rapidly. Glancing sideways, True Jade opened her cherry lips and spat out a stream of cold air that froze the wound. Even if she focused her attention, she might not be able to escape unscathed against the Rakshasa race, let alone when she was distracted. Fufu, you can't even protect yourself, yet you want to save him? Patriarch Li Ying sneered. His words were not an exaggeration. In midair, Patriarch Xinyu, Wu Tian, Jin Yen and Song Ming of the primordial races were watching keenly and had yet to attack. Patriarchs of the human race have yet to show themselves. They sure are tolerant. We appeared too early. The human patriarchs are probably too scared to appear now. No, this is Enigma Palace. Even if the other human patriarchs don't dare to appear, the patriarchs of Enigma Palace will. The 4 of them stood in midair expressionlessly, but they were communicating through their spirit consciousnesses. Although the 4 of them did not attack in reality, they were waiting for the human patriarchs to appear so that they could start a massacre. On the battlefield, Su Zimo was bound by dozens of blood vines and was almost drowned within. The living beings of the 10,000 races could see the blood vines squirm continuously as streams of bloodline surged into Patriarch Tenghan's true form through the blood vines. First, Monkey, Xiaoning, and the others exclaimed, "Zimo!" Demoness Ji Chengtian and the others were shocked as well. "I don't care anymore." Monkey whirled imminent and was about to charge forward. He was only a grand demon, and the difference in strength between him and Patriarch Tenghan was way too great. Patriarch Tenghan could suppress him with a single finger. However, at that moment, Monkey and the other sworn siblings could not be bothered and wanted to charge forward. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Monkey and the others' minds. "Don't come over, I'm fine." Although the voice was a little weak, it was indeed Su Zimo's voice and everyone could hear it clearly. First, Monkey and the others looked at the battlefield with widened eyes in disbelief and confusion. On the battlefield, Su Zimo's figure was already drowned in the blood vines, and no one knew what happened within. Under normal circumstances, Patriarch Tenghan would definitely be able to kill Su Zimo with his combat strength. However, he chose another method. He wanted to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid creation Green Lotus. The moment that happened, it was no longer Patriarch Teng Han who wanted to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. Instead, it was a bloodvine that wanted to devour and refine the creation Green Lotus. Initially, Su Zimo thought that his Green Lotus true body was going to be buried here as well. However, when Patriarch Teng Han began to absorb his bloodline, his Green Lotus true body and creation Lotus platform released rays of light uncontrollably. The blood qi in his body intensified instead. Under the entanglement of dozens of blood vines, Su Zimo's figure had already vanished completely, and in its place was a jade green lotus. At that moment, countless blood vines coiled around the green lotus and bit its stem, wanting to absorb its power. With that, the green lotus counterattacked instantly. The blood vine race was merely a flora race. In the flora race, the creation green lotus was much stronger than the blood vine race. There were many blood vines and they eventually formed a race. However, there was only a single creation green lotus in this world and the vast universe. There was no race at all. When chaos was first formed, it contained the creation of heaven and earth and was everlasting. If there were any gods within the flora race, the creation green lotus would be one of them. There were definitely not many universal and utmost treasures as such. For example, there were only one or two of the three sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries, the Bodhi, Ashoka, and Sal tree. They were far stronger than the blood vine race. Patriarch Teng Han's action was equivalent to challenging a god of the plants. The creation green lotus was born in chaos and could not survive without a powerful absorption force. The bloodthirst of the bloodvine race was way too insignificant against the absorption power of the creation green lotus. The current scene resembled dozens of small streams trying to absorb the seawater of the ocean into their bodies. The creation green lotus swayed gently and took root on the ground, emitting rays of light. Although dozens of bloodvines were still biting the creation green lotus, the situation of the blood qi absorption had silently reversed. Because the creation green lotus stole the creation of heaven and earth, it was extremely difficult to nurture. Throughout history, only the ancient Buddha emperor had managed to nurture the creation green lotus to grade 8. As for Su Zimo's creation green lotus, it was only infinitely close to grade 8 after absorbing the primordial divine spring, the Ashoka wood, and experiencing the baptism of the divine power storm. His grade 7 creation green lotus true body was already rather terrifying. In fact, it even gave birth to powerful methods similar to blood rebirth. Even so, it was difficult for Su Zimo to break through to grade 8. An extremely tremendous amount of energy was required to cross that barrier. If it was through ordinary cultivation, Su Zimo would have to cultivate for countless years if he wanted to break through to the grade 8 creation green lotus. It could be hundreds or even thousands of years. But now, the appearance of Patriarch Teng Han gave the creation green lotus a perfect opportunity to break through. Initially, the power of bloodline surged into Patriarch Teng Han's body continuously through the bloodvines. Patriarch Teng Han did not delay and cultivated immediately. Although Su Zimo was a half-martial ancestor in terms of his cultivation realm, the bloodline of the creation green lotus was definitely a great tonic for him. However, before long, the process of his bloodline churning came to a gradual stop. Soon, the creation green lotus started absorbing the power of the outside world along with the dozens of bloodvines. To the living beings of the 10,000 races, the blood qi within the dozens of bloodvines was still flowing continuously. However, they did not notice that the flow had reversed. Patriarch Teng Han's bloodline began to surge into the green lotus true body through the dozens of bloodvines. The most frightening thing was that Patriarch Teng Han only absorbed the bloodline of the green lotus true body. However, the creation green lotus absorbed energy, be it Patriarch Teng Han's bloodline or the life force in his body. The creation green lotus viewed everything as a form of energy it could absorb and sucked continuously. Patriarch Teng Han's blood qi was decreasing rapidly. Not only that, his lifespan was decreasing as well. Patriarch Teng Han jolted awake and shuddered. What's going on? He was shocked when he sensed what was happening within his body. Not good. Patriarch Teng Han quickly realized what he was experiencing and exclaimed internally, wanting to release the bloodvines and leave Su Zimo right away. However, he was no longer in control of whether he could leave. The creation green lotus burst forth with rays of light that soared into the skies. The gigantic lotus leaf wrapped the countless blood vines tightly and did not allow Patriarch Teng Han to retreat at all. The creation green lotus did not only absorb Patriarch Teng Han's bloodline, but also his life force. The speed at which it absorbed energy was getting faster and more terrifying. Patriarch Teng Han's lifespan and blood chi decreased at a visible speed. With that slight delay, even his cultivation destabilized and showed signs of falling. The process of energy absorption shaved one side and strengthened the other. Although Patriarch Teng Han's power weakened, the power of the creation green lotus rose continuously. By the time Patriarch Teng Han wanted to break free, he discovered to his shock that he was already helpless. He could no longer break free from the creation green lotus with his strength. He wanted to activate his essence spirit and release an essence spirit secret skill. However, in his consciousness, his essence spirit was dim and he could not even condense his spirit consciousness, let alone an essence spirit secret skill. The energy absorbed by the creation green lotus absorbed the power of his essence spirit and nourished the green lotus true body and creation lotus platform continuously. This was equivalent to using the essence spirit of a Mahayana patriarch to nourish the creation green lotus and help it break through the barrier of grade 8. Simply put, Patriarch Teng Han was using his life to help Su Zimo. Ah! Patriarch Teng Han shrieked in panic as though he was experiencing something extremely terrifying. However, his shriek grew weaker and weaker. Wu Tian, Jin Yen, save me. Patriarch Teng Han used the last of his strength and shouted. It was only at that moment that Shen Yu and the other 3 patriarchs of the primordial races noticed something amiss with Patriarch Teng Han on the battlefield. They had been watching Patriarch Liang and True Jade fight the entire time and no one paid attention to Patriarch Teng Han. After all, in their knowledge, killing an incomparably weak desolate marshal should not lead to anything unexpected. It was only when Patriarch Teng Han shouted that they realized something big had happened. What's going on? Why did Teng Han's aura turn so weak? Patriarch Shen Yu released his spirit consciousness and his expression changed as he exclaimed, "This is bad. Teng Han is about to die. His lifespan is about to end. What's going on? Hurry and attack!" Jin Yen and the others exclaimed. Right then, Patriarch Wu Tian shook his head. It's too late. The dozens of blood vines that coiled around the creation green lotus descended slowly. Teng Han's true form had already withered completely without any signs of life. A patriarch of the primordial races was sucked to death by the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus shone brightly in midair and its aura rose continuously. Damn that desolate marshal! Wu Tian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "He's actually trying to break through to the grade 8 creation green lotus with the help of Teng Han. Kill him. We can't let him break through." Patriarch Shen Yu waved his sleeves and released a streak of golden light. It rapidly formed a gigantic sword in midair and slashed towards the creation green lotus's waist. The creation green lotus was advancing to grade 8. Once the creation green lotus advanced to grade 8, Su Zimo had a high chance of breaking through and entering the Mahayana realm to become a true Mahayana patriarch. However, he could not defend against the attacks at all during the process. Even conjoint body mighty figures could interrupt the process and interrupt his breakthrough, let alone Mahayana patriarchs. Just as the gigantic golden sword was about to strike the creation green lotus, the void shattered. 3,000 silver threads burst forth from the crack and struck the gigantic golden sword like a galactic river with a loud bang. Boom! The gigantic golden sword shattered and turned into streams of divine powers that circled in midair before dissipating. A dull grunt sounded from the crack as well. It was clear that the person who attacked did not feel good after receiving Patriarch Shen Yu's divine power. However, before long, figures dressed in the robes of Enigma Palace walked out from the crack. Every single figure emitted a powerful aura and a rampant might. In the blink of an eye, 17 cultivators of Enigma Palace appeared. All of those cultivators were Mahayana patriarchs. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless cultivators clenched their fists emotionally. At this point of the battle, human patriarchs apart from true Jade had finally appeared. Furthermore, 17 Mahayana patriarchs had descended directly this time round. It told you. Little Fatty slapped his thighs. How can there be no patriarchs overseeing the 10,000 race meet held by Enigma Palace? Many cultivators were excited when they saw the arrival of 17 Mahayana patriarchs. Only Night Spirit frowned slightly and shook his head. These patriarchs are too weak and can't defend against those few from the primordial races. No matter how weak they are, there are at least 17 of them. We can hold on for a little longer no matter what. The spirit tiger shrugged his head and heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, patriarchs. The palace lord of Enigma Palace and many cultivators hurried forward and bowed. The 17 Mahayana patriarchs looked at everyone from Enigma Palace and nodded slightly. The leader wielded a horsetail whip and had a pale expression. He was the one who had blocked Patriarch Xin Yu's attack earlier on. Tm Wu Hua. The Mahayana patriarch cupped his fists towards Patriarch Xin Yu and the other patriarchs of the primordial races and said in a deep voice, "The 10,000 races are gathered. I wonder why the primordial 6 races are going on a massacre." Fufu. Patriarch Xin Yu smiled faintly. "We of the primordial races can kill anyone we wish to. We don't need any reasons." Upon hearing that, the 17 Mahayana patriarchs' expressions darkened and revealed furious expressions. After a brief pause, Patriarch Xin Yu continued, "However, it's not as though there's completely no reason either. Before the 10,000 race meet even started, our primordial 6 races lost so many clansmen. We naturally have to seek redress for them." Patriarch Wu Hua frowned slightly. "It's inevitable that there will be conflicts given the reckless nature of the juniors of our races. In the battle earlier on, many human cultivators died as well. Why don't all of you take a seat and let bygones be bygones? We'll let the 10,000 race meet continue as per normal." "Bullshit." Jin Yen glared at Patriarch Wu Hua coldly and scolded. "2 princes of our Golden Crow race have died, and you want us to let go just like that? Who do you think you are?" Patriarch Wu Hua's expression was grim as he grit his teeth and did not reply. "That's right." Patriarch Wu Tian nodded slightly as well. "Every single life of our primordial 6 races is incomparably precious and isn't something that you humans can compare against." Patriarch Wu Hua was silent for a moment. "Does that mean that the primordial 6 races don't want to negotiate with the human race at all?" "Sure, we can negotiate." Patriarch Song Ming pointed to the creation Green Lotus not far away. "Desolate Marshal of the human race killed too many of our clansmen. Kill Desolate Marshal first to express your sincerity before we consider whether we should negotiate." "No!" Patriarch Wu Hua rejected without hesitation. "Then there's nothing to negotiate." Patriarch Song Ming's expression darkened as well as he said coldly, "We are bent on killing Desolate Marshal." The atmosphere changed, turning extremely tense the moment there was no common understanding between the Mahayana patriarchs present. "Protect Desolate Marshal and don't let anything happen to him." Patriarch Wu Hua waved his hand and ordered resolutely. "Hee." Patriarch Xin Yu chuckled. "You guys are too weak. 17 Mahayana patriarchs? Even the strongest among you is only at mid-stage Mahayana. Do you really think you're enough to stop the 4 of us? Kill!" Jin Yen hollered and reverted to his true form right away, roaring into the skies. His gigantic body burned with golden flames as he lunged towards Patriarch Wu Hua and the others. 9 heavens galactic rivers. Patriarch Wu Hua hollered softly and waved the horsetail whip in his hands. The 3,000 silver threads fluttered, as though they were the galactic rivers in the firmaments, possessing countless stars. They surged with tremendous might and smashed towards Jin Yen. Boom! There was a deafening bang. Patriarch Wu Hua spat out a huge mouthful of blood, and his gaze dimmed as he retreated continuously. More than half of the horsetail whip in his hands was burned away by the sun essence fire on Jin Yen as well. Although they were both at mid-stage Mahayana, True Jade's combat strength could suppress Patriarch Teng Han and the others. However, Patriarch Wu Hua could not defend against it. Even for patriarchs of the same cultivation realm, Their combat strength was different depending on their talent, bloodline, the number of divine powers they comprehended, and the might of the divine powers. On the other side, the heavenly eye on Patriarch Zongming's glabella suddenly opened. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out, and even the living beings of the 10,000 races that were watching felt shudders. It was hard to imagine the impact the 17 Mahayana patriarchs would have to endure. A dark light burst forth from Patriarch Zongming's heavenly eye. Everywhere the dark light passed, life was wiped out. "Hurry and disperse," Patriarch Wu Hua hollered. Swash! 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 The 17 human patriarchs dodged one after another. However, 2 Mahayana patriarchs were still slower to dodge and were brushed by the dark light. One of them reacted extremely quickly and released his essence spirit right away. The other was slightly stunned. Immediately after, his gaze dimmed and his life force decreased as he fell from midair. With that momentary delay, a Mahayana patriarch did not even have the chance to leave his body with his essence spirit before he was killed by Patriarch Zongming's heavenly eye. After surviving the calamity, the other patriarch hurriedly channeled blood rebirth to condense his body. Suddenly, a dark green fog appeared in the Mahayana patriarch's consciousness and rapidly formed a storm that surged towards his essence spirit. The spirit-slaying curse. Patriarch Wu Tian had attacked. To be precise, Patriarch Wu Tian was motionless and no one saw him attack at all. However, a secret killing curse targeted at the essence spirit had already descended in the consciousness of the human patriarch. The Mahayana patriarch's body had just been formed when the spirit-slaying curse descended. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was dead. He managed to avoid Patriarch Zongming's heavenly eye, but he could not avoid the secret incantation of the witch race. Bang! Right then, in front of countless gazes, Patriarch Wu Hua's body was shattered by a single punch and fresh blood splattered everywhere. When Patriarch Xianxia attacked, his blood chi surged and Patriarch Wu Hua could not defend against a casual punch from him. However, Patriarch Wu Hua's essence spirit escaped, and in the blink of an eye, his flesh was formed. As for Patriarch Xianxia, he rampaged among the Mahayana patriarchs. None of the Mahayana patriarchs could defend against his punches and kicks. Broken limbs flew everywhere. The patriarchs bled, and it was incomparably tragic. In less than 10 minutes, 7 Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace had fallen against the combined forces of Patriarch Xianxia and the other 3 primordial race patriarchs. "What should we do? We can't defend at all," Shi Jian muttered. Frowning, Little Fatty scanned the crowd and whispered, "I've got a feeling that Enigma Palace has something up their sleeves. These 17 Mahayana patriarchs seem like they're trying to buy time with their appearance." After a brief pause, Little Fatty continued, "Haven't you realized that that old lad, Lin Xuanji, hasn't appeared yet? No matter what they have up their sleeves, Brother Su is doomed once the 17 Mahayana patriarchs are dead. We won't be able to wait till then." Shi Jian sighed. Right then, the bell of Enigma Palace sounded. Somebody was here. Right now, an ancestor realm battle had broken out on the battlefield of Enigma Palace. The Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace were using their lives and blood to buy time and protect Desolate Marshal as they fought against the 4 primordial race patriarchs. Although True Jade had an absolute advantage against Rakshasa Liang in the fight, it was difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. Now that all the top sects and factions of Tianhuang mainland were gathered here, the situation wouldn't change even if any other factions arrived. Therefore, even when the bell of Enigma Palace sounded, no one paid attention. The battle was turning more intense. In just 10 minutes, 7 of the 17 patriarchs had died. The remaining Patriarch Wu Hua and the others had their bodies torn at least once as well. All of them were covered in blood and had pale expressions. When the cultivators saw that, it was as though the unprecedented war between the human race and the primordial 9 races in the ancient era had resurfaced before them once more. The tragic scenes of mighty figures and patriarchs dying that were recorded in the ancient books had truly happened before everyone. However, compared to the cold text records, this was far more shocking and tragic. Furthermore, all the cultivators knew that the current battle was merely a test between the patriarchs of the primordial six races and the human race. The top ancestor realm experts had yet to appear. The emperors of the various races had not appeared either. Once a late-stage or perfected Mahayana patriarch appeared and the emperors descended, that would be the true battle. Whether or not there was a negotiation, there was a high chance that this 10,000 race meet would determine the situation of Tianhuang mainland in the future. It would determine the future of the human race. Give up. After a few head-on clashes with True Jade and suffering immense losses, Patriarch Li Heng no longer fought her head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique speed to hold her back. True Jade was stronger than Patriarch Li Ying. However, she had no way of suppressing him completely as well. To be blunt, Patriarch Li Ying pouted his lips in disdain. You patriarchs of the human race are merely delaying things. Some of the top-tier patriarchs of our primordial races have yet to appear. If they do, even the emperors of the human race might not be able to defend against them. Patriarch Zhongming said coldly. The primordial 9 races suffered immense losses in the primordial war against the taboos. That was the only reason why the human race had a chance to rise. To be precise, if a supreme expert like the human emperor had not appeared out of nowhere and turned the tides, your human race would have lost a long time ago. At the mention of the human emperor, a wary look flashed through the eyes of the 5 patriarchs of the primordial races present. Even though the human emperor had been gone for countless years, his reputation had shocked history and the primordial races were extremely wary of him. Patriarch Xin Yu shook his head gently and said slowly, "Unfortunately, immense fortune is required for a variant like the human emperor to be born. However, in this generation, the human race is at the end of its road. There's no way you can possess a supreme expert like the human emperor. Your human race is finished. The human race is at the end of its road." Many cultivators were silent and their expressions dimmed. Even without Patriarch Xin Yu pointing it out, they knew what was going on. In this generation's human race, it could be seen from all aspects that their fortune was extremely weak. It was lifeless without any vigor. Most of the cultivators no longer had the heroic and courageous spirit of the ancient era. They no longer had the fervent fighting spirit and persistence. In fact, cracks even surfaced between the major sects and factions of the cultivation world. All the cultivators were no longer united. All signs were telling the world that the human race was at the end of its road. During this period of time, Desolate Martial rose and established the martial Tao, imparting martial arts to all living beings and establishing the spirit of the martial Tao, increasing the vigor of the cultivation world. However, it was too late. The martial Tao had only appeared for a few hundred years. Although Desolate Martial was the #1 monster incarnate in history, he had yet to advance to the Mahayana realm, and his future was uncertain. The primordial 6 races would not give the human race or Desolate Martial time. In reality, that was the utmost truth of the great Tao and the eternal rules of the world. Everything in the world falls from its zenith. In the primordial era, the 3 great taboos reigned domineeringly and the primordial 9 races ruled over Tianhuang mainland. At their peak, it triggered the primordial war. The 3 taboos fell and the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses as well. The human race seized the opportunity to rise. The primordial 9 races only declined completely after the ancient war and were trapped in a corner of Tianhuang mainland to recuperate. As for the human race, they had dominated Tianhuang mainland for countless years. Just like the primordial 9 races in the past, they were extremely strong until they peaked. After a long period of deterioration thereafter, they were completely defeated in this era. This was the fall from zenith, and this shift in momentum was not something that could be reversed by sheer effort. In the primordial era, even the strong 3 taboos and the primordial 9 races could not defend against the suppression of the shifting momentums. Patriarch Xin Yu was not wrong. The human race was at the end of its road. There was no way such a thin fortune could produce a supreme expert like the eternal human emperor. Unfortunately, there was an additional variable for the human race in this generation. Many years ago, a woman arrived in Tianhuang mainland and brought a scholar from an unassuming small town into the cultivation world, altering his fate. This woman had altered the scholar's fortune. This scholar laid down a great vow to alter the fates of all living beings in the world. Therefore, although everyone from Enigma Palace, including the storyteller, could tell that the fortune of the human race was depleted, they could not divine the fate of that scholar. That was the reason why the storyteller told the scholar that he was the future hope of the human race. That was the reason why the Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace spared no effort to protect the scholar from harm. Give up. Patriarch Xin Yu looked at Patriarch Wu Hua, who was not far away, and said indifferently, "Your blood qi is weak and is no longer enough to support your blood rebirth. Nobody can stop us from killing Desolate Marshal." "Who says so?" Right then, a voice sounded from outside Enigma Palace. It sounded tender, as though the person who spoke was pretty young. The expressions of the living beings of the 10,000 races changed. Who would dare to stand on Desolate Marshal's side at this moment and go against the primordial 6 races? All the living beings of the 10,000 races looked over. A group of living beings with majestic auras walked over from outside Enigma Palace. There were hundreds of them, and they seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. When gathered, the hundreds of living beings seemed like an unfathomable ocean. Although those living beings were in human form, they were clearly not human and were shrouded by demonic qi. There were conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts. The auras released by the hundreds of them were as vast as an ocean and were not inferior to the primordial 6 races. Among the hundreds of living beings, a black-robed young man stood. He looked to be around 16 years old and was rather handsome. His eyes were huge, watery, and unusually agile. Many powerful living beings protected the black-robed young man in the middle, as though he was a planet orbited by stars. The living beings of the 10,000 races frowned slightly. Although they could not tell the origin of the living beings, the primordial 6 races present recognized them instantly. Kuan race. Patriarch Xin Yu frowned slightly. The words Kuan race instantly caused a commotion in the crowd. Over the years, although various primordial races had walked out of the Forbidden Grounds and snatched territories in Tianhuang mainland while conducting massacres, 3 of them had not made any moves. One of them was the Kuan race. Although Enigma Palace sent an invitation to the Kuan race for the 10,000 race meet as well, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean without any response. To think that the Kuan race would descend upon Enigma Palace today. More importantly, it was the attitude of the Kuan race. As one of the primordial 9 races, if the Kuan race stood on the side of the human race, their chances of negotiation would increase significantly. Even Enigma Palace could not understand why the Kuan race was on the side of the human race. Xin Yu and the others stopped and looked towards the Kuan race. Patriarch Wu Hua and the others were already sweating profusely. They consumed elixirs frantically and rested as hurriedly as they could, trying their best to recover their stamina. Who was the one who spoke just now? Patriarch Jin Yen scanned the Kuan race and asked coldly. Me! The black-robed young man in the middle of the Kuan race pushed everyone away and walked out, raising his head. Even against the patriarch's question, the black-robed young man had a fearless expression. The black-robed young man was carefree. Patriarch Jin Yen glared at him coldly with disdain and had no intention of paying attention. The 2 of them were not on the same level. He looked at the other experts of the Kuan race and nodded slightly. Kuan race, we welcome your return to join forces with the primordial 6 races. Big golden bird. What nonsense are you talking about? Carefree stuck out his tongue at Patriarch Jin Yen. The Kuan race won't join forces with you guys. Furthermore, you can't injure him. He pointed to the creation green lotus that was still breaking through not far away and said in a resolute tone. Patriarch Jin Yan's expression darkened. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked as well. They had never seen anyone who would dare to call a patriarch of the Golden Crow race a big golden bird. Fufu. The Golden Crow 10th Prince could not help but stifle a chuckle. Inexperienced punk. There is no place for you to speak here. Insolent. Audacious. Before Carefree replied, the many Kuan race beings behind him hollered with enraged expressions. This is our young master of the Kuan race. Mind your words. A half-martial ancestor of the Kuan race glared at the 10th prince and said coldly, "Oh!" The 10th prince sized up Carefree with a curious look. Even the living beings of the 10,000 races were surprised, let alone the 10th prince. Prior to this, when there was peace between the races, most of the young masters of the primordial 9 races were mostly at the Dharma characteristic or even void reversion realm. However, when chaos descended, powerful monster incarnates of the primordial races came forth from seclusion one after another. Anyone who could become a young master of the primordial races had to be at the conjoint body realm at least. After all, the young masters of the primordial races had to lead their clansmen to fight in Tianhuang mainland. It would be difficult for them to accomplish anything if their cultivation realms were too low. The young masters were the faces of the primordial races. It was indeed strange for the Kuan race to instate a Dharma characteristic young master during these chaotic times. Carefree looked at the 10th prince and pouted as well. "Judging from your age, you're just a young punk as well. How dare you teach me a lesson?" Although the 10th prince had the appearance of a child, he had cultivated for much longer than Carefree. The 10th prince said coldly, "I'm a half-martial ancestor, but you're only at the Dharma characteristic realm. In this 10,000 race meet, the strong reign supreme. Even if you're the young master of the Kuan race, you're not qualified to speak. Listen to my advice. Scram back and drink your mother's milk." Ha 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 ha. A series of laughter broke out from the crowd of the primordial 6 races. "You?" Everyone from the Kuan race was enraged. Some of the Kuan experts could not even hold it in and wanted to step forward. However, Carefree waved his hand and stopped them. "I don't want to drink milk." Carefree tilted his head slightly and looked at the 10th prince, saying in a serious manner, "I want to eat you. Your flesh should taste good after being roasted by a fire." The 10th prince's expression darkened as he said icily, "You sure are sharp-tongued at such a young age." Night Spirit's gaze shifted to Carefree and lingered for a moment. The 10th prince was not the only one. All the living beings present thought that Carefree had merely said it casually to anger the former. However, only Night Spirit knew that Carefree truly wanted to eat the 10th prince. That was because he could sense an aura of the same kind coming from Carefree. They were not of the same race, but were both taboos. That kid should be the disciple first took in, Night Spirit thought to himself. The 10th prince rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. "Kiddo, since you want to eat me so badly, how about I give you a chance?" "What chance?" Carefree could not help but ask. "I'll spar with you. If you win, I'll let you eat a piece of my flesh. How about that?" The 10th prince's voice was gentle and filled with temptation, but there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. He was severely injured by Su Zimo earlier on, and his third leg was shattered, crippling more than half of his cultivation. Although he was still at the half-martial ancestor realm, his combat strength had already fallen to the conjoint body realm. After the 10,000 race meet was over, his position as the 10th prince would definitely be replaced by his clansmen. Therefore, there had always been a pent-up frustration and hatred in his heart that he could not vent. Now, Carefree's repeated provocations triggered his killing intent. Of course, he would not kill Carefree since the latter was the young master of the Kuan race. However, if there was a chance, he could teach this cub of the Kuan race a good lesson and appease his anger. "But what if I lose?" Carefree seemed hesitant and afraid. "If you lose, I won't make things difficult for you. Don't worry." The smile in the 10th prince's eyes intensified. This cub was still too young and had not experienced much of the world. After pondering for a moment, Carefree continued, "However, what if we fail to hold back once we start sparring?" "Don't worry," the 10th prince said hurriedly. "I'll definitely know my limits." "TM worried that I might not know my limits." Carefree blinked. "Ha ha." The 10th prince burst into laughter. "It's fine, kiddo. You can attack as you please without worrying about going overboard." He could tell that this cub of the Kuan race was tempted. "All right then, I'll give it a try." Carefree hesitated for a moment before making up his mind and nodding vigorously. "Young master, you can't take the risk given your noble status." "That's right, young master. The two of you are a major cultivation realm apart. You're on completely different levels. The few Kuan race beings behind Carefree stood out hurriedly and tried to stop him. Everyone, don't worry. Afraid that Carefree might renege, the 10th prince said hurriedly. I guarantee that I won't use the power of a conjoint body or above. I'll just use the power of a Dharma characteristic to have fun with this kiddo. Uncles, don't worry. Carefree blinked at the Kuan race experts behind him with a crafty look in his eyes. When the Kuan race experts saw Carefree's expression, they shuddered instinctively. Back in Biming, each time this little ancestor of theirs revealed that expression, he would definitely be plotting against someone. Countless clansmen of the Kuan race had suffered immense losses in the hands of this little ancestor. The experts of the Kuan race exchanged glances and said nothing more as they mourned in silence for the 10th prince. Carefree turned around and took a few steps towards the 10th prince before coming to a stop. I've only cultivated for a short period of time and I really don't know my limits. I think it's better for us to cancel the spar. If someone gets hurt, wouldn't that spoil our relationship? Since things had come to this, there was no way the 10th prince would let Carefree off scot-free. The 10th prince said hurriedly, It's fine, use all your methods. There's no need to hold back. Harming me aside, even if you can take my life, that will be because you're capable. In that case, Carefree nodded. Let's do it then. Carefree stood firmly and gripped his fists, putting on a strong front as he glared at the 10th prince, ready to strike at any moment. The 10th prince looked at everyone from the Kuan race and suddenly said, Let's agree first that outsiders can't interfere casually in a spar between us brothers. Don't worry, we won't interfere. Many experts of the Kuan race nodded and looked at the 10th prince with strange gazes. Initially, Patriarch Xianxia and the others did not take this small interlude to heart. They were still thinking about why the Kuan race would help Desolate Marshal. However, for some reason, when he saw the reactions of the Kuan race experts, Patriarch Xianxia suddenly frowned, as though he sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that this cub of the Kuan race is playing the pig to eat the tiger? Patriarch Xianxia's gaze landed on Carefree once more. After all, nobody could become a young master of the primordial races without being outstanding. However, even after scanning with his gaze and spirit consciousness for a few times, he found nothing. The black-robed young man of the Kuan race was indeed at the Dharma characteristic realm and was not hiding anything from them. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Patriarch Xianxia shook his head and stopped thinking. Furthermore, even if this cub of the Kuan race was capable, he would not be able to threaten a prince of the Golden Crow race. On the battlefield, the 10th prince smirked and walked slowly towards Carefree. Indeed, he did not reveal the aura and strength of a conjoint body and said softly, Younger brother of the Kuan race, don't be nervous. Relax, relax. Carefree was still unmoved and glared at the 10th prince fixedly. Suddenly, the 10th prince swayed a little and transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing from the spot. It was too fast. Even if the 10th prince did not transform into his true form and merely used the power of the Dharma characteristic realm, his movement technique speed was much faster than Dharma characteristic Downlords. Carefree's eyes were widened as he stared blankly at the spot where the 10th prince disappeared, as though he could not react in time. Sigh! Patriarch Wu Hua's eyes dimmed as he sighed and thought to himself, What's the Kuan race thinking? Why did they send a child to give away his life for nothing? It's over. The spirit tiger slapped his thighs. One look and I can tell that this child has no combat experience. This complete virgin is going to suffer a huge loss. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Night Spirit spoke. Right then, the 10th prince had already appeared behind Carefree and revealed a menacing smile. He reached out and grabbed Carefree's neck. Suddenly, the blood chi of that seemingly skinny Carefree surged and burst forth instantly, as though raging tides were gushing with a terrifying might. Carefree spun around and his original head was gone. In its place was a menacing head of a gigantic beast with a humongous mouth that seemed like it wanted to devour the world. The gigantic head looked exactly the same as the Kuan race. The 10th prince felt a blood stench surge in his face and his vision darkened. His pupils constricted and his heart stopped beating. The aura released by the gigantic beast gave him shudders. It was a suppression from his bloodline. A fear that came from the depths of his soul burst forth. Without hesitation, the 10th prince could not care less about his promise and released his conjoint body realm blood chi, wanting to retreat. However, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying suction power burst forth from the gigantic beast's mouth. He froze for a moment and could not escape right away. The next moment, darkness descended. The mouth of the gigantic beast closed. Swoosh! The eyelids of the living beings of the 10,000 races twitched when they heard that loud sound. All of their faces turned pale as they watched dumbfounded, and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They were completely stricken. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic beast's head vanished and the handsome and young face returned to everyone's line of sight. Carefree smacked his lips and wiped away the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly, "The taste of eating him raw is indeed just ordinary. It was probably better to roast and cook him first." The crowd exploded instantly, causing an uproar. It was only at that moment that the living beings of the 10,000 races realized that the Golden Crow 10th Prince had been devoured alive by the black-robed young man. Lo, the spirit tiger was already speechless from the shock as he turned to look at Night Spirit. "Fifth, you're amazing. How could you tell?" Night Spirit replied indifferently. The 10th Prince's third leg was shattered and his cultivation was crippled. Coupled with his underestimation of the enemy, it was only natural that he would die. The spirit tiger grimaced and murmured, "But even so, that child is frighteningly strong, right?" Of course, there was another reason that Night Spirit did not mention. If Carefree was only an ordinary race being, he wouldn't have been able to stop the 10th Prince from releasing his blood chi to escape earlier on. However, Carefree was the Kuan Peng. The devouring power released by the interweave of the extreme yin and yang powers was something that even the conjoint body 10th Prince could not break free from right away. That single momentary pause caused him to be devoured alive by Carefree. This was a true complete annihilation where even his essence spirit could not escape. This child is way too ruthless. The Golden Crow 10th Prince merely wanted to spar, but he was eaten by this child. The 10th Prince was truly way too careless. He sure died in grievance. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed. Carefree had just been born and was too young. He had yet to take on the complete form of a Kuan Peng and could merely condense a head that looked no different from the Kuan races. For example, Night Spirit looked like a large black dog when he was young as well. Therefore, none of the patriarchs of the primordial races present noticed Carefree's true identity. Patriarch Jin Yen glared at Carefree fixedly with a dark expression. It was nothing much for the 10th Prince to die. However, when Carefree conjured the gigantic beast's head, there was an extremely primordial aura that made him feel fear. Could it be? Patriarch Jin Yen thought of a possibility but denied it immediately. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Patriarch Jin Yen turned towards Patriarch Shen Yu and the others. The other patriarchs looked bewildered as well, as though they recalled something but did not dare to confirm. The death of the 10th Prince incurred the wrath of many Golden Crows. For the 10,000 race meet this time round, 4 Golden Crow Princes came. One of them was slain by the Azura, one of them was shot down by Desolate Marshal, and now, another was eaten by a cub of the Kuan race. The 7th Prince was the only one left among the 4 princes. The Golden Crow race had suffered immense losses. The 7th Prince said coldly, "Kid of the Kuan race, you sure are savage. It's not my fault, right?" Carefree blinked and said, "I've already emphasized repeatedly that I haven't cultivated for long and don't know my limits." He was the one who insisted on sparring. "You." The 7th Prince was furious and momentarily speechless. Carefree continued, "Every one of the 10,000 races witnessed this. I didn't want to fight. Furthermore, that big golden bird said if I can kill him, it's because I'm capable." "That's right, we heard it. You can't blame the child for this. What does a child know? A child wouldn't know his limits. He can't blame others for dying because he has inferior skills." Monkey and the others gloated and goaded at the side. "Don't waste time talking to him. Go and test his strength and force out the complete form of this cub. Patriarch Jin Yen sent a voice transmission to the seventh prince using his spirit consciousness. The seventh prince understood and glared at Carefree, saying coldly, "Since you're so capable, I'll give it a shot as well. TM not playing anymore." Carefree made a funny face at the seventh prince and turned to flee. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the crowd of experts of the Kuan race. Hundreds of Kuan race experts protected Carefree in the middle and glared at the seventh prince in midair with unfriendly expressions. No matter how strong the seventh prince was, he did not dare to barge in. Furthermore, he had just been beaten up badly by Desolate Marshal and was not at his peak condition. The seventh prince's expression was steely. However, he composed himself quickly and sneered. To think that the young master of the Kuan race would be so cowardly to flee without fighting. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Kuan race? TM just a child. Carefree stuck out his tongue. My cultivation realm can't compare to yours, so I naturally have to flee. Furthermore, you big golden birds don't keep your words. Getting all anxious when you lose. I'm not playing with you guys anymore. The seventh prince shuddered and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee. Suddenly, Patriarch Jin Yen laughed. Cub of the Kuan race, you sure are sharp-tongued and impolite. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the seniors of the Kuan race. At that point, all the living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. No matter how they looked at it, it was unusual that a patriarch of the primordial races would be provoked to attack a Dharma-characteristic youth personally. However, none of the living beings of the 10,000 races understood the reason behind it. Patriarch Jin Yen was naturally making an excuse by saying that he wanted to teach Carefree a lesson. His goal was to see what Carefree's true form was. Patriarch Jin Yen, as an Ancestor Realm expert, aren't you going overboard by wanting to deal with a child at the Dharma characteristic realm? Patriarch Jin Yen, please respect yourself. If news of you bullying the young spread, it'll probably cause countless ridicule and shame the Golden Crow race. A few Kuan half-martial ancestors stood out and shouted with grim expressions as they glared at Patriarch Jin Yen not far away. Humph! In a flash, Patriarch Jin Yen suddenly descended above the many Kuan race beings and released his might of the Ancestor realm. He said coldly, "Scram! There's no room for you guys to speak." Ugh! The few Kuan half-martial ancestors grunted with ugly expressions. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they summoned their destiny dermic weapons and protected Carefree tightly. How dare a few stinky fish like you try to stop me? Patriarch Jin Yen sneered and his spirit consciousness moved. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from his body and struck the destiny dermic weapons of the Kuan half-martial ancestors instantly. Clang! 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 The bodies of the Kuan half-martial ancestors shuddered and they could not withstand the impact. Their destiny dermic weapons flew out of their hands. One after another, golden flames burned on the destiny dermic weapons. In the blink of an eye, they were burned through and turned red. The destiny dermic weapons flew everywhere and landed in the crowd of the Kuan race, causing chaos. Patriarch Jin Yen had a cold expression. In a flash, he arrived before Carefree through the gaps within the chaotic Kuan race and opened his palm to grab the latter's face. Little cub, since you're so bold, I'll give you a chance. Come and eat my flesh. Patriarch Jin Yan's gaze was cold, and he did not seem like he was holding back at all. Looking murderous. He was going to force Carefree's true form out. Jin Yen, you've gone overboard. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Carefree. Immediately after, the void cracked and an arm extended. The palm gripped into a fist and crossed Carefree's shoulder, colliding heavily against Patriarch Jin Yan's palm. Bang! A dull sound of defeat echoed when the fist and palm collided. Howl! Patriarch Jin Yan howled in pain and soared into the air, reappearing dozens of feet away in the blink of an eye. He glared at the tear in the void behind Carefree with a dark expression. The power of that punch was extremely strong, like a vast ocean that seemed endless. He could not defend against it. A silver-haired woman walked out of the void crack with a cold expression. Although she could not compare to peerless beauties like Rakshasa Yu and goddess Xiaoxiang, she was still a rare beauty. "Sister, you're here." When Carefree saw the silver-haired woman, he could not help but cheer and pointed to Patriarch Jean Yen in the distance. "That big golden bird bullied us. Sister, help me teach him a lesson." "Inlan, is that you?" Patriarch Jean Yen frowned slightly. "To think that you've already entered the ancestor realm after not seeing you for so many years. The younger generation is truly promising." The silver-haired woman named Inlan said indifferently, "Our cultivation realms are the same, so there's no need for you to put on airs, calling me a part of the younger generation. I'm not falling for it. You came at the right time." Patriarch Jean Yen pointed at Carefree and said in a deep voice, "What's up with this young master of your Kuan race?" Not only did he come over to spout nonsense about helping the human desolate marshal, he even launched a sneak attack and ate the 10th prince of our golden crow race. "Although I was not present, I can guess that it must be your 10th prince who provoked him first." Inlan sneered. Patriarch Jean Yen harumphed coldly. "Even so, wasn't that child way too ruthless in his attacks? Your 10th prince is a half-martial ancestor, and you have the cheek to seek vengeance after he was killed by a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord?" Inlan sneered once more. "Let me tell you, even if Carefree was in the wrong, the Kuan race will punish him. Who do you think you are to come and want to teach our young master a lesson?" Inlan's words were sharp, and she did not give Patriarch Jean Yen any face at all. Inlan was truly enraged. If Carefree was an ordinary Kuan race being, it would be nothing much. However, Carefree's true form was the taboo Kuan Pong, and he was watched over carefully by the entire Kuan race for fear that something might happen to him. If Patriarch Jean Yen truly injured Carefree, it would not be enough to salvage the situation even if the former was killed. Furthermore, Patriarch Jean Yen was an ancestor realm expert. The fact that he tried to deal with a Dharma-characteristic Tao Lord personally enraged Inlan completely. Patriarch Jean Yan's expression darkened completely as well. Although their cultivation realms were the same, he could not hold it in any longer after being scolded in front of everyone. "That's enough." Patriarch Xianxia stood out and tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Everyone, take a step back. It's only understandable why Jean Yen might have done something a little extreme in his rage now that the Golden Crow 10th Prince is dead. Inlan, we're all part of the primordial 9 races. There's no need for us to get into a fight right away." Now that Patriarch Xianxia stood out, Patriarch Jean Yen did not continue to get entangled with Inlan even though he was unwilling. More importantly, he had no chance of winning against Inlan. The blood chi of the Kuan race was way too strong and vast like an ocean. Only the god race could match them. Patriarch Xianxia changed the topic. "However, your young master of the Kuan race is young and probably doesn't know much about the cultivation world. Desolate Marshal is a great enemy for our primordial 6 races. Our primordial 6 races joined forces and released the killing badges. He's someone that must be killed. It's truly illogical for your young master of the Kuan race to want to protect him. Inlan, you came at the right time. Bring him back and teach him a lesson." Inlan was expressionless and only said slowly after Patriarch Xianxia was done, "You guys can't kill Desolate Marshal. Carefree's intentions align with the Kuan race." Patriarch Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The reason why he did not want a conflict with the Kuan race was because he wanted to rope them in. To think that the Kuan race would be so tactless and stand on Desolate Marshal's side. The other 4 patriarchs of the primordial races had hostile expressions as well. Does that mean that the Kuan race is bent on becoming enemies with the primordial 6 races? Patriarch Wu Tian asked coldly. "You're making things sound too serious." Inlan said, "The Kuan race only wants to protect Desolate Marshal. As for the others, the Kuan race won't interfere." "Fufu?" Patriarch Zhang Ming smiled, and the heavenly eye on his glabella seemed like it was about to open. Killing intent filled the air as he said coldly, "The Kuan race alone won't be able to protect someone that our primordial 6 races want to kill." Inlan took a deep breath and said slowly, "We'll do our best." Right then, the lotus petals that bloomed on the top of the creation green lotus in the battlefield suddenly began to wither and fall. The entire creation green lotus was withering as well. The breakthrough of Desolate Marshal's green lotus true body failed. Throughout history, only the ancient Buddha emperor could nurture a grade 8 creation green lotus. However, Desolate Martial attempted to nurture a grade 8 creation green lotus, although he's only a half-martial ancestor. It's only logical for him to fail. How can the advancement from grade 7 to grade 8 be so easy? This is the outcome of overestimating oneself. The living beings of the 10,000 races shook their heads, some in pity and some sneering. In midair, Patriarch Xianxia and the others exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. If Desolate Martial died just like that, it would save them the trouble of attacking. What should we do? Little Fox was so anxious that she was about to cry. Will something happen to young Master after the failure of the Creation Green Lotus's advancement? Monkey and the others were silent with grim expressions. The Creation Green Lotus was Su Zimo. Su Zimo was the Creation Green Lotus. If the Creation Green Lotus withered, there was a high chance that Su Zimo would die as well. Patrons, you don't have to worry. Right then, Mingzhen's voice sounded in Monkey and the others' minds. The Creation Green Lotus steals the creation of heaven and earth. Every single advancement requires a reincarnation and transformation. As though it was proving Mingzhen's words, a burst of life force surged forth from the green lotus that was almost withered. Tender green leaves grew from the petals of the withered lotus leaves once more. They were filled with vitality and grew at an extremely fast speed. The aura of the Creation Green Lotus rose continuously. The living beings of the 10,000 races were shocked and their gazes landed on the Creation Green Lotus. A pink flower bud appeared on the top of the Creation Green Lotus. It was stained with sparkling dew and blossomed slowly in front of everyone. Outside, the largest circle of lotus petals blossomed. Immediately after was the second circle of lotus petals. The third circle. Even at the seventh circle, it did not stop. All the living beings of the 10,000 races could clearly see that there was a final circle of lotus petals that had yet to blossom on the lotus platform. Immediately after, the eighth circle of lotus petals blossomed and a resplendent glow filled the air. Instantly, the world shook. Suddenly, jade-like green lotus flowers descended from the skies and floated, descending upon Enigma Palace in a vast and spectacular manner. The living beings of the 10,000 races were dumbfounded. It's an auspicious sign from the skies, Patriarch Xianxia exclaimed as well. A grade 7 creation green lotus that had transformed into a grade 8 had actually attracted a universal phenomenon with an auspicious sign. Even the ancestor realm experts present had never seen such a phenomenon, let alone the living beings of the 10,000 races. More importantly, the ancestor realm experts present could sense a tremendous divine power from the falling lotus flowers. This, Patriarch Xianxia and the others were shocked. They naturally knew that this divine power was definitely not released by Desolate Martial. The might of that divine power had probably surpassed lesser divine powers and was at the level of greater divine powers. However, the meaning implied by it was way too terrifying. If that divine power was born from the grade 8 creation green lotus to begin with, Desolate Martial would not encounter any obstacles comprehending that greater divine power since he possessed the green lotus true body. For cultivators, comprehending divine powers required a long period of time to accumulate and comprehend. In between, one might encounter countless obstacles and difficulties. Many Mahayana patriarchs might need hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000 years to comprehend a single divine power. However, Desolate Martial did not have to comprehend it at all. That was because he was the Creation Green Lotus. As long as he grew, he would naturally comprehend that greater divine power. Everything happened naturally. That greater divine power was equivalent to Desolate Martial's innate talent. Look! Suddenly, a shout sounded from the crowd. The living beings of the 10,000 races pointed at the Creation Green Lotus in the world with widened eyes that were filled with endless shock. The grade 8 Creation Green Lotus had already bloomed completely, and a figure sat on the jade green lotus platform. The person wore green robes and had black hair. His eyes were closed as he assumed a lotus position, placing his hands casually on his knees with his palms facing the skies. His skin was transparent and flawless. Under the falling of countless lotus flowers, the figure was like a divine being. He burst forth with a green glow and sat on the creation green lotus with an auspicious aura that could not be ignored. When the living beings of the 10,000 races saw that, they felt like prostrating. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew above the 9 heavens, causing the creation green lotus to sway left and right with a dim glow. The violent gust of wind rose suddenly, sharp as a blade and almost corporeal as it surged into Su Zimo's body through the top of his head. Ugh! On the lotus platform, Su Zimo's body swayed and he grunted, frowning slightly with a pained expression. That's the heavenly dipper wind. Divine power tribulation. The 3 calamities of Taoism. Heavens, Desolate Marshal is taking this opportunity to break through to the Mahayana realm. In the crowd, some half-martial ancestor experts recognized the origin of the violent wind above the 9 heavens and exclaimed. All the half-martial ancestor experts knew that human cultivators had to experience the divine power tribulation and the 3 calamities of Taoism if they wanted to advance to the Mahayana realm. Throughout history, there had been countless half-martial ancestor experts who died in the 3 calamities of Taoism. Prior to this, breakthroughs of major cultivation realms were filled with countless difficulties and dangers. However, none of them were known as tribulations. The reason why the 3 calamities of Taoism were called the divine power tribulation was because they had a slim chance of survival. There was almost no chance of survival if he failed. For many half-martial ancestors, when they sensed that they could not tide through the divine power tribulation, they even chose not to break through forcefully and instead waited for their lifespans to be exhausted before passing away. After all, they could still live for many years if they waited for their lifespans to be exhausted. If they failed the tribulation transcendence, they would die immediately. One did not only require shocking talent and a strong foundation, but also immense courage to attempt to break through to the Mahayana realm. The reason why the living beings of the 10,000 races were so shocked was because they had not expected that Su Zimo would choose to break through to the Mahayana realm at the 10,000 race meet while he was circled by strong foes. Even without anyone interfering, one would most likely die after experiencing the divine power tribulation. Furthermore, the primordial 6 races were watching him greedily awaiting a chance to kill him. Actually, it was not because Su Zimo wanted to break through here at this time. It was because after the creation green lotus transformed to grade 8, the creation lotus platform transformed as well, and a steady stream of energy nourished the black-haired essence spirit. The energy was way too vast and the black-haired essence spirit could not take it at all. His cultivation realm could not hold it back anymore and he had to break through. Buzz! The heavenly eye on Patriarch Tsang Ming's glabella suddenly opened and released a dark light that sped towards Su Zimo, who was undergoing tribulation. There was no way the patriarchs of the primordial races would watch Su Zimo advance to the Mahayana realm. They had to interrupt Su Zimo no matter if he could succeed in his tribulation transcendence. Suddenly, another divine power descended. A gigantic ice barrier that seemed like 1,000 blades were stacked on it appeared in front of the dark light and blocked it. True Jade appeared before Su Zimo. Her attention had always been on Su Zimo. The moment Patriarch Tsang Ming acted strangely, she had already sensed it and attacked right away. Crack, crack, crack. Although the ice barrier blocked the power of the heavenly eye, cracks appeared on the ice barrier and it collapsed instantly. As a patriarch, you actually ambushed someone who was completely unprepared. How despicable! True Jade said coldly. Sister, hurry and help. Nothing must happen to Master. Carefree had a nervous expression and hurriedly sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Yinlan nodded slightly and leaped up as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with True Jade as she looked at Patriarch Xinyu and the other 4. Patriarch Wu Hua and the others stood up one after another and surrounded Su Zimo in the middle. All of them had grim expressions as they wielded their destiny dermic weapons. Leave that white-bloused woman to me. The Rakshasa Patriarch Li Ying smirked and licked his lips as he looked at True Jade. Patriarch Xin Yu nodded slightly. Leave Yinlan to me. As for the remaining 10 human patriarchs, don't worry, Patriarch Jin Yen said coldly. If the 3 of us attack with our full strength, all 10 of them will die here in less than an hour. Wu Hua, give up. Right then, Cracks appeared in the void, and many Mahayana patriarchs of the human race walked out one after another. They were from Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect, and even Penglai Island. One after another, in front of everyone, the number of Mahayana patriarchs from the three supersects had already exceeded 100. Among them, there were not only early-stage Mahayanas, but mid-stage and even late-stage and perfected Mahayanas. With so many Mahayana patriarchs descending in Enigma Palace, the living beings of the 10,000 races realized that this 10,000 race meet was no longer something they could control. With so many Mahayana patriarchs descending in Enigma Palace, the living beings of the 10,000 races realized that this 1,000-year meet was no longer something they could control. Roar! Howl! A series of earth-shaking roars sounded. From the south, a gigantic peacock sped over. Although it was 1,000 feet tall, it was unusually agile, and every single one of its feathers shone with a strange glow. It was from one of the 8 demon regions, demon ancestor Kong Ling of Peacock Ridge. From the west, a gigantic spider with 8 legs moved towards Enigma Palace with dust billowing. 1,000 Spider Sand Dune, demon ancestor Zhu Fa. From the east, a vermilion glow filled the skies and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. It was an eagle with scarlet wings that looked extraordinary. Eastern region, demon ancestor Scarlet Feather. From the north, demonic chi rumbled, and a lion with long, golden fur appeared in the mountain range, roaring into the skies. Wild Lion Ridge, demon ancestor Wild Heaven. Gradually, people from the 8 demon regions arrived one after another. All of them were experts of the demon ancestor realm. Matriarch Yu Luo, Patriarch Fei Duan, Patriarch Su Jing. You guys. Patriarch Wu Hua was shocked when he saw the more than 100 Mahayana patriarchs of the 3 supersects, Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect, and Penglai Island rushing over. Some of these Mahayana patriarchs were ancestor realm experts who had been famous for a long time. They even left their marks on the divine power ranking. Emperors were not listed on the divine power ranking. In other words, all 36 names on the divine power ranking were Mahayana patriarchs. For example, Matriarch Yu Luo of Heavenly Dipper sect was ranked 34 on the divine power ranking. Patriarch Fei Duan of Malevolent Earth sect was 27 on the divine power ranking. Patriarch Su Jing of Penglai Island was ranked 21 on the divine power ranking. Those 3 were perfected Mahayanas. Each of them had comprehended more than 10 greater divine powers. Matriarch Yu Luo, what's the meaning of this? Patriarch Wu Hua asked in a deep voice. Nothing much. Matriarch Yu Luo was a middle-aged beauty and carried a snow-white cat in her embrace, fondling the latter's head from time to time. She replied indifferently, "We're here to partake in the 10,000 race meet, of course." Patriarch Xin Yu and the others exchanged glances when they saw that. With smiles on their faces, they were in no hurry to attack. Malevolent Earth sect's Patriarch Fei Duan had a cold expression. Wu Hua, make way. Desolate Marshal has to die today. On what grounds? Patriarch Wu Hua said in a deep voice. What did Desolate Marshal do wrong to deserve so many Mahayana patriarchs bent on taking his life? Don't forget, Desolate Marshal once established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Even you and I can't compare to his contribution to the human race. However, he still has to die, Patriarch Su Jing of Penglai Island said. The feud between us and the primordial 6 races can only be temporarily put aside after Desolate Marshal's death. Only then can the 10,000 race meet be held smoothly. This time round, even True Jade's expression changed. She was only at the mid-stage Mahayana realm and had yet to comprehend any greater divine powers. She could not even defend against some of the late-stage Mahayanas at the back, let alone the 3 experts on the divine power ranking at the front. The strongest experts of Tianhuang mainland were still drawn to this 10,000 race meet in the end. These Mahayana patriarchs were usually in seclusion in the ancient battlefield comprehending divine powers. Unless their sects were met with a calamity, they would not appear in Tianhuang mainland. To think that more than 100 of them would arrive together today. Inlan frowned as well. Although she was from the Kuan race, She was only an early-stage Mahayana and did not have much of a chance of winning against late-stage human Mahayanas. Fellow Taoists. Patriarch Wu Hua cupped his fists towards the 100-odd Mahayana patriarchs on the other end and said in a deep voice, "Even if we kill Desolate Marshal, the primordial 6 races won't negotiate with us. Desolate Marshal isn't the only reason for today's matter." Suddenly, Patriarch Wu Tian said, "However, if you want to negotiate, you have to let our primordial 6 races see the sincerity of the human race. If you can't even bear to kill a half-martial ancestor Desolate Marshal, where's the sincerity of the human race?" "Did you hear that?" Matriarch Yuluo caressed the kitten in her embrace and said indifferently, "There's a chance for us to sit down and negotiate with the primordial 6 races after killing Desolate Marshal. However, you won't even get that chance if you don't kill Desolate Marshal." Patriarch Su Jing said, "Since Desolate Marshal has the guts to impart martial arts to all living beings, there's nothing wrong with him sacrificing himself to fulfill the wishes of the human race." "That's right." Patriarch Fei Duan nodded as well. "Killing Desolate Marshal alone will prevent us from killing one another and might even prevent us from fighting the primordial 6 races. What's there to hesitate about?" Although those words were nauseating, those 3 patriarchs were completely indifferent and spoke as though it was only logical. "Bullshit," Patriarch Wu Hua sneered. "To think that the 3 of you who are human patriarchs who are even ranked on the divine power ranking can spout such shameless words. What's the delay for? Hurry and kill Desolate Marshal." Demon Ancestor Zhu Fa of Thousand Spider Sand Dune sneered. "That's right." Demon Ancestor Kong Ling nodded slightly as well. "The 1,000 demon meet is a rare opportunity. We can't let a single person ruin this grand event." The other demon ancestors expressed their stance as well. Apart from the Wild Lion Ridge's demon ancestor Wild Heaven, who said nothing, the other demon ancestors of the 8 demon regions agreed to kill Desolate Marshal. Right then, the heavenly dipper wind that surged above the 9 heavens above the creation green lotus dissipated. Su Zimo healed the wounds in his body rapidly, and his trembling body gradually calmed down. As the many patriarchs conversed, Su Zimo had already passed the first tribulation of the 3 calamities of Taoism. After the wind tribulation was the fire tribulation. If he could not tide through the wind tribulation, there was a chance he could survive. However, if he failed the fire tribulation, he would be burned into ashes without a corpse left. It was no ordinary fire, but the malevolent earth fire. Born from beneath one's feet, it shot through their glabellas and penetrated their entire bodies, burning their organs, meridians, limbs, and orifices. It was the most dangerous. Swoosh! The malevolent earth fire surged and burst forth from Su Zimo's body. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed his entire body and burned furiously. Right then, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out a black but exquisite fruit. "Ah, that seems to be malevolent spirit fruit." All the living beings of the 10,000 races watched this scene and exclaimed when they saw the fruit. For half-martial ancestor experts, the malevolent spirit fruit was way too attractive. It was practically a supreme treasure. That was because in the second stage of the divine power tribulation, the malevolent earth fire tribulation, consuming a malevolent spirit fruit would increase the chances of tribulation transcendence by at least 30%. For ordinary cultivators, the malevolent spirit fruit was completely useless and was merely a poisonous fruit. However, consuming it during the tribulation transcendence would neutralize the malevolent earth fire in one's body. It was extremely mysterious. Be it humans or demons, any half-martial ancestor expert would be envious. However, the moment they recognized the malevolent spirit fruit, it was devoured by Su Zimo. Sigh! The living beings of the 10,000 races sighed internally. When they saw that, Patriarch Xinyu and the others frowned slightly with impatient expressions. "What are you guys waiting for instead of killing Desolate Marshal?" Patriarch Xinyu glared at Matriarch Yuluo of Heavenly Dipper Sect and hollered. Although Matriarch Yuluo's cultivation and combat strength were stronger than Patriarch Xinyu, at that moment, she lowered her head and acknowledged softly, not daring to refute. "Wu Hua," Matriarch Yuluo said coldly, "don't blame us for attacking if you guys refuse to move still. How dare you? Patriarch Wu Hua hollered with widened eyes. Enigma Palace has top-tier Ancestor Realm experts as well. If you dare to attack, Enigma Palace won't be helpless either. Yufu, seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. Patriarch Su Jing sneered. Even the power of Enigma Palace's support won't be able to protect him today. Desolate Marshal will definitely die today. Patriarch Fei Duan had a menacing expression and waved his hand with a ferocious gaze. Kill! Who dares to kill me? Right then, a loud roar sounded from the distant skies, shaking the 9 heavens and shocking the world. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, resembling a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry. It was unparalleled and penetrated metal and rocks, shaking the entire world. When the roar sounded, the living beings of the 10,000 races felt a sense of trepidation and looked over instinctively. Bang! 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 A series of dull sounds could be heard. Each time it sounded, the ground would quake and countless gravel would bounce from the ground. On the distant horizon, gigantic figures appeared with bare upper bodies. Their auras were terrifying and majestic, resembling unshakable mountains. Those tall living beings were striding towards Enigma Palace. A single stride could cross an entire mountain range. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the barbarian race. Goddess Xiaoxiang of the god race stood up with a delighted expression and clenched her fists. It's my firmament sovereign. He brought the barbarian race with him to the 10,000 race meet. Oh, the 7th prince, Savage Eye, young master arcane ghost, Rakshasa Yu and the others turned to look. Goddess Xiaoxiang said proudly. The reason why the firmament sovereign did not come with me was because he had a heavy responsibility to head to the barbarian race and persuade them to join forces with us. Now that the barbarian race has appeared, it means that he succeeded. Amazing! Impressive! The 7th prince, young master arcane ghost, and the others cupped their fists and praised. But what was that dragon roar earlier on? Rakshasa Yu frowned slightly and asked. Roar! Right then. Another series of high-pitched dragon roars sounded from behind the tall figures of the barbarian race. One after another, gigantic divine dragons soared through the clouds. There were hundreds of them spiraling above the barbarian race and speeding towards Enigma Palace. Their leader was a scarlet illumination dragon. On the illumination dragon's neck sat a man with scarlet hair that burned like flames and a blazing gaze. He had a torrential aura and looked down at everyone, emitting a scorching might. He looked exactly the same as Su Zimo. The dragon phoenix true body had arrived at Enigma Palace. This was the first time the dragon phoenix and green lotus true bodies had reunited after the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. All the living beings of the 10,000 races had heard that desolate marshal of the cultivation world had 2 true bodies. One of them even became the young master of the dragon race. However, not many people saw the 2 true bodies gather personally. Of course, apart from the primordial 6 races and Penglai Island, the other races, including the cultivation world, did not know that the dragon phoenix true body had already grown into a taboo. In their understanding, they thought that Long Mo was merely a pure dragon. This is Desolate Marshal's dragon true body? There's indeed no difference in his appearance. However, there's an extremely huge difference in his aura. Green Lotus true body, dragon true body, which is Desolate Marshal's prime body? TM not sure. It should be the Green Lotus true body. The living beings of the 10,000 races discussed. This is going to be interesting. Desolate Marshal's dragon true body is leading the dragon race over. They are going to fall out with the primordial 6 races completely. He's just a dragon and it'll probably make no difference. That's right. From what the god race said, it seems like the barbarian race is going to join forces with the primordial 6 races. No matter what, given Desolate Marshal's character, there'll probably be a fierce battle. The aura of this dragon true body, the ancestor realm. When the dragon phoenix true body approached, a cultivator finally sensed it and exclaimed, Desolate Marshal's dragon clone has already entered the Mahayana realm. Patriarch Xinyu and the others narrowed their eyes as well, and glared at the Dragon Phoenix true body with wary expressions. Although they were all at the early stage Mahayana realm, the primordial races knew in their hearts that the true form of the Dragon Phoenix true body was a primordial taboo. We might not be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Patriarch Xin, you sent a voice transmission secretly. Let's be careful. If the Dragon Phoenix really dares to attack, the 5 of us should be able to suppress him. Yes. Patriarch Jin Yen and the others nodded in silence. Patriarch Wu Tian sneered. It's fine. They're still the human patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect. Let them play with that taboo. The 5 patriarchs of the primordial races conversed secretly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of barbarians had already arrived at Enigma Palace, and the young master of the barbarian race was none other than Man Hu. Behind Man Hu were many mighty figures of the barbarian race and some half-martial ancestors. So many ancestor realm experts? The barbarian race was alarmed when they arrived at Enigma Palace. Because of the breakthrough of the Dragon Phoenix true body, they were half a day slower and had just arrived. However, they had not expected that the situation here would change drastically the moment they arrived at Enigma Palace. The conflicts had escalated continuously and many patriarchs had already appeared. The dragons followed closely behind and descended in their human forms. The illumination dragon beneath the Dragon Phoenix true body was Solitary Cloud, who had once followed him. Behind the Dragon Phoenix true body, Long Tsong, Long Shi and the others were strikingly present as well. Among them were some half-martial ancestors of the dragon race. Interesting. A patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect sneered. Desolate Marshal has 2 true bodies. His true body of the dragon race broke through to the Mahayana realm even before his true body of the human race. Right now I'm confused. Desolate Marshal, are you a human or a dragon? Those words were meant to kill. The gaze of the Dragon Phoenix true body shifted to the patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect and asked expressionlessly, "Were you the one who wanted to kill me earlier on? So what if I was?" When the patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect saw that he had many patriarchs around him, he was naturally fearless and raised his head slightly, refuting without fear. "All right," the Dragon Phoenix true body nodded. "You'll be the first I kill." Before his sentence was finished, the Dragon Phoenix true body flashed and crossed dozens of feet in the blink of an eye. He arrived before the patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect and extended his palm. Clang! Clang! Sharp dragon claws extended from his fingertips and grabbed the head of the patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect. The patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect reacted extremely quickly and released a lesser divine power right away, attacking the Dragon Phoenix true body. Humph! The Dragon Phoenix true body smirked and did not dodge or avoid. The dragon claws merely grabbed gently and crushed the lesser divine power. The patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect's expression changed and his pupils constricted. Instinctively, he wanted to summon his destiny dermic weapon. However, the Dragon Phoenix true body was extremely fast and did not give him a second chance. His palm descended and crushed the patriarch's head. The patriarch's body was like paper against the Dragon Phoenix true body's dragon claws. It was pierced with ease and the patriarch's essence spirit was crushed. Even if that patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect possessed blood rebirth, it was absolutely useless with his essence spirit destroyed. Under countless gazes, the Mahayana patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect was crushed by the Dragon Phoenix true body like an ant. The other patriarchs of Heavenly Dipper sect were not far away, but none of them could react to it. There were more than 100 Mahayana patriarchs. Among them, there were some at late stage and 3 at the perfected Mahayana realm. They had not expected that the early-stage Mahayana Dragon Phoenix true body would attack so decisively without any reservations under such circumstances. Matriarch Yu Luo, Patriarch Fei Duan and Patriarch Su Jing were still wary of the dragon race. The 3 patriarchs looked towards Patriarch Xin Yu and the others instinctively. Patriarch Xin Yu and the others nodded slightly, indicating that they could fight without any reservations. Matriarch Yu Luo and the other 2 were relieved. "Should I call you Desolate Marshal or Long Mo?" Matriarch Yu Luo caressed the kitten in her embrace and asked with a fake smile. The gaze of the dragon phoenix true body landed on the white cat's face instinctively and met its eyes. For some reason, his heart stirred. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The white cat did not have any cultivation aura and could not speak in human tongue. However, there was a strange expression in its eyes. The dragon phoenix true body shook his head gently and did not think too much about it. He swept past Matriarch Uluo and the others with a cold expression and asked once more, "Who else wanted to kill me?" "Humph." A patriarch of malevolent earth sect who had already received the order that he could attack freely sneered, "Long mo? Don't be arrogant. This is not the Dragon Bone Valley. Your dragon race doesn't call the shots here. We were the ones who wanted to kill you earlier on." A patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect stood out and said in a deep voice, "If you still dare to attack, don't blame us for joining forces to suppress you." "All right." The dragon phoenix true body nodded. "Since you guys dare to admit it, I'll dare to kill you." Of course, the reason why the dragon phoenix true body attacked Heavenly Dipper sect, Malevolent Earth sect, and Penglai Island first was not only because the three major sects wanted to kill the Green Lotus true body. Most importantly, the three major sects had already submitted to the primordial six races. That was something Su Zimo could not endure. Boom! The dragon phoenix true body stomped on the ground and leaped down from the skies. The blood chi in his body surged and he fell into the crowd. The scarlet-haired figure with a berserk aura fell heavily into the crowd, and the living beings of the 10,000 races looked up instinctively with shocked expressions. That was no ordinary crowd. It was a crowd of Mahayana patriarchs. Those were almost top-tier experts of Tianhuang mainland. Under normal circumstances, any patriarch that appeared would cause the entire cultivation world to tremble. Furthermore, more than 100 Mahayana patriarchs were gathered. Even Patriarch Xinyu and the other 5 of the primordial races did not have the same guts and boldness. If those 100-odd Mahayana patriarchs released a single lesser divine power each, the combined might would be enough to destroy the world. Boom! Scarlet flames burned on the dragon phoenix true body, and he fell into the crowd like a gigantic fireball. Disperse! Many Mahayana patriarchs could sense the power of the flames on the dragon phoenix true body and dodged one after another, not daring to take it head-on. All Mahayana patriarchs were paragons and monster incarnates who had experienced countless life and death battles. Many of them steadied themselves swiftly and surrounded the dragon phoenix true body with cold, murderous expressions. Matriarch Uluo, Patriarch Fei Duan and Patriarch Su Jing stood at the outer perimeter and had no intention of attacking. Although the primordial races were strong, the dragon phoenix true body was only at the early stage Mahayana realm. In their opinion, more than 100 Mahayana patriarchs were enough to suppress the dragon phoenix true body. Patriarch Su Jing hesitated slightly. He knew the background of the dragon phoenix true body. However, on second thought, he realized that there were many mid- and late-stage Mahayana patriarchs among the 100-odd present. One had already comprehended greater divine powers by the time they reached the late-stage Mahayana realm. No matter how strong a primordial taboo was, he could not fight against everyone single-handedly. If he was an ordinary primordial taboo, he might not have been able to defend against the encirclement of more than 100 Mahayana patriarchs as they had expected. However, the dragon phoenix true body was not merely a taboo. The dragon phoenix true body even possessed Dai Yu's inheritance and cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. This mystic classic helped the dragon phoenix true body awaken an incomparably powerful divine power when he was at the half-martial ancestor realm. Wind summoning, Hell Dao, Hungry Ghost Dao, Avalanche, Earth Splitter, Thunder Strike, Scorching Ground, Eclipse. More than 100 Mahayana patriarchs attacked one after another and released their divine powers. Instantly, more than 100 divine powers descended and the entire void collapsed. Cracks appeared and began to distort, creating layers of storms as though the apocalypse had arrived. Humph! The dragon phoenix true body channeled his blood chi, and the flames in his body spread with a bright flare. It was the divine phoenix flame. That was the innate divine power of the taboo dragon phoenix. After entering the Mahayana realm, The power of this innate divine power was enough to incinerate any lesser divine powers. The cultivation methods of the primordial races and taboos were extremely different from humans. Because humans were innately weak, they had to cultivate various Tao techniques, secret skills, and even comprehend divine powers to strengthen themselves. As for the primordial races and taboos, even if they did not cultivate any cultivation techniques, their strength would increase as they grew. For example, after the primordial races entered the Mahayana realm, they could fight against mid-stage human Mahayanas or even suppress them with their own strength and innate divine powers without comprehending any lesser divine powers. Although the attacks of the 100-odd lesser divine powers were ferocious, they were incinerated instantly when they encountered the Dragon Phoenix Flame. The Dragon Phoenix Flame was a flame that was even more domineering and terrifying than the Divine Phoenix Flame. Many Mahayana patriarchs looked at this scene in shock. The combined attack of more than 100 Mahayana patriarchs was resolved just like that. Roar! The Dragon Phoenix true body burned with raging flames as he reared his head and howled into the skies, letting out a deafening roar. Instantly, silence reigned. Against that roar, the clamor of the 10,000 race meat seemed to have fallen into silence instantly. That shuddering sound was the only thing left in the ears of the living beings of the 10,000 races. Many living beings could not withstand the pressure from the roar and knelt on the ground. It was a fear that came from the depths of their bloodlines. Notwithstanding them, even Patriarch Xinyu and the other four felt shudders and looked pale. Some of the Mahayana patriarchs that were closer clutched their ears instinctively with pained expressions. However, blood still flowed out from the gaps between their fingers. Blood spurted out from their noses and mouths like arrows as well. Bang! 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 8 balls of blood mist burst forth from the void around the Dragon Phoenix true body. The fresh blood of Mahayana patriarchs splattered and blood chi spread. Ah, the crowd exclaimed. The places where the blood mists suddenly appeared were originally empty. Some of the places where the blood mists appeared were originally gravel or mud. However, to think that when the Dragon Phoenix true body roared, 8 Mahayana patriarchs would explode from those empty voids. A look of mockery flashed through the eyes of the Dragon Phoenix true body, and he was not surprised. His spirit perception was strong, and he had long sensed that there were some patriarchs hiding nearby. Those were Mahayana patriarchs of Hidden Death sect. Some of them used concealment divine powers and hid their auras completely. However, some of them released the 36 transformations and turned into gravel and mud that scattered around the Dragon Phoenix true body, looking for an opportunity to kill. The 36 transformations was a lesser divine power. By comprehending this lesser divine power, patriarchs could transform into many things. As long as they chanted internally in silence, they could transform into mountains, water, wooden stakes, rocks, or equipment without any problems. However, they could not transform into living beings such as birds, beasts, flora, or insects. If they wanted to transform further, they had to comprehend the 72 transformations. The 72 transformations was a greater divine power. Naturally, they could transform into birds, beasts, flora, or insects by then. Of course, be it the 36 or 72 transformations, there were flaws in this technique. Furthermore, even the 72 transformations could not turn them into a living person. The epitome of the transformations came as a supreme divine power, myriad transformations. After comprehending that divine power, they could transform into every and anything. From the massive Kuan and dragon races to an insignificant speck of dust. Everything could be done with a single thought. By comprehending that divine power, one could even transform into the same person. Even if the two of them were placed together, no one could differentiate between reality and illusion. The Mahayana patriarchs of Hidden Death sect thought that they could hide in the chaos by releasing their concealment divine powers and 36 transformations. However, they did not expect the spirit perception of the Dragon Phoenix true body to be so strong that their bodies would explode from a single roar of the latter. Hidden Death sect cultivators specialized in assassination, and their blood chi and physique were weak. They could not withstand the roar of the Dragon Phoenix true body at all. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh. 8 essence spirits of the hidden death sect patriarchs escaped and wanted to attempt blood rebirth. Roar. The dragon phoenix true body opened his mouth and roared again. Poof, poof, poof. The essence spirits of the 8 hidden death sect patriarchs exploded on the spot and turned into nothingness. 8 Mahayana patriarchs were dead. Kill! Many Mahayana patriarchs were slightly stunned as they hollered and released many divine powers once more. They summoned dermic treasures one after another and smashed towards the dragon phoenix true body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many flying swords turned into streams of light that sped over at an extremely fast speed. They arrived instantly with sharp sword chi. The dragon phoenix true body sneered and his spirit consciousness moved, causing a chilling saber to appear in his palm. Dragon Soul Saber. The Dragon Soul Saber was a connate dermic treasure to begin with, but its cultivation realm had fallen. Now, after the Dragon Phoenix true body entered the Mahayana realm, he tempered the Dragon Soul Saber with divine powers while he was rushing over and raised the quality of the Dragon Soul Saber to the level of a dermic treasure. Su Zimo gripped the Dragon Soul Saber tightly and raised his arm. The blood chi in his body surged as he slashed forward. Swoosh! When the saber slashed down, a torrential wave seemed to surge in front of the Mahayana patriarchs. Countercurrent of the sea calming 5 stances. Suddenly, the color of the wave turned blood red instantly. The ocean had completely transformed into a blood sea with a chilling killing intent. Su Zimo's slash had fused the intents of countercurrent and Azura saber together, releasing an extremely terrifying impact. Although the flying swords were extremely sharp, the glow on them dimmed the moment they passed through the blood sea. Clang, clang, clang. The Dragon Soul Saber descended and slashed down the flying swords. The surrounding dermic treasures had already arrived. There was a towering mountain, a bedazzling jade hook, a mysterious silver needle, a sparkling treasure mirror. Many dermic treasures descended and blanketed the skies, almost forming an impenetrable trap. The expression of the Dragon Phoenix true body was unchanged as he gripped the Dragon Soul Saber with both hands and slashed at the void beside him. Boom! 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 The surrounding blood sea was stirred by that slash and instantly formed a gigantic vortex that surged into the skies, circling around Su Zimo with a terrifying might. Many dermic treasures descended and fell into the blood sea vortex, causing their trajectories to deviate. All the dermic treasures missed. The blood sea vortex surged and grew. In the end, even the figure of the Dragon Phoenix true body vanished into the blood sea. Immediately after, the roars of dragons and tigers as well as the cries of apes and phoenixes could be heard from within the blood sea vortex. Terrifying figures appeared vaguely behind the blood sea, as though many domineering and violent demon kings had awakened. Rich and pure demonic chi burst forth from the blood sea vortex continuously, blanketing the skies of Enigma Palace. The next moment, one after another, massive demon beasts charged out of the blood sea towards the surrounding Mahayana patriarchs. There was the wild bovine demon king that plowed the heavens. There was the sanguine ape demon king that thumped its chest and howled. There was the rampaging divine steed demon king. There was the desolate ocean dragon king that could overturn rivers and oceans. Every single terrifying demon king had menacing claws and were lifelike. They glared with bloodshot eyes and a torrential killing intent. The demon kings charged into the crowd and released shocking lethality. A Mahayana patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect channeled his divine power, wanting to knock back the incoming stone bear demon king. However, his divine power did not create any ripples when it landed on the stone bear demon king and was easily dissipated by the latter's thick fur. Although the stone bear demon king's body seemed clumsy and massive, it arrived before the patriarch of Heavenly Dipper sect in the blink of an eye and leaned forward. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. When released, the stone bear demon king was fluid as water and possessed a divine might. In his shock, the Mahayana patriarch's body exploded instantly. A single push from the stone bear demon king shattered him into pieces. Before his essence spirit could escape, The stone bear demon king extended its massive bear paw and slapped down, slapping the essence spirit of the heavenly dipper sect patriarch to death. Another malevolent earth sect patriarch wanted to kill the incoming anaconda demon king with his dermic treasures and divine powers. However, the anaconda demon king spiraled upwards and wrapped the malevolent earth sect patriarch rapidly. Its body exerted strength and minced the body of the Mahayana patriarch. The anaconda demon king opened its mouth and devoured the malevolent earth sect patriarch. There was no chance for his essence spirit to leave his body. Heavens! What are those? The crowd exclaimed. All the living beings of the 10,000 races present were dumbfounded in shock. Although they had heard of the dragon phoenix true body, not many people had witnessed his capabilities. That should be Long Mo's bloodline phenomenon. A cultivator who had experienced the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley said sternly. However, the cultivator paused for a moment before continuing. That bloodline phenomenon seems to have turned even more terrifying than during the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. I noticed that as well. Compared to the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, there seems to be an additional demon king. In the crowd, there was a six-tusked divine elephant that charged forward wildly, and no Mahayana patriarch could stop it. Its four legs sprinted and the ground shook while dust billowed. Even some late-stage Mahayana patriarchs could not defend against the impact of the six-tusked divine elephant in terms of strength. With every fling of its trunk, a Mahayana patriarch would definitely fall from midair. Its tusks danced and were sharper than any dermic treasure. The first cultivator pointed to a flash of golden light in the skies and suddenly said, "Not just one. There's two more." Screech, a sharp and clear howl, sounded from the firmaments. A golden light descended in the crowd at an astonishing speed that the Mahayana patriarchs below could not react at all. When the golden light revealed its true form, it was a golden rock. Two claws swiped down from the crowd and crushed the heads of the two patriarchs with extreme precision, killing their essence spirits instantly. Two Mahayana patriarchs died on the spot. The reason why the Dragon Phoenix true body attacked was to intimidate and establish his dominance with the first blood. He wanted to tell everyone from Heavenly Dipper Sect, Malevolent Earth Sect, and Penglai Island that they would not be able to survive even if they submitted to the primordial six races. The Dragon Phoenix true body did not test the Mahayana patriarchs at all and released his bloodline phenomenon right away. The 11 demon kings charged into the crowd and killed in all directions with an unstoppable might. Even some late-stage Mahayana patriarchs did not dare to go against them. Blood gushed out on the battlefield and broken limbs flew everywhere in a tragic manner. This was not the blood of ordinary cultivators. This was the blood of Mahayana patriarchs. This scene was even more tragic than the fight between the patriarchs of the primordial races and the 17 Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace. Earlier on, only 7 Mahayana patriarchs of Enigma Palace died. However, the attack of the Dragon Phoenix true body caused 11 demon kings to charge into the crowd and start a massacre. The number of Mahayana patriarchs from Heavenly Dipper Sect, Penglai Island, and Malevolent Earth Sect decreased significantly. In just dozens of breaths' time, there were less than 100 Mahayana patriarchs from the 3 supersects remaining. There were even more patriarchs who were injured. This was an unacceptable loss for the 3 supersects. The reason why they chose to submit to the primordial six races was because they wanted to survive. However, they did not expect that they would die even faster. Matriarch Yu Luo, Patriarch Fei Duan, and Patriarch Su Jing were enraged. They could no longer stand it and attacked one after another. All 3 of them were at the perfected Mahayana realm. To cultivate to the perfected Mahayana realm, one had to comprehend at least 10 greater divine powers. The bloodlines, physiques, and essence spirits of the 3 of them were many times stronger than the other patriarchs after experiencing the baptism of so many greater divine powers. Matriarch Yu Luo summoned her destiny dermic treasure, and it was a sword made of meteorite iron. It was extremely heavy and shone with the glow of stars as it descended like a meteor. Boom! That astral sword descended and pierced the Anaconda Demon King's body, locking it onto the ground. The Anaconda Demon King struggled furiously and roared into the skies. but it could not break free. Before long, the light of the Anaconda Demon King dimmed and its blood chi deteriorated before dissipating into the world. Those Demon Kings did not descend with their true forms to begin with, they were merely part of the Dragon Phoenix true body's bloodline phenomenon. Patriarch Fei Duan summoned a fiend saber and beheaded the wild bovine Demon King. The wild bovine Demon King dissipated as well. Patriarch Su Jing summoned a gigantic gold and silver WIRM scissors and threw it into midair. It even transformed into two WIRMs. Snap! Snap! The pair of gold and silver WIRM scissors was extremely sharp. With a crisp sound, the scissors closed and cut the speeding golden rock into two, turning it into nothingness. After a series of attacks, the other Demon Kings were also on the verge of falling after being attacked by the divine powers and dermic treasures of the Mahayana Patriarchs. They were no longer a threat. Moon-eating heavenly hound. Matriarch Yu Luo's gaze landed on the Dragon Phoenix true body, and she released a greater divine power without hesitation. In front of her, a gigantic heavenly hound appeared in the blink of an eye. It had a violent gaze and sticky saliva drooled from its mouth as it glared at the Dragon Phoenix true body not far away. Clearly, the heavenly hound had already treated the Dragon Phoenix true body as the moon. It wanted to devour the Dragon Phoenix true body. Malevolent spirit descent. Patriarch Fei Duan hollered softly and released his greater divine power as well. He channeled his spirit consciousness and seemed to be communicating with the nine hells. A sinister and pitch-black malevolent aura surged beneath his feet and swiftly formed a tall figure. It was as though a fiend had crawled out from the depths of the nine hells. The malevolent spirit let out a deep growl. As long as Patriarch Fei Duan's spirit consciousness moved, the malevolent spirit would lunge towards the Dragon Phoenix true body and rip it into pieces. Ocean-severing slash. Patriarch Su Jing waved his palm, as though he had conjured a saber and slashed towards Su Zimo's head. There was the saying of using a saber to cut water. When released, even the ocean could be split into two, let alone water. The Dragon Phoenix true body had a fearless expression and a burning gaze. Although the 11 Demon Kings had already dissipated, their demonic chi did not disperse. They surged towards the Dragon Phoenix true body and changed continuously behind him. Gradually, a terrifying living being was born from the scarlet demonic chi. It was a butterfly. The butterfly spread its blood-colored wings and hovered above Su Zimo's head. There were two bright moons imprinted on its wings, looking at Matriarch Yu Luo and the other two like a pair of cold eyes. The butterfly was only around 10 feet wide. No matter how one looked at it, it was extremely ordinary. However, for some reason, when the blood-colored butterfly appeared, the three of them, including Patriarch Xinyu and the other 5, felt a sense of trepidation. It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon them the next moment. The heavenly hound was merely conjured by a greater divine power and did not possess sentience. It continued charging towards the Dragon Phoenix true body murderously. The malevolent spirit swayed its massive body and lunged forward as well. In midair, a cold saber beam descended as though it wanted to slice the ocean into two. Suddenly, the blood-colored butterfly on the head of the Dragon Phoenix true body flapped its wings gently. The motion was almost imperceptible. However, it created a shocking storm. The void in front of the Dragon Phoenix true body distorted, changed, collapsed and caved in. The heavenly hound that lunged over had already arrived before the Dragon Phoenix true body. The Dragon Phoenix true body could clearly smell the stench emitted from the gigantic hound's mouth. However, the moment the blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings, the heavenly hound froze in midair. Immediately after, cracks appeared on heavenly hound's body. Initially, there were only slight cracks. However, they spread rapidly and covered its entire body. Right in front of everyone, the heavenly hound exploded into nothingness. The malevolent spirit let out a tragic cry as well. Before it could approach, its entire body was riddled with holes and its malevolent aura dissipated. Even the stunning saber beam that could slice the ocean into two dissipated after the blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings. The three greater divine powers were blocked by the blood-colored butterfly. Pest! The living beings of the 10,000 races gasped in shock. The dragon phoenix true body was only at the early stage Mahayana realm, but he could fight against humans at the perfected Mahayana realm. That was beyond everyone's knowledge. The pupils of Matriarch Yuluo and the other two constricted and their expressions changed. Those were three greater divine powers. They were resolved just like that by a blood-colored butterfly. What sort of powers were these? The three of them looked bewildered and wary. As expected of a taboo bloodline, Patriarch Su Jing was secretly alarmed and snuck a glance at Matriarch Yuluo and Patriarch Fei Duan, already thinking of retreating. The other Mahayana patriarchs had long dispersed far away and did not dare to advance. Furthermore, they were prepared to escape at any moment. They could already tell that the dragon phoenix true body was not something they could contend against. Anyone who could cultivate to the Mahayana realm had to experience countless dangers, and nobody wanted to die here. Right then, the blood-colored butterfly on the head of the dragon phoenix true body dissipated gradually and vanished. The realm of the dragon phoenix true body was still too low, and he had only just entered the early stage Mahayana realm. It was already the limit of the power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness for the blood-colored butterfly to defend against three greater divine powers. With a cold expression, Matriarch Yuluo caressed the white cat in her embrace. Even in this battle, she did not abandon the white cat and carried it in her embrace the entire time. That was because the white cat was her trump card to deal with Desolate Marshal. Initially, she was in no hurry to use it. But now, the strength of the dragon phoenix true body had completely exceeded her expectations, and she did not want to wait any longer. Desolate Marshal! Matriarch Yuluo lowered her head slightly and caressed the white cat in her embrace with a faint smile. Take a guess. What's the background of this white cat? The dragon phoenix true body narrowed his eyes slightly. Earlier on, he had already sensed that there was something wrong with the white cat. However, he could not pinpoint the exact reason. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence, Matriarch Yuluo said softly. I came out of seclusion and was prepared to take part in the 10,000 race meet. Along the way, I came across a young lady with decent endowment and wanted to take her in as my disciple. Unexpectedly, she already has a master and rejected me without hesitation. As a Mahayana matriarch, it's rare for me to have thoughts of taking in a disciple. However, I was rejected by a girl at the Void Reversion realm. Wouldn't it be a joke if word of it spread? Matriarch Yuluo smiled gently. I was a little angry, so I sent a divine power down her way and toured her into a white cat to calm her down. At that point, the expression of the dragon phoenix true body darkened completely. The white cat looked at the dragon phoenix true body not far away, as though it wanted to break free from Matriarch Yuluo's embrace. However, Matriarch Yuluo merely exerted slight strength in her palm and the white cat shuddered. Although it had a pained expression, it endured without saying anything. All the living beings of the 10,000 races were puzzled. They did not know why Matriarch Yuluo would suddenly talk about the white cat in her embrace. Only the dragon phoenix true body knew that the white cat in Matriarch Yuluo's embrace was his eldest disciple, Baiming Shui. He finally understood why there was a strange feeling in his heart when he saw the white cat. That was because the way the white cat looked at him was the same way Baiming Shui looked at him, because the dragon phoenix true body was not the green lotus true body and had no true contact with Baiming Shui. He did not recognize her right away. Furthermore, even the green lotus true body wouldn't acknowledge it rashly after a single familiar gaze. There were 6 Daos in the world. Heavenly Dao, Human Dao, Azura Dao, Beast Dao, Hungry Ghost Dao, and Hell Dao. Among the 6 Daos, the first 3 were the Dao of kindness. Once comprehended, they would become greater divine powers. The latter 3 Daos were evil. Once comprehended, they would become lesser divine powers. If he could comprehend all 6 of them and fuse them together, it would be a supreme divine power. The 6 paths of reincarnation. The divine power matriarch Yuluo used to turn Baiming Shui into a cat belonged to the beast Dao. Once casted, the beast Dao could turn humans into various beasts. unless any other Mahayana patriarch used the greater divine power of the human Tao to liberate them into human again, it would be difficult for them to recover to their previous state. The beast Tao was one of the evil Taos and was extremely vile. Furthermore, a Mahayana patriarch attacked to deal with a void reversion personally. In the past, the most dangerous situation Su Zimo faced was back when he was at the void reversion realm. He was hunted by a half-martial ancestor personally and almost lost his life. But now, Baiming Shui was targeted by a Mahayana patriarch. The dragon phoenix true body knew very well that Baiming Shui was experiencing such a calamity because of him. Matriarch Yuluo gripped the nape of the white cat gently such that the latter could not move as she said with a smile on her face still. This void reversion girl seems to be called Baiming Shui. Desolate Marshal? Do you know her? Ah! Before the dragon phoenix true body could say anything, Carefree exclaimed. Carefree stood up and glared at Matriarch Yuluo viciously with a murderous aura, wanting nothing more than to charge forward and devour her alive. What are you doing? Sit down. Inlan frowned slightly and pushed Carefree back. Sister, save that white cat. Carefree hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Don't hurt that white cat. Inlan shook her head. Even without that white cat, I can't defeat Matriarch Yuluo, let alone rescue that white cat safely, Carefree said with an anxious expression. Ask the clan leader to come then. He'll definitely be able to save the white cat. Don't be hasty, Inlan said. Your master is the one who is the most anxious. Isn't he very capable? Let's see what he has up his sleeves. Upon hearing Matriarch Yuluo's words, the living beings of the 10,000 races gradually understood that Baiming Shui definitely had something to do with Desolate Marshal. Baiming Shui seems to be someone from the Baiming aristocratic family. She's Desolate Marshal's eldest disciple. Ah, I remember now. In recent years, a monster incarnate that cultivated the martial Tao has risen and is extremely strong. It's said that she has already obtained Desolate Marshal's true inheritance. No wonder Matriarch Yuluo would attack a void reversion personally. Baiming Shui is in the hands of Matriarch Yuluo. Unless Desolate Marshal disregards her life, he'll probably have to compromise out of cautiousness. Many cultivators whispered. The dragon phoenix true body nodded. Baiming Shui is my eldest disciple. Oh! Matriarch Yuluo faked surprise. What a coincidence! The dragon phoenix true body had a cold expression and merely looked at Matriarch Yuluo quietly. Matriarch Yuluo burst into laughter. Desolate Marshal, this girl's talent is decent and I don't wish to hurt her. If you want to protect her, you'll have to agree to a few of my conditions. Don't worry. My conditions won't make things difficult for you. The dragon phoenix true body was still silent. Matriarch Yuluo smiled and continued. How about this? Don't say that I'm heartless. I'll give you a choice. Do you want your green lotus true body or your disciple? You can only choose one. After she said that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. How should he choose? The green lotus true body has not been easy to cultivate and is about to advance to the ancestor realm. Furthermore, it's the creation green lotus. How can he give it up? However, his eldest disciple has to die if he doesn't give it up. If Desolate Marshal chooses the green lotus true body, he'll probably have to bear the guilt of his disciple in the future. Although he didn't kill Baiming Shui, she died because of him. That's a truly vile move. If Desolate Marshal were to leave her in the lurch, his Tao heart would probably waver. Desolate Marshal either has to destroy his green lotus true body or his Tao heart. Many bystanders could tell of Matriarch Yuluo's sinister intentions. The white cat in Matriarch Yuluo's embrace suddenly struggled. Even if Matriarch Yuluo exerted strength in her palm, the white cat did not care and merely struggled with all its might with a resolute gaze. Matriarch Yuluo's fingernails were long. As the white cat struggled, her fingernails dug deep into its body, causing blood to flow out. Its snow-white fur was stained with blood. However, the white cat seemed like it could not feel any pain and was still resisting with all its might. The more it struggled, the more blood it bled. However, it refused to stop. In the palm of a Mahayana matriarch, the strength of this white cat seemed insignificant. However, it refused to give up and bit Matriarch Yuluo's palm. If its teeth were snapped, it would use its claws to scratch. If its claws were crippled, it would use its head to smash. Sigh, a cultivator sighed. To think that Baiming Shui has such a tough personality. She doesn't want to implicate Desolate Marshal and wants to die. Senior sister. Carefree stood up and his vision gradually blurred as he exclaimed softly by instinct. A look of heartache and pity flashed through the Dragon Phoenix True Body's eyes as he looked at the white cat that was struggling. An uneasy feeling surged through Matriarch Yuluo's heart. Coupled with the constant struggles of the white cat in her embrace, she felt a sense of frustration. She retracted her smile and her expression turned cold. Desolate Marshal, I've given you a chance. It's not a difficult choice. It depends on what you want to give up. My patience is limited, she said coldly. If this white cat truly pisses me off, I can kill her at any moment. As my disciple, Baiming Shui will definitely encounter countless sufferings and dangers. I told her that before. The Dragon Phoenix True Body finally spoke. However, those sufferings can't be overly excess. Yuluo, as a Mahayana matriarch, you attacked a void reversion personally. That's crossing the line. I want neither of the choices you gave me. The Dragon Phoenix True Body looked at Matriarch Yuluo and paused for a moment before saying slowly, TL, make a third choice.